Chapter 27:13 Big Yellow Obeys. Chapter 27:13 Big Yellow Obeys. Address each other as brothers? Could it be because of the Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation? Yi Yuan suddenly gave birth to a trace of enlightenment and asked. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded his head solemnly and said, "That's right. It's precisely because of the Saint Exalt Tao tribulation. This Exalt is a little better off than those two guys. But I've also pulled through two Saint Exalt Tao tribulations. Even if I can make it through the third time, I'd definitely turn to ashes at the fourth time too. If I still don't break through, I'm really going to die." Talking until the back, Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist letting out a long sigh. Clearly, this Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation was very terrifying. Saint's sovereign heavens stood at the summit of this rain-clear continent and were admired by thousands. But Saint's sovereign heaven powerhouses also had the troubles of Saint's sovereign heaven powerhouses. One of them was this Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan saw before sporadic records in the ancient books of the martial secure heavenly sect. When one's cultivation reached Saint's sovereign heaven, it would trigger the Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation. Saint's sovereign Tao tribulations had no fixed number. Some people went through it once every 10,000 years. Some went through it once every 30,000 years. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones that would come every 1,000 years. But Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation each time was more terrifying than the last. Very few people were able to tide over more than 3 times. Of course, if your strength kept improving and you increased enough strength before the next Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation came, you would naturally be able to pot S through it safely. What was scary was that your strength remained stagnant. Unfortunately, on Rain-Clear Continent, cultivating the Saint's sovereign heaven realm was naturally the end already. Without the support of grade 5 heavenly pills, without heaven-defying cultivation methods, without Estonies, plusing fortuitous encounters, one would basically kick the bucket on the second or third Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation. It was also precisely because of this that the Saint's sovereign heaven powerhouses on Rain-Clear Continent would be so rare. Otherwise, even if Saint's sovereign heaven was hard to break through, there would always be some over the ACCU, emulation of time. But the reality was that the Saint's sovereign heavens on the entire Rain-Clear Continent added up, absolutely, would not exceed 10 fingers too. Since Big Brother Bull Demon favors this younger brother, then it will be disrespectful for Yi Yuan to decline, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was overjoyed when he heard that. Grabbing Yi Yuan's hand excitedly, he said, "Good brother, from now on, your business is my business." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Big brother rest. Sure, this little brother still has some confidence in alchemy. Leave the matter of heavenly pills to me." The two exchanged a glance and laughed loudly. Yi Yuan was also not blockheaded. What a Saint's sovereign heaven big brother would bring to him was too much. Saint Exalt Bull Demon clearly understood this too. That was why he would acknowledge Yi Yuan as brother. Even if he did not take action, the name of a Saint's sovereign heaven's brother could also let Yi Yuan obtain too much. There was at least one thing. Having acknowledged this big brother, Yi Yuan would not have any problems sing through the myriad demons mountain and returning to the 5 great heavenly regions anymore. Shui, who was by the side, was completely dumbfounded. They were still shouting and wrangling earlier. How did these two become brothers in a blink of an eye? Hang on. I just acknowledged Lord Saint Exalt as my master. Big brother, you acknowledged Lord Saint Exalt as your big brother. Then what am I? Shuoyan said with a confused look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To each his own. When you're together with big brother, you naturally call him master. When together with me, you naturally call me as big brother too." Shuoyan did not seem to have encountered such a complicated relations. Plus P before, nodding his head like he did not fully understand. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was clearly very satisfied with this too. He nodded and said with a smile, "As it ought to be. That old ape and Big Bird keep bragging every day about how incredible their disciples are. Shuoyan, you have to make a good showing for master this time." being able to make Saint Exalt Bull Demon say this. The old ape and Big Bird were naturally the other two Saint Exalt Heavens. Shuoyan nodded and said, Master rest assured. This disciple will live up to expectations. But before this disciple still has some personal affairs and needs to go back to the clan to settle. Master, please allow it. Talking up to here, Shuoyan's eyes revealed a hint of fierceness. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he secretly nodded to himself. This kid finally grew up. He did not have the ambition to compete, but his 9 older brothers united and forced him to become how he was now. Although the current Shuoyan still had a childish air, his tiger dominance aura had already appeared. Given time, he would definitely be the second bright Tiger King. Of course, in Yi Yuan's view, his accomplishments would likely be even above bright tigers. What kind of character was Saint Exalt Bull Demon? He saw through an inkling with just one glance, and said with a nod, Amen. Let Big Yellow accompany you on the trip. Bringing the 2 people out of the cave, Big Yellow was currently standing obediently at one side, appearing very simple and honest. Big Yellow, this is my new sworn brother, Yi Yuan. From now on, you have to treat him with respect like a teacher. Understand? Saint Exalt Bull Demon said coolly. The old yellow bull's bull eyes immediately became wide saucers, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, as if he saw some monster. He did not understand why Yi Yuan became Lord Saint Exalt's brother with a sway of his figure after going in for a while. One had to know, even a genius like Shuoyan could only become Lord Saint Exalt's disciple too. What capability did this boy have to actually be able to become brothers with a Saint Exalt? Lord Saint Exalt, this... When Yi Yuan saw the big yellow bull's wonderful expression, he found it amusing in his heart too. But his face revealed a very furious expression, and he said with a cold smile, Big brother, I can't bear his courtesy. Senior Big Yellow even said that this younger brother tried to emulate something beyond my ability and fell flat on my face just now, and I even nearly died twice at his hands. The moment Big Yellow heard, he immediately felt like he was struck by lightning. He was definitely taking the blame for this. One had to know, this was all Lord Saint Exalt's order. He could not very well let Lord Saint Exalt receive the punishment, right? The big yellow bull could only say this, Master Yi is lofty. It was all Big Yellow's fault previously. Big Yellow apologizes to you here. Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow and said with a smile that was not a smile, Want me to forgive, sure. You promised me one thing, and our scores are squared. Seeing the smile on Yi Yuan's face that was up to no good, Big Yellow's heart raced. But this time, he could not refuse it either. At once, he could only nod. He said, Master Yi, Your Excellency, please instruct. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Amen, I'm just about to go to Bright Tiger King's territory to take care of business. Let me ride you, and the grievances between us will be considered squared. The big yellow ox was an ox, but currently, his face practically became black as the bottom of a wok. He was a dignified peak jade, sovereign heaven super expert. Yet, he was actually going to be ridden as a mount by a limitless, sublime heaven. He knew that this matter could not be brushed over, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan would use this kind of method to take revenge on him. By the side, Saint Exalt Bull Demon had an awkward face too. But at this time, he naturally would not draw trouble onto himself and could only say, Big Yellow, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. When you reach Bright Tiger's territory, listen to Yi Yuan's orders. That will do. Don't make this expression. Letting Yi Yuan ride, you will only be beneficial to you and won't do you harm. Big Yellow had a flurry of curses run across his mind. What was called only be beneficial and would not harm you? He, a grand completion jade, sovereign heaven powerhouse, being ridden around, how would he still show his face in the territory in the future? Wouldn't those few old things mock him to death? But regarding Saint Exalt Bull Demon's words, he had no choice but to listen and could only say, Yes, Big Yellow obeys. Chapter 27:14. Big Yellow, be obedient. Chapter 27:14. Big Yellow, be obedient. Bright Tiger King's territory was long already in upheaval. Currently, The other 4 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens brought their armies and were currently locked in a struggle with Bright Tiger King. Bright Tiger King fought 1 against 4, and it could be seen that it was rather difficult. However, his strength was indeed fearsome too. He actually managed to resist for some time, while his subordinates also fought dauntlessly in OOD, wide battles, killing until their eyes turned red. Are the 4 of you really going to fight to the death? Bright Tiger King roared angrily. Humph! You've cut off our hope and are still talking big here. Yi Yuan was only placed with you for a year, and you've killed him. What's the point of talking about it now? Myriad Elephant King said in a solemn voice. The son that I'm most proud of has died too. 1 son died, you still have 9, but Yi Yuan is dead. How will we break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Enough said. Your territory is going to disappear from the Myriad Demons Mountain today. Heavenly Rat King cried out. Bright Tiger said angrily, Want me dead? The few of you have to pay the price in blood too. Both sides fought fiercely without resting. Either you die or I perish. The great battle of 3 Saint Mountain touched the nerves of the 5 factions very quickly. When Bright Tiger received the news from the front, he was immediately dumbfounded. 3 Saint Mountain was just a small faction. Going over with Yi Yuan's strength, it was very easy to protect himself. Who could have expected that more than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses suddenly appeared there? The true spirit army that Shuoyan brought over was completely wiped out, corpses scattered everywhere. The 5 parties all thought that Yi Yuan was already dead. This was equivalent to saying that their hope of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven had been completely cut off. How could they not be angry when they got this news? Myriad Elephant King, they all naturally pinned this matter on Bright Tiger. Bright Tiger completely did not know that those Jade Sovereign Heaven sent out to kill Yi Yuan and Shuoyan were actually his own 9 sons. Of course, Hufeng they all would not tell Bright Tiger too. In reality, they all also did not expect that it would cause such grave consequences. Currently, Hufeng 9 people were fighting dauntlessly in OOD, wide battles, killing extremely tragically. The battle on both sides kept on escalating and becoming increasingly fiercer and already reached the extent of being irreconcilable till death. Bright Tiger King's combat power was top-notch among the 5 people. The strength of his subordinates was naturally the strongest among the 5 people too. But no matter how strong his strength was, it was also impossible to surpass the sum of the 4. If Myriad Elephant 4 people wanted to eradicate Bright Tiger's faction, they naturally had to pay a heavy price. If hope was not really cut off, they would not be so furious too. Boom! Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. The expressions of everyone on the battlefield changed one after another. Stop! A thunderous voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked over following the voice and discovered a white-robed youth riding a large yellow bull, walking over leisurely. In an instant, countless eyes focused on that white-robed youth. The way that he took the stage was seriously too attention-grabbing. As for Shuoyan, who was behind Big Yellow, he was directly overlooked by everyone. Who is this white-robed youth? To actually be riding a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven Old Yellow Ox, it's too impressive. It's a human. I heard that the 4 kings and Bright Tiger King are fighting in a life-and-death struggle because of a human. It wouldn't be him, right? No way, right? Isn't he dead? A limitless sublime heavenly stratum riding on a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven Old Yellow Bull. This image was too impactful. Grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. What kind of proud existence was that? Even in death, they would not be other people's mount too, unless the other party was a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. But a limitless sublime heavenly stratum actually did it. Yi Yuan, he actually didn't die? Amen? How is this possible? How is this possible? When Bright Tiger saw Yi Yuan, his eyes genuinely brimmed over with hot tears. Yi Yuan appeared too timely. If it dragged on, he would have definitely died without a doubt. But when his gaze landed on the old yellow bull under Yi Yuan, His entire person was immediately petrified. Those small fries naturally did not recognize the large yellow bull. But as an existence with half a foot in his Saint Sovereign Heaven, how could he not recognize it? Bright Tiger, that wouldn't be, Wild Lion King said with his eyes full of shock. There's no mistake. It's him. Bright Tiger said with absolute certainty. He had seen General Big Yellow Bull in front of Saint Exalt Bull Demon's seat when he entered the Saint Exalt's territory. It was also precisely because of this that Saint Exalt Bull Demon made Big Yellow Bull come over. Although Big Yellow Bull's strength was not as strong as Bright Tiger who he represented was Saint Sovereign Heaven, who dared to not give face. Bright Tiger never dreamed that Yi Yuan would actually ride on Big Yellow Bull and return to Bright Tiger territory. Getting a confirmed answer, the four people trembled all over, their eyes full of shock. What kind of status did the Big Yellow Bull have? Although they were half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, they absolutely did not dare to offend the Big Yellow Bull. But Yi Yuan actually rode him as a mount. More importantly, the Big Yellow Bull was actually willing to let him ride. This was simply inconceivable. How can he? How dare he? Wild Lion King said puzzledly. In reality, there was a myriad of curses galloping across Big Yellow Bull's heart currently. He was considered to have completely lost his face today. Who knew that at this time? Yi Yuan suddenly patted his head and said with a smile, "Be obedient, Big Yellow. Seeing that your performance is pretty good, I'll award you this thing." As he said, Yi Yuan threw a foundation establishment heavenly pill into Big Yellow's mouth. Big Yellow did not see clearly what that was either, but he knew that it was a heavenly pill. Either way, it would not be detrimental to him. It was just that he did not harbor much hope about the effect of this heavenly pill. What rubbish effect could the heavenly pill taken out by a limitless sublime heavenly stratum have? But as soon as the heavenly pill entered his mouth, he immediately felt something different. He felt as if the top of his skull was opened up. That huge door that he always wanted to touch, but could not touch, seemed to have a gap pushed open. Saint Sovereign Heaven. That was the feeling of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow's heart was in an upsurge, excited to the extreme. How many years had he waited for this day? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, "Tease-K, Big Yellow, you look dumb as H-E-L-L. I didn't expect that you're still pretty smart. Didn't think that this one foundation establishment heavenly pill let you gain enlightenment." He knew that this was the effect of Big Yellow's immense ACCU, emulations erupting. Although the true grade foundation establishment, heavenly pill, was incredible, it was impossible to really play a role in breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Most of it was due to Big Yellow's own ACCU, emulations. Foundation establishment heavenly pill was equivalent to an ingredient added to enhance the efficacy of a medicine. This kind of state was about the same as Jiangli breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heaven back then. Of course, it was naturally impossible for one foundation establishment, heavenly pill, to knock open the door of Saint Sovereign Heaven. But after taking this step, Big Yellow was only half a step away from Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow continued walking forward, but the imposing momentum on his body became stronger and stronger. The mountain full of true spirits looked at Yi Yuan, their eyes full of shock. He fed the Big Yellow Bull a grade 3 heavenly pill. Then the Big Yellow Bull broke through. Gradually, there was an additional fleeting and ephemeral aura on Big Yellow, exactly alike Bright Tiger and the rest. This kind of aura was precisely the hallmark of a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Big Yellow forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and opened his mouth and said, "Big Yellow thanks Master Yi for bestowing the pill." At this moment, he finally understood what Lord Saint Exalt's words meant. Chapter 27:15, Cleaning Up Household. Chapter 27:15, Cleaning Up Household. Yi Yuan patted his bull head and said smilingly, "What? Not killing me anymore?" Big Yellow sweat heavily and hurriedly said, "Master's methods are mysterious and unpredictable. It was Big Yellow who offended Master Yi previously. From now on, Big Yellow will definitely show Master Yi the etiquette of a disciple. At this point, if he still did not understand why Lord Saint Exalt would address Yi Yuan as a brother, then he would really be an idiot. A grade 3 heavenly pill actually let him break through to half-step Saint's sovereign heaven. It was simply inconceivable. Using mysterious and unpredictable to describe was not overboard in the slightest. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Amen. After going back, I'll give you a list. If you can gather the heavenly medicines, I'll naturally help you to refine a precious jade heavenly sacred pill as well when the time comes, and help you to break through to Saint's sovereign heaven." Big Yellow Bull's body quivered, and he said in disbelief, Is this for real?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course it's real. Otherwise, do you think Big Brother's words were to make a fool out of you?" Arriving in front of Bright Tiger and the rest, they gave a bow to Big Yellow. Paying respects to Commander Big Yellow. Congratulations to Commander Big Yellow for breaking through to half-step Saint's sovereign heaven. Toward these few people, Big Yellow naturally had a sense of superiority and said with a nod, "Thank you, gentlemen. The one in charge here today is Master Yi. You guys just have to listen to his orders." The few people trembled all over as they said in disbelief, "Master Yi? What kind of status did Commander Big Yellow have to actually show Yi Yuan the etiquette of a disciple? What was wrong with this world?" Yi Yuan disappeared for a period of time and actually became Master Yi with a sudden metamorphosis. Although they already faintly had some conjectures previously that Yi Yuan became associated with Saint Exalt Bull Demon, but becoming this sort of relations, H plus P all of a sudden, they still felt that it was inconceivable. Big Yellow said coolly, "Master Yi has become sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt. This commander naturally addresses him as Master." What? B became sworn brothers? Bright Tiger King's entire body trembled, almost biting his own tongue off. At this moment, their pleasant surprise about losing Yi Yuan and recovering him turned into fright. This was no joke. A limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum became sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt. What the H-E-L-I was this? One had to know. Yi Yuan was a hostage-like existence at their place. They actually took Lord Saint Exalt's brother hostage. This crime was heinous. Although these few were all half-step Saint's sovereign heaven, they did not know about Saint's sovereign heaven's needing to transcend tribulations. They were naturally also unable to understand why Saint Exalt Bull Demon would do such a preposterous thing. That's right. Lord Saint Exalt said that if you see Master Yi in the future, it's equivalent to seeing him. If anyone wants to make things difficult for Master Yi, that's making things difficult for him. Big Yellow said coolly. The five people's expressions instantly became ugly to the extreme. P paying respects to Master Yi. Bright Tiger King was the first to react, as he said, rather awkwardly, "Paying respects to Master Yi." Myriad Elephant and the rest all bowed awkwardly as they said. Their words carried thick fear. What they were more scared of was Yi Yuan settling the scores afterward. With a Saint Sovereign Heaven as a backer, it was effortless to eradicate them. How could Yi Yuan not know their concerns? He said with a smile, "Gentlemen, don't need to be afraid. I don't have the intention of settling scores with you all. What I promise you all, I'll do it too. But right now, we'd better take care of Bright Tiger King's family matters first." "Family matters?" Bright Tiger said with a blank face. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Huffeng and the rest who were behind Bright Tiger changed drastically. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't you know that Shuoyan and I getting besieged on 3 Saint Mountain, it was actually the work of your few sons?" "What?" Bright Tiger's tiger body trembled, and he turned to look at his sons. "Royal Father, we didn't." Shaba was the first to react and denied it firmly. "Yeah, Royal Father. Think about it. With our strength, how can we possibly mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses? Yi Yuan, he came under the patronage of a big shot and is making slanderous charges." Huffing also said with righteous indignation. Purple Light Battle Wolf, they all had long already hidden themselves. Either way, there was no proof either. As long as they denied it firmly, what could Yi Yuan do to them? The moment Bright Tiger heard, his brows furrowed slightly. Although he doted on his youngest son, Shuoyan, it was also impossible to sentence 9 sons to death because of one sentence. Master Yi, although you become sworn brothers with Lord Saint Exalt now, you also can't slander people at random, right? This king is most clear about their strength. It's impossible to mobilize so many Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Bright Tiger said. Hearing this, Hefeng and the rest all secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked toward Yi Yuan gloatingly. Shuoyan was young in the end. Hearing his few older brothers quibble like this, he was long already burning with fury. Do you all still want face or not? The 8-spotted leopard and purple light battle wolf already personally admitted it. You guys are actually still putting on an act here. To think that I've always regarded you guys as my closest loved ones, when in fact you all are actually so vicious. Shuoyan said furiously. Old 16, you can't anyhow say things. As elder brothers, we didn't skimp out on doting you and giving into you normally. I believe that Royal Father sees this too. Now that you've found a backer, you're going to put your hands on your brothers? Old 16, aren't you a little too vicious? Shaba said with a look of indignation. Old 16, you still require your own effort if you want to succeed Royal Father's position of king. Even if you kill all of us, it won't do if your strength is lacking. Hefeng supplemented with a stab. When Bright Tiger heard this, he nodded his head in even greater agreement. He could still tell how they behaved normally. The other 9 have indeed shown consideration and care for Shuoyan. It was just that he did not know that the situation in the past year had already changed too much. Old 16, you've grown up. It's just that this kind of method disappoints this king too greatly. Bright Tiger let out a sigh and said with melancholy, You all. Shuoyan's face reddened to the ears in his anxiousness. Shuoyan discovered that he was still too inexperienced. With a few words, he was actually Reb. Ted until he had nothing to say in reply. He seriously could not find the evidence to refute them. At this time, Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said unhurriedly, Kid, don't need to be anxious until your face changes colors. Teach you another move today. In this world, words are feeble. Only strength is the true capital to establish yourself. The moment his voice faded, an origin divinity attack burst forth. Shaba gave fled groan, and directly fell to the ground dead. The faces of everyone present changed. No one expected that Yi Yuan actually made a move to kill under the circuit. Instances where there was no valid reason at all. Yi Yuan, Bright Tiger said furiously. He was already guarding against Yi Yuan, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually instantly killed Shaba with an origin divinity attack. Yi Yuan ignored him and still said to Shuoyan lightly, I'll get things rolling. I'll leave the rest to you. Shuoyan's entire body trembled and immediately nodded his head deeply. Since words failed, then he would kill. Shuoyan was a hot-blooded man in his bones too. At this point, he naturally had no reason to shrink back. Bright Tiger's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, Shuoyan, you dare? Big Yellow Bull snorted and said coolly, This commander wants to see who dares to make a move. Chapter 27:16 Yi Yuan's Plans. Chapter 27:16 Yi Yuan's plans. The moment Big Yellow Bull opened his mouth, everyone's faces changed. Although he was just a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, behind him was a real Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Sovereign Heaven was G-O-D in the Myriad Demons Mountain. Commander Big Yellow, this isn't appropriate, right? This is my family matter. Bright Tiger said in a solemn voice. There's nothing inappropriate. If this commander can't convince you all, there's naturally Lord Saint Exalt who will come forth personally. At that time, I'm afraid that body here will be able to live. I think that you all know the Myriad Demons Mountain's rules. Big Yellow said it nonchalantly, but each word struck the hearts of Bright Tiger and the rest. What rule did Myriad Demons Mountain have? The strong reign supreme. If the strong wanted you dead, they did not need any reason at all. This was the law of the jungle. I'm strong, so I could dominate everything. And the true masters of this Myriad Demons Mountain were the three great saints' sovereign heavens. Shuoyan's gaze turned slightly dark, and he spoke up. Royal Father, me and my 8 older brothers are already irreconcilable till death. Today, Shuoyan will have a fair fight with them. If Shuoyan is defeated and dies, there will absolutely be no complaints. Bright Tiger's gaze turned sharp, and he said in a solemn voice, You mean you want to fight 1 against 8? Precisely so, Shuoyan said firmly. Countless true spirits drew a breath of cold air. Bright Tiger King's 10 sons, apart from Shuoyan, they were all dragons among men. Their strength was extremely strong existences among the myriad demons Mountain's junior generation. This Shuoyan actually wanted to fight 1 on 8. Wasn't this courting death? Bright Tiger King seemed to have somewhat waned interest, waving his hand and said, Forget it. If you all want to fight, just fight then. Shuoyan's gaze swept across his 8 older brothers, and he said calmly, 8 brothers, Shuoyan will give you all the chance to kill me today. Please go ahead. Hufeng snorted coldly and said, Old 16, you're too conceited. Although your strength has advanced by leaps and bounds these few years, your foundation isn't stable. Since you're seeking death, then your brothers will send you off. Seeing that Shuoyan actually wanted to fight 1 against 8, Hufeng and the rest were all pleasantly surprised. They were extremely confident in their strength. How could they possibly lose to this brat? Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus these 8 people naturally had no intention of showing mercy. Each and every one of them released their auras fully and rushed forward. Huh! Shuoyan roared, a terrifying bloodline pressure instantly exploding. Greater Xiantian Dipper Fist. It was only to see Shuoyan throw a punch out. Everyone's faces instantly changed. The power of this punch already reached the pinnacle of limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum. Body expected that Shuoyan's one punch actually had such terrifying power. Rumble. Throwing a punch out, the terrifying air billows directly sent all the 8 tiger sons flying. One punch defeated 8 people. When Shuoyan was at middle limitless sublime heaven, his strength could already contend with grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum. After awakening his bloodline, not only did his cultivation realm increase, the power of his bloodline even grew significantly stronger. Now, he was virtually matchless below Jade, sovereign heavenly stratum already. And when Bright Tiger King saw this punch, his eyes revealed even greater shock. Greater Xiantian Dipper Fist. Isn't this the ultimate move that Saint Exalt Bull Demon comprehended? How does Shuoyan know it? Bright Tiger King said in inexplicable shock. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your son is currently Saint Exalt Bull Demon's personal disciple. Is it very strange that he knows this move? The Shuoyan, after awakening his bloodline, his talent was indeed terrifying too, as if he had become enlightened. He only used half a month's time and already had a preliminary grasp of this move. Compared to Saint Exalt Bull Demon, he was naturally 108,000 miles away. But it was more than enough to deal with his few older brothers who had a similar realm with him. Bright Tiger King's tiger body trembled, and he said in shock once again, What? Shuoyan. He became Saint Exalt Bull Demon's personal disciple? He felt that the sudden turn of events he had encountered in this lifetime was not as many as today. Big Yellow Bull said coolly, That's right. Shuoyan awakened a powerful bloodline talent. His future accomplishments will likely far surpass yours. Your other sons are no longer important. So, do you think that Shuoyan will do something to harm his biological brothers in order to inherit your mantle? Does he have a need? Bright Tiger King's entire person was petrified there, his head rumbling. It was naturally impossible for Big Yellow Bull to lie about this matter. The Greater Xiantian Dipper Fist could not be faked either. This was to say that he was deceived by this bunch of scoundrels. Furthermore, it was actually this bunch of sons that caused this consequence today. With the truth coming to light, there seemed to be a volcano in Bright Tiger King's chest that was about to erupt. Puffung! Bright Tiger King bellowed loudly, scaring the mountain full of true spirits until their expressions changed. Our royal father. Huffeng was severely wounded by one punch and still vomiting blood out of his mouth. But he was more frightened. Hearing that Shuoyan became a Saint Exalt's disciple, he already despaired in his heart. I'm not your royal father. Hoo-hoo, the few of you are really my good sons. Bright Tiger smiled coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Royal father, it's not what you think. We really didn't do anything. Huffeng said fearfully. Bang! Bright Tiger pointed a finger. A terrifying force directly penetrated Huffing's head. Huffing dead. Following that, he flicked his sleeves and said in a solemn voice, "Drag them all away from me and kill them." Bright Tiger King directly sentenced his 8 sons to death. Now, he only had one son, Shuoyan. Of course, this son was also his pride. Good. Fine lad. Royal father has wronged you. You lived up to expectations. Bright Tiger hugged Shuoyan and said apologetically, "It's not that I lived up to expectations, but that big brother Yi Yuan is amazing. If it wasn't for his heavenly pill, it wouldn't have been possible for me to awaken my bloodline too. Master, he also wouldn't have taken fancy on me, and we'd have long died in the St. Exalt's territory as well. Everything about this child was thanks to Big Brother," Shuoyan said. Bright Tiger was shocked in his heart. He already overestimated Yi Yuan's heavenly pill as much as possible, but he did not expect that he still underestimated it. He did not think that Shuoyan could actually awaken such a terrifying bloodline power. Just now, when Shuoyan took action, he already felt it clearly. Shuoyan's bloodline power was extremely high level. He was unable to distinguish it at all, but without a doubt, it was far stronger than him. This father, this son's future accomplishments would definitely be above his. Now, he even became Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disciple. This was simply soaring to the heavens in one bound. Oh, right. Master Yi, Bright Tiger has offended previously. Hope that Master Lord will be magnanimous and don't fuss about it. Bright Tiger King said in fear and trepidation. Right now, he no longer had the slightest sense of superiority in front of Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan was willing, he could even determine his life and death with a word. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, your family matter has also been dealt with. Everyone can scatter then. The few of you rest assured. What I promised you all is still effective. Having a few more Saint Sovereign Heavens in this myriad demons mountain isn't a bad thing either. But you all have to hurry up with the matter of searching for heavenly pills." Yi Yuan naturally had selfish motives in doing so too. The power and influence of the Pill Alliance were too powerful. They had true grade heavenly pills too. Creating Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was naturally nothing difficult as well. If Yi Yuan wanted to return to the 5 great heavenly regions, he must have a powerful faction as the backing. This myriad demons mountain was naturally the best choice. Chapter 27:17 Exiting Seclusion. Chapter 27:17 Exiting Seclusion. Cultivation was timeless. There were no years in the mountains. 50 years passed, said in a haste. During these 50 years, Yi Yuan spent a rare period of peaceful days in the myriad demons mountain. On this day, outside a cave, Bright Tiger 5 people were fidgety, pacing back and forth continuously. "I say, Golden Fur, can you stop for a while? You keep pacing around. Your father's eyes are getting dizzy," Bright Tiger said in annoyance. Golden Fur was naturally the Wild Lion King. The moment Wild Lion heard, he said in a great rage, "Look at that tiger face of yours. It's almost drooping into a donkey's face. What qualifications do you have to talk about your father?" This cave was precisely Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue, and today was the day when Yi Yuan's 50-year oath expired. If Yi Yuan could not hand over the precious jade heavenly sacred pill today, he would suffer heavenly Tao's backlash and die, and the 5 of their Saint Sovereign Heaven dream would also be completely shattered. Therefore, the 5 of them seemed very restless at this time. Of course, more of it was worry. "Sai, I say, can Yi Yuan really do it?" 50 years to break through a major cultivation realm and even have to reach that inconceivable realm in alchemy Tao. It's seriously too H. E.L. Lease. H. Plus, myriad elephants said worriedly. Thinking about it now, it's indeed a little too optimistic. This sort of thing, it doesn't feel too probable when you think about it too. Bright Tiger King said, there's still less than an hour before the oath needs to be fulfilled. He hasn't even come out until now. I'm afraid that his chances of coming out are very slim. They admitted that Yi Yuan was extremely monstrous. But 50 years ago, Yi Yuan had merely just entered limitless sublime heavenly stratum and had not even begun researching grade 3 heavenly pills. These 50 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to break through a major cultivation realm in martial Dao realm, he even had to break through 2 major realms in alchemy Dao. This sort of thing, thinking about it, did not feel too likely either. One had to know how many amazingly talented people had been blocked by Jade's sovereign heavenly stratum this threshold. Jiang Li was known as Heavenly South's #1 genius, and he was also sealed in front of this step for as long as several hundred years. A martial arts genius like Luo Yunxing was similarly blocked for hundreds of years. Breaking through to the realm of sovereign required opportunity. But only a short 50 years was given to Yi Yuan. What was even more Ning was that Yi Yuan's incomparably profound alchemy path realm undoubtedly required even more time to polish. Bright Tiger, 5 people, and Saint Exaltable Demon practically dug 3 feet into the ground of the entire Myriad Demon's mountain and finally gathered 6 portions of the precious jade, heavenly sacred pills, heavenly medicines 5 years ago. However, it had already been more than 10 years since Yi Yuan's last close seclusion. They also did not know how far Yi Yuan had reached. Humph! The few of you listen up. If Yi Yuan can't come out, kill yourselves to atone for your crime. At this time, Saint Exaltable Demon, who had his eyes closed all along not far away, suddenly opened his mouth. The moment the 5 people heard, their expressions changed greatly. Yi Yuan getting killed by Heavenly Dao backlash was equivalent to severing his path forward too. How could he tolerate this sort of thing? Saint Exaltable Demon firmly believed that with Yi Yuan's talent, reaching that profound realm was merely a matter of time. But these 5 fools actually forced Yi Yuan to sweat a Heavenly Dao oath and had Yi Yuan refine the precious jade heavenly sacred pill within 50 years. 50 years was far too short. How amazingly talented was he, Saint Exaltable Demon. Back then, he spent several thousand years to cross a major cultivation realm, let alone that Yi Yuan also had to spend a lot of energy on the alchemy path. In the view of Saint Exaltable Demon, these 5 people's actions were simply foolish. Plus, once a Heavenly Dao oath was activated, it would be a dead end. Even he, this Saint's sovereign heaven powerhouse, would not be able to undo it as well. Lord Saint Exalt, shut up. Are your brains all made out of S? H. I plus T? What can 50 years be enough for? Amen? Whoever speaks again can go and die right now. Heavenly Rat King was just about to open his mouth to provide an explanation when he was rebuffed by Saint Exaltable Demon. They did not understand why Lord Saint Exalt would be so furious. Even if a heavenly alchemist died, it was also not to an extent of being so irritable, right? Rather, it was Bright Tiger King's face that changed repeatedly, but he did not say much. He learned about the secret of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses from Shuoyan. If Yi Yuan died, it would be equivalent to cutting off the hope of Saint Exaltable Demon transcending the Saint Sovereign Dao tribulation. How could he not be furious? Following Saint Exaltable Demon's fury, tranquility was restored outside the cave. Time slowly trickled by. Everyone felt each second pass like a year. Finally, the time had come, but Yi Yuan still did not walk out of the cave. Everyone's heart sank to rock bottom. 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Yi Yuan still did not come out. Everyone despaired. Did he still fail in the end? Bright Tiger shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. Another 2 hours passed, said. Yi Yuan still did not appear. Saint Exalt Bull Demon opened his eyes. The disappointment in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Shuoyan, go and collect your big brother's corpse. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a light sigh. One sentence made Shuoyan's tears directly fall down. He struggled to stride forward, walking towards the cave. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he could no longer take another step forward. But right then, a figure walked out of the darkness. Shuoyan's entire body trembled, rubbing the tears away from his eyes with all his might. A pair of tiger eyes became wide saucers. Immediately, the sorrow on his face turned into ecstasy. Be big brother. Big brother, he's all right. Shuoyan was agitated until his words came out flus, tearledly, including Saint Exalt Bull Demon. Everyone present trembled all over. He really did it? Saint Exalt Bull Demon said in disbelief. Yi Yuan appearing safely meant that he had fulfilled the oath. This nearly impossible to complete task was completed by him. Inconceivable. He really did it. He really did it. After the shock, Bright Tiger 5 people were wildly ecstatic. Yi Yuan completing the oath meant that they were already very, very close to the realm of Saint's sovereign heaven. Even Big Yellow, who had been honest and taciturn all along, started trembling uncontrollably at this time, too. The current Yi Yuan appeared somewhat tired. His complexion was a little pale. It was like he had just experienced a great battle. In reality, he already finished the refinement a few days ago. However, he refined another 3 grade, 4 heavenly imperial pills. The goal was to wake Mi Tian up. In these 50 years, Mi Tian had been in a deep sleep all along. The situation of the dragon heart was not optimistic. Therefore, he thought of using his bloodline power to reverse flood the dragon heart and make the dragon heart stronger again. It was just that Yi Yuan knew that the dragon heart was like a huge container. With his strength, it could not be filled at all. Hence, he refined 3 true grade heavenly imperial pills that restored the vital energy and blood to help himself. These few days, Yi Yuan kept pouring the power of vitality and blood into the dragon heart continuously, and it really had an effect. Mi Tian finally woke up after sleeping for 50 years. When he woke up, he was very surprised too. Making a move the last time was quite damaging to him. He thought that he would fall into a deep sleep for hundreds of years. He did not expect that he was actually woken up by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's mentally and physically exhausted appearance, Mi Tian was extremely moved. This made him feel that he had found the right person. Chapter 27:18. 6 Great Saints Sovereign Heavens. Chapter 27:18. 6 Great Saints Sovereign Heavens. All using this sort of eyes to look at me for? Did you all think that I died inside? Yi Yuan looked at the few people's expressions. How could he still not know what they were thinking? And not at all. Ho! With Master Ye's methods, how can you possibly suffer heavenly Tao backlash and die? Wild Lion King replied awkwardly. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves. Several streaks of light shot toward Bright Tiger's 6 people respectively. The 6 people were startled and hurriedly reached out to catch it. Then, they held it carefully in their palm, as if holding a snowflake in their hands, afraid of it melting. The 6 great true spirits looked at Yi Yuan resentfully, as if saying, "This was the hope leading to Saint's sovereign heaven. You're actually being too casual." At the same time, feeling the surging power of great Tao coming from the heavenly pill in their hand, they were extremely moved. These grade 4 heavenly imperial pills were really refined by Yi Yuan. Furthermore, they were of true grade. Actually, I finished refining it half a month ago. But in the past half month, I had another important matter. That's why I was delayed in leaving seclusion. I said before to promise you all to definitely complete it. I naturally won't go back on my word, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When a few people heard, they all had bitter smiles on their faces. Since you already finished, why didn't you leave seclusion earlier? Although we're half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, our little hearts were almost frightened to death by you too. But the few people all put away the heavenly pill carefully, planning to go back and enter close seclusion. Ha ha! As expected of my good brother. Yi Yuan, you didn't disappoint this Exalt. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I said before this younger brother still has some confidence in the path of alchemy. Although 50 years is a little tight, since I dare to promise, I naturally more or less had some confidence. I wonder if big brother's heavenly medicines are prepared. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said, No rush, no russ. Plus you've worked hard these few years. Rest well for a period of time, first before refining. This old man can still afford to wait for this bit of time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then I'll accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously. On this day, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a magnificent and mighty panorama. A bright-colored enormous tiger soared into the sky. The entire Myriad Demons Mountain could see it clearly. For some time, the entire Myriad Demons Mountain was in a stir. That is Bright Tiger King, a phenomenon descending from heaven. He broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Our Myriad Demons Mountain has not seen a Saint Sovereign Heaven appear for tens of thousands of years already. His breakthrough is really the Myriad Demons Mountain's great prosperous age. With this, a new Saint Exalt has appeared. The Myriad Demons Mountain is going to experience a reshuffle. A Saint Sovereign Heaven coming into being, this was a flurries. Plussing age for the entire Rainclear continent. It had a huge impact on the Myriad Demons Mountain. All forces would be reshuffling. Several days later, the phenomenon dissipated. Everyone knew that the new Saint Exalt Bright Tiger had been born. However, it exceeded everyone's expectations. On the second day after Bright Tiger corroborated his Tao, a phenomenon appeared again. A large yellow bull soared to the sky and mooed. The entire Myriad Demons Mountain was shocked once again. This seems to be Commander Big Yellow under Saint Exalt Bull Demon, right? He actually broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too? Too crazy. In just a few short days, two great Saint Exalts actually appeared. This is also too coincidental. How could they break through at the same time? Ordinary true spirits naturally did not know about the matters between the upper echelon. So the impact of two great powerhouses breaking through at the same time was too fantastical to them. For several tens of thousands of years, there was not even one Saint Sovereign Heaven. But within a few short days, two actually broke through at the same time. However, this was merely the beginning. Big Yellow's breakthrough was not over yet when another phenomenon rose to the sky once more on Myriad Demons Mountain. This time, it was a giant elephant. Myriad beasts seethed with excitement. The third Saint Sovereign Heaven. Freaking what on earth is going on? Could it be that the celestial phenomena suddenly changed drastically? We all have a chance to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? The heavens changed. The heavens have really changed. Myriad Demons Mountain has been quiet for too long. This time, it will probably be entering an era of heroes vying for supremacy. Myriad Elephant King's breakthrough completely ignited the Myriad Demons Mountain. They were completely unable to understand why such an inconceivable thing would happen. Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was D-like existence. That was an invincible existence. How many powerful true spirits had this step stumped? But now, it actually became so worthless. A day later, two phenomenons rose to the sky again. This time, everyone was numb. Saint Sovereign Heaven really became cabbages. All the way until 2 days later, when the last phenomenon appeared, people had already become accustomed to it, and it could no longer stir up the slightest wave. In less than 10 days from start to end, 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens broke through at the same time. The phenomenon in the sky was like a fireworks show that never went out, incomparably gorgeous. This spectacular scene was hard for many true spirits to see once all their lives. In the depths of the Myriad Demons Mountain, a shadow cut through the sky and fell on the mountain. What appeared was actually a large bird. An old ape leaning on a walking stick with one hand behind its back slowly walked in front of that shadow. That shadow said, "Old ape, what the H?" L is going on. When did Saint's sovereign heaven become so worthless? The old ape looked at the enormous projections above the sky, his gaze deep as he said, Saint's sovereign heaven is the realm of prying into heaven. It's incomparably difficult. Among 1,000 half-step Saint's sovereign heavens, it's hard for one to be able to break through too. This kind of phenomenon isn't normal. The large bird snorted coldly and said, Nonsense. Does this exalt not know that it isn't normal? I came to find you to ask whether or not you know what happened. The old ape glanced at him and said coolly, That stupid bull found a treasure. The large bird was stunned and said baffledly, Found a treasure? You mean, the old ape had an expression like he was looking at a fool and said coolly, Idiot! What treasure can let 6 true spirits break through to Saint's sovereign heaven at the same time? I'm saying that dumb bull came under the patronage of a big shot. There must be an unfathomable guy by his side. The large bird trembled all over and said, Unfathomable guy. What kind of unfathomable guy can create 6 great Saint's sovereign heavens at the same time? Could it be? He suddenly thought of something and became incomparably excited, because that answer let him see hope too. He and the old ape were both already on the brink of life and death. The 4th Saint's sovereign heaven, Tao tribulation, that could come at any time, they would not be able to tide over no matter what. The old ape drew a deep breath and said with a nod, That's right, grade 5 heavenly alchemist. I didn't expect that a grade 5 heavenly alchemist would actually appear on this rain-clear continent. The large bird stomped its feet, radiating brilliant light, as it said, This stupid cow actually concealed so deeply. No way. We can't resign ourselves to doom. If a grade 5 heavenly alchemist appeared, then we'll have hope of tiding over the 4th Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation. What are you still waiting for, old thing? The old ape shot the large bird a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, How can this level of existence be slighted like this? We can't make a move without being fully prepared. Just wait. The news will come very quickly. Chapter 27:19. Who is Master Yi? Chapter 27:19. Who is Master Yi? Splendor Cloud Mountain's Heavenly Strength King is here. Feng Ji Mountain's Jade Fox Fairy is here. One powerful true spirit after another appeared on Bull Demon Mountain. After the 6 great Saints' sovereign heavens emerged, Saint Exalt Bull Demon summoned all the powerhouses above limitless sublime heavenly stratum on Myriad Demons Mountain to gather at Bull Demon Mountain and hold a Myriad Spirits Summit. This Myriad Spirits Summit was an unprecedented grand occasion. However, different from the past was that the Myriad Spirits Summit this time was not jointly convened by Saint Exalt Bull Demon, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, as well as Saint Exalt Great Rock, 3 great Saint Sovereign. Instead, it was announced by Bull Demon Mountain. This was somewhat intriguing. After the 6 great Saints' sovereign heavens broke through, some true spirits also came to their senses. The 6 great true spirits that broke through to Saint Exalt this time were actually all the half-step Saint sovereign heavens within Saint Exalt Bull Demon's territory. Although Lord Saint Exalts did not care about worldly affairs, their status aloof. Actually, there were divisions of territory among themselves too. Even a fool would also know that the breakthrough this time was unusual, especially those peak Jade Sovereign Heaven and half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. They paid even more attention to this, because they also wanted to know just what was the secret to this breakthrough. Who did not want to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven? At this time, those half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens seated on the left-hand side also started whispering to each other. You guys, even Wild Lion, that fool can break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. So why can't this king? Heavenly Strength King said gloomily. By the side, Snow Wolf King said in a low voice, Huss. H. Plus Heavenly Strength. You don't want your life anymore? Wild Lion is a Lord Saint Exalt now. With his temper, if he heard it, you'll have to die 10 times over. It's fine if you're courting death yourself, but don't drag us to it. Heavenly Strength was filled with fear, only then coming to his senses. He hurriedly said, Apologies, apologies, this king still couldn't quite get used to it in a short while. This king's talent and strength are clearly not inferior to the 6 of them. Yet I keep failing to break through. I really can't reconcile with this. Surprise was surprise, but Heavenly Strength King's words uttered what all of the half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were thinking. The fellows who used to be similar in strength to them broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven suddenly. This sort of thing was indeed somewhat hard to accept. If it was one, that was still fine. After all, this sort of thing required a Ma's Civ lucky chance in the first place. But 6 broke through all at once. They became somewhat unable to accept it. This kind of gap made them go crazy. But the more it was so, the more they scratched their heads, wanting to find the secret of the 6 people breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Since the 6 could break through, then it should also naturally be a cinch for them. Bright Tiger Mountain, Saint Exalt Bright Tiger, is here. Following this roar, everyone's hearts immediately leaped up. Everyone looked towards the entrance and saw Saint Exalt Bright Tiger walking over valiantly and spiritedly. Feeling everyone's eyes focusing on him, Bright Tiger was indescribably full of high spirits. The feeling of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was amazing. Walking past his peers of former days, he felt everyone's complicated gazes and felt even more pleased. He no longer needed to seek Saint Sovereign Heaven out bitterly anymore. But his gaze swept across the seats of honor, and there was only Big Yellow Bull alone. Bright Tiger went over and cupped his fist slightly as he said, "Brother Big Yellow." Big Yellow nodded slightly and said, "You came? Sit." But Bright Tiger did not sit. He smiled and said, "I wonder where Master Yi is? Bright Tiger wants to go and pay respects to him first." Hearing this, everyone felt baffled. Who is Master Yi? The first thing Saint Exalt Bright Tiger did when he came over isn't to pay respects to Saint Exalt Bull Demon, but it was to actually pay respects to this Master Yi. Never heard before that the Myriad Demons Mountain had such a person. Could it be that this Master Yi is actually even stronger than Saint Exalt Bull Demon? Although Bright Tiger had stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven, in terms of strength, he was naturally significantly worse compared to Saint Exalt Bull Demon 3 people. So in everyone's view, the first thing Bright Tiger had to do should be to pay respects to Saint Exalt Bull Demon 3 people. But who on earth was this Master Yi? But Big Yellow laughed and said, "Hoo-hoo, forget about you. Even this Exalt hasn't seen him in a long time too. But today's True Spirit Summit, Master Yi should exit seclusion. At that time, it won't be late for the few of you to pay respects." Bright Tiger said with reverence and awe, "So that's how it is. Master Yi going in close seclusion. There must be a major move. Then Bright Tiger will quietly wait for him to leave seclusion." Finished saying, Bright Tiger came to his seat and sat upright. But Master Yi, this name started to be discussed heatedly by everyone. Very soon, Myriad Elephant King arrived too. After he greeted Big Yellow and Bright Tiger, the first thing he did was also to inquire about Yi Yuan's whereabouts. The 5 of them had just exited seclusion not long and had not paid respects to Yi Yuan yet. So the first thing was naturally to thank Yi Yuan, who bestowed upon them the lucky chance. After getting Big Yellow's answer, Myriad Elephant King sat down idly too. But the name of Master Yi started to get discussed even more heatedly among all the true spirits. Master Yi again. Just what kind of person is this Master Yi? The first thing that 2 great Saint Exalts did when they came here is actually to look for this Master Yi. The other 3 Lord Saint Exalts wouldn't also want to meet Master Yi when they come over, right? There's something odd. Could it be that this Master Yi is a transcendent erudite? The breakthroughs of the 6 great Saint Exalts were all his work? The smart ones already guessed some clues. This was not hard to guess. And following the arrival of Saint Exalt Wild Lion and the rest, it confirmed their guesses even more. As expected, the first thing they did after they came was similarly to pay respects to Master Yi. Hence, Master Yi became the most mysterious existence in everyone's eyes. There were even some people who already guessed Yi Yuan's heavenly alchemist it. One tie, of course, in their eyes, Master Yi was definitely a powerful grade 5 heavenly alchemist existence. Being able to create 6 great saints' sovereign heavens at the same time, this sort of Estonies. H.I. Plussing means could only be accomplished by a legendary grade 5 heavenly alchemist. These half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven and Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven existences all started to become restless. They really want to know just what kind of G.O.D. this legendary Master Yi was. Saint Exalt Giant Ape is here. Saint Exalt Great Rock is here. Hearing these 2 calls, everyone was shocked. They did not expect that these 2 actually came too. One had to know, the Myriad Spirit Summit this time was Saint Exalt Bull Demon acting on his own, without consulting others. This was equivalent to challenging these 2. Everyone guessed that these 2 people's arrival was most likely to cause trouble. If this Myriad Spirits Summit succeeded, who would still take them, these 2 great Saint Exalts, seriously in the future? This time, Big Yellow also got up to greet heartily, saying with a smile, Saint Exalt Giant Ape, Saint Exalt Great Rock, the 2 of you arriving really honors the humble Bull Demon Mountain with your presence. Giant Ape leaned on the walking stick, smiling radiantly as he said, What's younger brother saying? At present, if this Bull Demon Mountain is considered humble, then wouldn't the 2 of our residences become ragged? Saint Exalt Great Rock also smiled and said, I haven't congratulated younger brother Big Yellow yet for becoming our peer. Big Yellow hurriedly smiled and said, I dare not, dare not. 2 brothers are Big Yellow's dear elder brothers. This conversation made everyone stare in bewilderment. Chapter 2720. Paying Respects to Master Yi. Chapter 2720. Paying Respects to Master Yi. No one expected that Saint Exalt Giant Ape and Saint Exalt Great Rock would actually be so polite. Big Yellow was these 2 people's junior. Even if he became a Saint Exalt now, he still did not have the capital to be proud in front of the 2 of them. But they were courteous. When these 2 were talking, they completely put Big Yellow on the same level of footing as them. The people have pretty much already arrived. Why hasn't younger brother Bull Demon shown himself yet? Saint Exalt Giant Ape said. His voice had yet to fade when a powerful aura arrived with a howl. The expressions of Giant Ape and Great Rock changed abruptly, looking at the arrival in shock. This old bull actually broke through. Great Rock said with a look of disbelief. Saint Exalt Giant Ape's eyes were also glimmering as he said, Looks like this Exalt's guess was right. Haha, old ape, damn bird, it's still this Exalt who took this step first. Saint Exalt Bull Demon landed on the ground and looked at the 2 smugly as he said. The 3 people had fought for many years and had always been running neck to neck. Now he took this step first out of the 3. He naturally had the intention of showing off a little. Hearing this, the faces of the 2 great Saint Exalts became black as the bottom of a pot, but they did not dare to express anything. After Saint Sovereign Heaven, wanting to advance a step was seriously far too difficult. The 3 of them spent several tens of thousands of years and only reached peak Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven too. But now, Saint Exalt Bull Demon already broke through from Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven first. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was already the well-deserving king of the Myriad Demons Mountain. Giant Ape and Great Rock also looked forward to the grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist behind Saint Exalt Bull Demon even more because of this. No matter how great a price they had to pay, they would also have to cozy up to this grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. Bull Demon, you don't have to be so pleased with yourself. It isn't that your talent surpasses the 2 of us. It's just that you were lucky and encountered a grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. That's all. As long as this master is willing to take action, could it be that the 2 of us can't break through? Great Rock said with a cold snort. Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist? Saint Exalt Bull Demon was taken aback, and immediately his face revealed a playful smile. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novelful. Thanks. These 2 guys did not know the inside story and actually thought that Yi Yuan was a grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. However, it was not strange either. There were probably many grade 5 heavenly alchemists who could not even match up to Yi Yuan's means. Seeing Saint Exalt Bull Demon's expression, Saint Exalt Giant Ape sneered and said, "Why? Do you take the two of us to be fools? Already at this point, do you still want to hoard it for yourself?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly and said, "You two old things, even if I were to really hoard it for myself, what can you guys do to me? That's right. It's indeed not easy for this Exalt to kill you guys. But if you really piss this Exalt off, you guys probably won't be able to remain on Myriad Demons Mountain anymore, right? Could it be that you guys can still break through and come back to take revenge?" The words made the two great Saint Exalts very depressed. Although Saint Exalt Bull Demon broke through, it was not easy if he really wanted to kill the two of them. But with Saint Exalt Bull Demon's current strength, they would not be able to remain in the Myriad Demons Mountain if they wanted to. Seeing the two people's deflated expressions, Saint Exalt Bull Demon was very pleased with himself. You guys rest assured, I old bull isn't that kind of narrow-minded person. Without you two old things, this Exalt will also find it a lot less fun. Younger brother Yi is currently preparing to exit seclusion. He'll come over right away. As for whether or not you can let him take action, it will depend on yourselves. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a laugh. Younger brother? When Giant Ape 2 people heard this, they carried some doubt amidst their excitement. This old bull actually dared to address the other party as a younger brother? But Saint Exalt Bull Demon ignored the two people's doubtfulness. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he said in a loud voice, I believe that everyone also knows that 6 Saint Exalt have broken through in succession within a few days on our Myriad Demons Mountain. Therefore, the arrangement of this Myriad Demons Mountain will naturally have to undergo a huge change. Convening everyone today is to address this. The words made everyone become nervous. The size of one's territory was not just the manifestation of one's status. There were many genuine benefits. Coming here today was clearly to break the original rules and re-establish new rules. This way, it would change everyone's interests. It concerned each of their true spirit's interests. Giant Ape 2 people wanted to say something, but shut their mouths sensibly. Now, it was already not what they could order people to do. From today onwards, all Saint Exalts will no longer have any territory, only their own fiefdoms. All of the Myriad Demons Mountains territories will be distributed to those below Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Exalt Bull Demon's words immediately caused huge waves. Myriad Demons Mountain, the 3 great Saint Exalts occupied close to 70% of the territory. Now, they were actually going to take out all 70% of this territory for everyone. The expressions of Giant Ape and Great Rock 2 Saint Exalts were indescribably ugly. However, they also knew that Saint Exalt Bull Demon definitely still had something else to add on. This guy did not run a charity. Sure enough, Saint Exalt Bull Demon continued. From now on, the Myriad Demons Mountain will set up an All-Saint Temple. All Saint Exalts will belong to the All-Saint Temple. Those whose strengths reach half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven can enter the All-Saint Temple and become guest retainers. From now on, no matter which territory, you all have to hand over resources that are grade 3 and above to the All-Saint Temple, and the All-Saint Temple will distribute them uniformly. The moment these words came out, the expressions of all the true spirits changed. All-Saint Temple, this move was too ruthless. This was equivalent to monopolizing all of the high-level resources. Rather, it was the Saint Exalts whose eyes suddenly lit up. This was tantamount to concentrating the resources of the entire Myriad Demons Mountain to support the few great Saint Exalts. This was absolutely a great thing for Saint Exalts. Many true spirits showed dissatisfied expressions. But in this jungle, whatever a Saint Exalt said, that was it. They were not allowed to refute it. Right at this time, a human figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Human? Why would there be a human here? A lower jade, Sovereign Heaven, actually barged into the True Spirit Summit. Is he courting death? This human was naturally the Yi Yuan who had just exited seclusion. These few days, his 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist had some insights again, so he went into close seclusion for a few days. Seeing Yi Yuan, Saint Exalt Bull Demon smiled and said, "Didn't you guys want to meet the expert behind me? He's already here." Saint Exalt Great Rock was taken aback and said with a black face, "Old Bull, do you think that having broken through, you can toy with us? How can a mere lower jade, sovereign heaven possibly be a grade 5 heavenly alchemist?" Giant Ape also had an unfriendly expression as he said, "Bull Demon, you're going too far. Randomly finding a human to brush us off?" Jade Sovereign Heavens were powerhouses of a region in the Myriad Demons Mountain too. But they were nothing at all in the eyes of the two great Saint Exalts. So the first thing the two of them felt was that Saint Exalt Bull Demon was toying with them. But just as they flew into a thunderous rage, the six great Saint Exalts that just broke through left their seats in unison and dashed over toward Yi Yuan like the wind, scrambling to be the first. Newly ascended Saint Exalt Bright Tiger specially came to pay respects to Master Yi. Newly ascended Saint Exalt Big Yellow specially came to pay respects to Master Yi. The six great Saint Exalts surrounded Yi Yuan, directly bowing all the way down. That appearance was incomparably devout. This entire mountain of true spirit powerhouses, plus Giant Ape and Great Rock, two Saint Exalts, were utterly stunned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 27-21, Returning to Heavenly South. Chapter 27-21, Returning to Heavenly South. What? He's Master Yi? What a joke. A lower jade, sovereign heaven created six great Saint Exalts and even made Saint Exalt Bull Demon break through? But being able to make six great Saint Exalts so respectful, who else can it be if it isn't him? Your father thought of a million possibilities, but the only thing that I didn't think of is that what let six great Saint Exalt break through was actually a lower jade, sovereign heaven. The actions of the six great Saint Exalts caused an uproar in the entire Myriad Spirit Summit. Prior to this, the outside world had many speculations. But no matter what, no one could have predicted that the initiator of all this was actually a lower jade, sovereign heaven. Not saying that Jade Sovereign Heavens could not do it, but that Jade Sovereign Heaven to Saint Sovereign Heaven, this step in itself was already incredibly difficult. Why did he have to be able to let so many powerhouses break through? But the reactions of the six great Saint Exalts were also truly telling them that it was Yi Yuan. If it was a joke, then this joke would be too much. How in? Oh, Blee was the status of a Saint Exalt powerhouse. Even if it was Saint Exalt Bull Demon's order, they believed that it was impossible for the six great Saint Exalts to coordinate this play too. Giant Ape, two people stared dumbfoundedly, while Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I knew that you guys would have this expression. Do you guys know that when this Exalt saw younger brother Ye's methods back then, my expression looked exactly like yours? But how is this possible?" Saint Exalt Giant Ape still did not dare to believe it, as he said, "Nothing is impossible. You all are simply unable to imagine younger brother Ye's methods." Saint Exalt Bull Demon said with a smile. Over there, when Yi Yuan saw the six people, he smiled and said, "All of you broke through. I've also fulfilled my promise back then." Bright Tiger said in fear and trepidation, "It was us who had eyes but couldn't see, almost harming Master Ye's life. Sinful, sinful." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Who can resist the lucky chance of Saint Sovereign Heaven? That wasn't your fault." Although the six people broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, their respect toward Yi Yuan grew even more. Firstly, Yi Yuan repaid evil with good. The quality of the precious jade, heavenly sacred pill that he gave them was extremely high without skimping out at all. Secondly, they already knew now that Saint Sovereign Heavens had to face the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation. There were still many areas to rely on Yi Yuan in the future. This was also the reason why heavenly alchemists were respected by all. Younger brother Yi came at the right time. This Exalt will announce it together. This Exalt will some responsibility of the All Saint Temple's Temple Lord. Younger brother Yi will be this All Saint Temple's honorary Temple Lord, all authority and interests being equal to this Exalt. Saint Exalt Bull Demon came down to personally receive Yi Yuan. Grabbing hold of his wrist, he pulled him to sit down beside him. Yi Yuan had a baffled look too, but it sounded pretty good. There was naturally no one who dared to have objections. The myriad spirits summit ended. All the true spirits dispersed. Saint Exalt Giant Ape could not hold back anymore as well. Brother Yi, this Exalt has prepared a small gift. Please accept it. Giant Ape took out a spatial bracelet and handed it over to Yi Yuan with a smile. Brother Yi, inside here is virtually all of this Exalt's sets. If you're interested in it, this Exalt wants to request a heavenly pill from you. Great Rock was not willing to show weakness too, as he said. These two have also put down blood capital in order to obtain Yi Yuan's heavenly pill. Yi Yuan smiled and pushed the gift back and said, "Two Saint Exalts, this Yi doesn't want your things." When the two heard that, their expressions could not help changing drastically. Brother Yi, what this old bull can give you, we can also give you. Why do this? Saint Exalt Giant Ape said in puzzlement. His gift was prepared according to the standard of grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. To Yi Yuan, this Jade Sovereign Heaven, it definitely had sufficient appeal. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually did not even look at it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can help you all refine heavenly pills, and I don't want your gifts either. I just want you guys to owe me a favor. Well, I need your help. You all need to help me take action once." Even a fool also knew that this favor was probably not easy to repay. However, no matter how difficult it was to repay, it was also better than dying under the Tao tribulation. Therefore, the two did not hesitate in the slightest and agreed. After Giant Ape, two people obtained Yi Yuan's promise. They were not willing to stay a second longer and immediately took their leave and left. Time was important for one's cultivation realm. Younger brother Yi, what are your plans next? Saint Exalt Bull Demon asked. Yi Yuan said, I plan on making a trip back to Heavenly South first. Then I'll set off for the 5 great heavenly regions. Saint Exalt Bull Demon nodded his head and said, Amen. Whatever you need Big Brother to help with, feel free to speak up. Your business is Big Brother's business. He was not a fool. Yi Yuan rejected Giant Ape 2 people's astronomical gifts in only exchange for a favor. He must be shouldering a lot on him. Yi Yuan was not melodramatic either, saying with a smile, Big Brother rest assured. This younger brother won't be courteous. After spending a long time together, Yi Yuan more or less had some understanding of Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disposition. Although he was powerful, his personality was straightforward and was not disagreeable, very easy to get along with. He showed great kindness to him. He naturally would not look on with folded arms. Bright Tiger opened his mouth and said, Since Master Yi wants to return to Heavenly South, the 5 of us will also go together. After all, the 5 of us have committed many evil deeds in Heavenly South. We can take this chance to go and make an apology to them this time. Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to not allow this request. He had to give an explanation to the lives that died in vain in Heavenly South. After several days, Yi Yuan brought the 5 great Saint Exalts and set off the road back to Heavenly South. In a deep mountain at the borders of Heavenly South, all of a sudden, an Astonies. Plusing aura rose to the sky. The terrifying pressure made the birds and beasts scatter everywhere. Above the sky, a phenomenon descended from heaven. It was precisely the signs of having broken through to Saint's sovereign heaven. Half a month later, a figure rose to the sky and let out a wild laugh. That laughter shook until heaven and earth changed colors. Meng Frostwind, have finally taken this step. This is Saint's sovereign heaven. What a miraculous power. I feel that with a wave of my hand now. It's Heavenly Tao. Bright Tiger, the 5 of you animals hunted this Exalt down until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. Today, this Exalt stepped into Saint's sovereign heaven. I'll definitely make you all pay a terrible price. This powerhouse who broke through to Saint's sovereign heaven was precisely the heavenly South City Lord, Mang Frostwind, who used despicable means back then and scammed the 5 great half-steps Saint's sovereign heavens. He consumed the sacred destiny pill and experienced 50 years of bitter cultivation in close seclusion. Finally, he gained sudden enlightenment and stepped into his long-cherished goal of Saint's sovereign heaven. Actually, he naturally knew about the 5 great half-steps Saint's sovereign heavens leading an army to bathe heavenly South in blood. At that time, he had not found the place to enter close seclusion yet and was currently wandering around in the land of heavenly South. But he did not come forward. He let the land of heavenly South to have blood flow in rivers. According to his plans, after he broke through to Saint's sovereign heaven, he would find the 5 people again to take revenge. Mang Frostwind's gaze looked in the direction of heavenly South City and said in a solemn voice, 50 years have said. I don't know how many people are still remaining in heavenly South City. This exalt has become an exalted Saint Sovereign now. It won't be considered too late to rally my forces and start affairs. Plus I'll go recapture the land of heavenly South first, and then march troops northward. I'll let these guys have a taste of a bloodbath too. Thinking up to here, he no longer remained, his figure leaping and disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 27-22, Flaunting Prowess. Chapter 27-22, Flaunting Prowess. Heavenly South City Lord, Zhao Sun, pay respects to 5 Lord Saint Exalts. Seeing the 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens behind Yi Yuan, tumultuous waves stirred in Zhao Sun's heart. Yi Yuan really did it. These are 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. This is the cultivation realm that everyone tried their utmost to achieve, even in their sleep, but could not attain. The present heavenly South City, he was shouldering both the responsibility of City Lord and Hall Master. Younger brother doesn't need to be so polite. We came this time to apologize. Bright Tiger said with a smile. Yeah, 50 years ago, it was the few of us who had a few screws loose in our heads to have done that sort of stupid thing. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat said. We brought some gifts here this time to express our apology. Hope that younger brother Zhao will forgive, Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant said. The 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens repeatedly calling him as their younger brother made Zhao Sun's head spin. Lord Saint Exalts were actually calling him as their younger brother. Furthermore, they actually came to apologize. When the world happened, in reality, Zhao Sun and the rest all thought that Yi Yuan would not be able to come back. But now, not only did Yi Yuan come back, the 5 Exalts Tudes were good until it made people feel somewhat overwhelmed. Lord Saint Exalts are too courteous. Here isn't the place to chat. Please enter the city to talk. Zhao Sun did not dare to be neglectful, but he still showed enough courtesy. After all, they were 5 Saint Exalts. Being called brother by 5 Saint Exalts, Zhao Sun felt indescribably uncomfortable from head to toe. Master Yi, please. But the few people did not dare to go first, letting Yi Yuan go first. Zhao Sun's eye, as popped out. Third Hall Master is really too impressive. The 5 great Saint Exalts are actually so respectful towards him. Back then, when the 5 kings attacked Heavenly Stratum, how full of high spirits were they? Now, they broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, but became very courteous. TSK. Third Hall Master pacified the Thistle South Sea region and subdued the myriad demons mountain now. Our heavenly South City has no worries anymore. When the powerhouses in the city saw this scene, beyond the shock, each and every one of them had a sense of pride that arose spontaneously. Heavenly South had always been surviving between the crevices of the North and South, 2 major forces, living very oppressed. But ever since Yi Yuan's arrival, everything changed. Yi Yuan made a trip to Thistle South Sea region. The Thistle South Sea region dispatched an envoy, expressing that they would never invade Heavenly South. Yi Yuan made a trip to the Myriad Demons Mountain. 5 Saint Exalts came in person to apologize. This Third Hall Master was really a D-like figure. After entering the city, there naturally could not dispense with some small talk. While talking, the five great Saint Exalts were all very humble, which also made Zhao Sun and the rest sighed endlessly. They knew that the five great Saint Exalts were looking at the account of Yi Yuan's face. Thinking about it again now, Meng Frostwind really rejected what was under his nose to seek something far away. There was clearly an amazing figure right under his eyelids, but he used an extremely deplorable method to imprint himself in people's impressions. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, enveloping the entire Heavenly South City. Whoever's the city lord in Heavenly South City now? This exalt is Meng Frostwind. Why haven't you come to pay respects in haste? An earth-shaking voice reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly South City. It was actually Meng Frostwind who had arrived. Within City Lord Manor, everyone had looks of surprise on their faces. City Lord Meng, he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, Zhao Sun said in surprise. No matter what, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was not a trivial matter, especially that this was the land of Heavenly South's first Saint Sovereign Heaven. But Wu Jian had a disdainful look as he said, "Humph, this in thing still has the face to come back. If not for him, how could my land of Heavenly South be plunged into an abyss of suffering?" Song Tianyang also said, "Back then, when blood flowed like rivers in Heavenly South, he behaved like a cowardly tortoise. Now that he broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, he wants to come back and be the city lord. Hell, what a fine plan." With regards to Meng Frostwind's conduct, the present Heavenly South City was extremely disdainful. When Bright Tiger and the others heard Meng Frostwind report his name, they were long already burning with fury in their hearts. This despicable villain is finally willing to show himself. He probably didn't expect that the five of us broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven at the same time, right? Go out together and take care of this guy," Bright Tiger said in a great rage. The few people were just about to move, but heard Yi Yuan smile and say, "No hurry." This Meng Frostwind came back to show off his prestige. How unpleasant would it be if we don't let him enjoy himself to the fullest? Moreover, if you all go out like this, it's very easy to scare him away. The moment Bright Tiger and the rest heard, they could not help secretly nodding, thinking to themselves that it was still Yi Yuan who was meticulous. Fighting 1 versus 5 seemed to be overwhelming, but Russ. Plussing over like this, it was very easy to scare Meng Frostwind away. If a Saint Sovereign Heaven wanted to run, it would really not be easy to kill. But if they suddenly pulled an unusual move and surrounded him, it would not be that easy if Meng Frostwind wanted to run. It's still Master Yi who's impressive. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat gave a thumbs up as he said. Yi Yuan said to Zhao Sun, "Come, let's go meet this city lord." Zhao Sun nodded slightly and followed Yi Yuan out of the door. Stepping up into the air, Yi Yuan saw a middle-aged man in blue robes, both hands behind his back and eyes turned to the sky, an appearance as if body on earth could beat him. This was still his first time seeing Meng Frostwind. The first impression that he gave Yi Yuan was that of a villain intoxicated by success. Maybe he was not like this in the past, but now it was indeed how he looked like. Meng Frostwind clearly noticed the two people as well. His gaze turned sullen, and he said, "Amen? Zhao Sun, I didn't expect that you actually broke through. Looks like Heavenly South City's person in charge now, is you? However, why haven't you guys offered greetings when you see this exalt?" Talking toward the back, Meng Frostwind's two eyes glared, a powerful pressure hitting them head-on. Zhao Sun gave a cold snort and said, "Meng Frostwind, you still have the face to come back. Do you know that 50 years ago, the entire land of Heavenly South was almost plunged into an abyss of suffering because of you?" Meng Frostwind did not care in the slightest and said coolly, "A mere group of ants. If they died, they died. What's the big deal? Could it be that a bunch of ants is more important than this exalt breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Moreover, isn't this Heavenly South City perfectly fine? In reality, when Meng Frostwind descended upon Heavenly South City, he was quite surprised too. Heavenly South City was actually completely intact. Waves of powerful auras came from the city. It seemed like the losses were not too big. Back then, myriad spirits were in a mighty contingent. He had seen before that power with his own eyes. It actually failed to destroy Heavenly South City. However, no matter what, it was for the best that it was not destroyed. It was not to the extent of making him take over a broken-down stall. You're really brazen. Seeing that Meng Frostwind did not have the slightest remorse, Zhao Sun could not help but get angry. Meng Frostwind said coolly, "Those 5 brutes are powerful. This Exalt wasn't their match back then. But now, this Exalt has already broken through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. I'm the true ruler of this land, of Heavenly South. It's also time to find them to seek revenge." "Oh, right, who's this boy beside you? He looks a little unfamiliar." Zhao Sun said in a solemn voice. "He's called Yi Yuan. You should have heard of him before." Meng Frostwind's brows furrowed slightly. Seemingly remembering something, he smiled and said, "So, it's that alchemy genius. This Exalt was in a hurry to enter the mystic realm back then and didn't have the chance to meet you. Not bad, not bad. You'll follow this Exalt in the future." When Zhao Sun heard that, he could not help rolling his eyes. How had he never discovered how KY this guy was in the past? Chapter 27-23, Lousy Sacred Destiny Pill. Chapter 27-23, Lousy Sacred Destiny Pill. Follow you? He had 5 great Saint Exalts following behind him. Where did you get the courage to dare call such an existence to follow you? One had to know. There were only 3 great Saint Exalts on the entire Myriad Demons Mountain before this. Truly, the ignorant were fearless. Yi Yuan did not get angry, but he looked at Meng Frostwind and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Have me follow you? I wonder what benefits can you give me?" Meng Frostwind flicked his sleeves grandly and said coolly, "I heard that your strength in refining heavenly pills. Even Zhao Sun admires you greatly. Since that's the case, you can be this Heavenly South Pill Hall's Hall Master then." Meng Frostwind even thought that Yi Yuan would be moved, having given him an irresistible condition. Zhao Sun letting loose a torrent of abuse towards him earlier already made him give rise to feelings of detest. If it were before, he would have tolerated it. But now, he was revered as a Saint Exalt. Why would he care about a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven? Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Just a Heavenly South Pill Hall's Hall Master? Not enough." Meng Frostwind sneered and said, "Ha, what high-sounding sentiments. Then you tell me what you want." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I want you to kneel down and admit your fault in front of this entire city's martial artists." Meng Frostwind's expression turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, you dare to play with this Exalt? Do you know that this Exalt is presently this land of Heavenly South's only Saint Sovereign Heaven? Everyone's life and death are all at one thought of this Exalt." Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a faint smile, "Playing? I don't have this spare time to play with you, this shameless thing." Meng Frostwind was enraged when he heard that and said, "Boy, you're really terrific to actually dare provoke a Saint Sovereign Heaven." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Is Saint Sovereign Heaven very impressive? Then you take a look if Saint Sovereign is really very impressive or not." Meng Frostwind shouted coldly, the aura of Saint Sovereign Heaven suddenly releasing. The entire Heavenly South City felt the terrifying pressure. Saint Sovereign Heaven was too terrifying. In the midst of this violent storm, even Zhao Sun, this half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, seemed unbelievably weak too. "Ha, Saint Sovereign Heaven, how impressive. This Exalt is really scared." Amidst a loud laughter, Saint Exalt Bright Tiger appeared. Meng Frostwind's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "You broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too? This isn't possible. TSK, Saint Sovereign Heaven, really amazing. And it looks like this Exalt is very amazing too." With a playful smile, Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant showed himself too. And the direction in which he appeared was at an angle with Saint Exalt Bright Tiger, blocking half of Meng Frostwind's retreat routes. Seeing Saint Exalt Myriad Elephant, Meng Frostwind's heart twitched heavily. You broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven too? Meng Frostwind, you seem very surprised. Isn't it just breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Look how it got you all excited. Saint Exalt Heavenly Rat appeared and said. Meng Frostwind felt that his breathing became somewhat unsmooth. Saint Sovereign Heaven, he only S-N-A-T-C. Head away the lucky chance from these few people after going through all kinds of hards. H-I plus P-S and difficulties, corroborating his Tao and becoming a Saint Sovereign Heaven. But who knew that 50 years of closed seclusion, after exiting seclusion, everything changed. He thought that he could trample on these 5 great true spirits after leaving seclusion. But who would have expected that 3 out of the 5 broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? TSK, a half-baked Saint Sovereign Heaven like you actually wants to make Master Yi follow you too. Your head was kicked by a donkey, right? Sorry about that. I insulted the donkey, Saint Exalt Wild Lion said disdainfully. Following Saint Exalt Wild Lion and Saint Exalt Giant Deer showing themselves, Meng Frostwind's eye. A-L-L-S popped out. You all actually broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven? Meng Frostwind felt that this world was too terrifying. 5 great true spirits all broke through. Then what did the lucky chance that he racked his brains to get count for? Meng Frostwind had a feeling of incredibly bad luck now. Saint Exalt Bright Tiger looked at Meng Frostwind and said with a smile that was not a smile, You seem very surprised? When you S-N-A-T-C head away the sacred destiny pill back then, you didn't expect that there would be today, right? Didn't you say just now that you wanted to find the 5 of us to take revenge? Now we'll give you this chance. The 5 of them had already formed an encirclement. Even if the movement technique of a Saint Sovereign Heaven was extremely fast, it was also impossible to escape. Meng Frostwind was filled with fear, only then realizing that he was in danger. Just now, he was really too surprised. When did Saint Sovereign Heavens become cabbages? How on earth did you all achieve it? Meng Frostwind could not figure out after racking his brains and said. Bright Tiger laughed loudly and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, You idiot, you only cared about plotting against us but didn't know that the real D was right under your eyelids. Master Ye's alchemy Tao has the ability to access heaven and penetrate the earth. The 5 of us broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven all thanks to him. What does a mere sacred destiny pill count for? It's you? Impossible. Meng Frostwind's entire body trembled, and he looked toward Yi Yuan in disbelief. These 5 great Saint Sovereign Heavens were actually created by a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven? How is this possible? If a grade 4 heavenly alchemist could create Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, then Saint Sovereign Heavens would be all over the place. Bright Tiger smiled and said, Whether to believe it or not, it's up to you. But right now, we'll beat you down first before talking. Brothers, do it. Right on. Wild Lion few people rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, each and every one glaring like ravening tigers. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 people did not hesitate in the slightest, making a move at virtually the same time. Such power, when had the powerhouses in the city seen it before? That terrifying undulation was akin to gorgeous fireworks in the sky, being beautiful to the extreme. Meng Frostwind's expression changed drastically and could only respond passively. His retreat routes were all blocked off. He could only teeter on his feet. But the infuriating thing was that he discovered that he did not have the strength to fight back at all in front of these 5 people. Hang on, why is this guy so weak? Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Wild Lion frowned and said, exchanging blows earlier, he discovered that Meng Frostwind's strength was far worse than his. One had to know, when they were at half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, Meng Frostwind's strength was comparable to that of Bright Tiger King. Otherwise, How could the five of them find him to go together? But having likewise broken through to Saint's sovereign heaven, he discovered that his opponent's strength was unbelievably weak. At most, he only had 70% of his strength. Strange. Hide my ass. How can a mere sacred destiny pill be mentioned in the same breath with Master, yes, precious jade, heavenly sacred pill? When we broke through to Saint's sovereign heaven, we practically excavated all the potential in our bodies. That lousy sacred destiny pill was only 3rd or 4th grade. So how can it consolidate the cultivation realm and consolidate the foundation? Bright Tiger scolded with a smile. Saint Exalt Wild Lion came to a sudden realization and said, "Ah, so that's how it is. This guy really lost a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. I reckon that I can take him down by myself. Fool. An idiot. Ha ha." Even breakthroughs were different too. Otherwise, how could the quality of medicinal pills demonstrate a difference? A true grade heavenly pill, the medicinal effect was often beyond comprehension. It was not what a sacred destiny pill could compare to at all. 5 great Saint Exalts taking action at the same time. Meng Frostwind was beaten until he vomited blood repeatedly. He only had the power of parrying. So how could he have the strength to fight back? If not for the 5 great Saint Exalts showing mercy, he would have long already kicked the bucket. He did everything possible to break through to Saint's sovereign heaven, but he was crippled without even getting to perform posturing. All right, that's about enough. Leave him with his wretched life. I want him to kneel down and apologize to all the martial artists in the city. Yi Yuan said loudly. Chapter 27-24. You can't harness it. Chapter 27-24. You can't harness it on the flat road. 1 human and 1 bull were currently advancing, seemingly slow, but in reality, they were fast. The bull was Big Yellow. The human was naturally Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan left the mountain, Big Yellow took the initiative to ask to follow and serve as a mount for Yi Yuan. Clearly, Big Yellow already determined that Yi Yuan was not someone who belonged in a shallow pond. That was why he was willing to serve as his mount. After all, being able to create 6 great Saint sovereign heavens at the realm of Jade sovereign heaven, he did not even dare to imagine such a thing before. Then what if Yi Yuan broke through to Saint sovereign heaven in the future? One had to know, Saint sovereign heaven was not the end outcome. On the contrary, Saint sovereign heaven was the road to destruction instead. Not advancing would be death. With regards to this, Saint Exalt Bull Demon naturally did not have objections. With Big Yellow breaking through to Saint sovereign heaven, his status was already different from before. Furthermore, he also needed Big Yellow to maintain the relations. H.I. plus P with Yi Yuan. Meng Frostwind did not die. He had his cultivation crippled and was tied up in the center of Heavenly South City, being spat on and cursed by everyone. Afterward, Saint Exalt Bright Tiger announced to Heavenly South City on behalf of the All Saint Temple that they would never invade. Ever since then, Yi Yuan had actually already become the uncrowned king of Heavenly South City. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Sun or the City Lord Manor, they were extremely respectful toward Yi Yuan. One could say that he completely eradicated the 2 diseases in Heavenly South's heart with his power alone. The current Yi Yuan already arrived at True Young Heavenly Domain, a headlight, Jade True Heavenly Sect. Returning to the 5 great heavenly regions, Yi Yuan's plan was to make a trip back to the Heavenspan world first, and then to help Yu Mengli, they all reach Heavenly Stratum. Then he would learn more about the Pill Alliance's exact situation and enact revenge. It had already been a few days since he returned to 5 great heavenly regions. Yi Yuan heard rumors, but also felt the power of the present Pill Alliance. The present 5 great heavenly regions had already fallen completely under the control of the Pill Alliance. They had also walked to the front of the stage from behind the scenes. 5 great heavenly regions. No matter how brilliant the heavenly sect in the past, they all submitted at the feet of the Pill Alliance now. The current Pill Alliance controlled all of the 5 great heavenly regions' alchemy resources. Regardless of whether it was heavenly alchemist or heavenly medicine, it was virtually all under the control of the Pill Alliance. For those former major sects, the Pill Alliance sent powerful heavenly alchemists to hold down the fort, naming them First Seats. The status of First Seats was even above the sect masters. It was actually equivalent to making the sect master a figurehead. Whichever sect was insubordinate would be directly destroyed. During these over 100 years, there had already been several disobedient sects that had completely disappeared. In the course of time, no one dared to resist anymore as well. Of course, these were just the general assumptions that Yi Yuan made. He understood that the real game of the 5 great heavenly regions was still between the saints' sovereign heavens. This level of game was not what the average person could access. Suddenly, a sloppy Taoist dressed in gray Taoist robes rode on a giant eagle and whizzed past Yi Yuan's head. But very soon, he turned back and landed in front of Yi Yuan. The sloppy Taoist said with a sincere look, "Little brother, I'll use my purple-winged black-pupiled eagle to exchange for your large yellow bull. All right?" This purple-winged black-pupiled eagle's aura was very powerful. It was actually at the realm of upper jade sovereign heaven. For this sloppy Taoist to be able to subdue this level of true spirit, his strength was naturally extraordinary. It was just that he used a jade sovereign heaven eagle to exchange for a saint sovereign heaven bull. It was really blind as H-E-L-L. Of course, it was also that big yellow restrained his aura, looking just like an ordinary large yellow bull. The sloppy Taoist could not see through the actual situation at all, but he swept with his divine sense earlier and discovered that this large yellow bull seemed to be very extraordinary. That was why he had this thought. When the purple-winged, black-pupiled eagle heard the sloppy Taoist's words, it seemed to be very displeased and cried a few times. Yi Yuan did not even look at the sloppy Taoist and said coolly, "Not exchanging." The sloppy Taoist was not annoyed either, saying with a chuckle, Taoist Wu Fang is most proficient in beast-taming techniques. Little brother, this large yellow bull is a wanton waste of D's good gifts by following you. You using an ordinary large yellow bull to exchange for an upper jade, sovereign heaven, purple-winged, black-pupiled eagle is a big win. Only then did Yi Yuan give him a glance and said lightly, "You can't control him." Taoist Wu Fang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Little brother, I'm not bragging. There really aren't more than a few true spirits on this rain-clear continent that I can't control." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Oh, then you give it a try?" Taoist Wu Fang had a confident look as he said, Little brother, I'll let you broaden your horizons today." Yi Yuan got off the bull. Taoist Wu Fang had the intention of showing off too. He then recited a spell. A powerful origin divinity power suddenly bloomed. Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He did not expect that he could actually see such a powerful soul technique here. But this soul technique seemed to specifically target true spirits. Of course, this soul technique was not worth mentioning at all in front of Yi Yuan's divine emergence. Spirit controlling art, go. Taoist Wu Fang roared loudly, firing out streams of origin divinity power, sinking into Big Yellow's sea of consciousness. In the beginning, Big Yellow still had his eyes open. Taoist Wu Fang, bustling around for the greater part of the day, actually made Big Yellow a little sleepy. Yi Yuan could feel that this spirit-controlling art was really quite powerful. If it were an ordinary true spirit, as long as its origin divinity was not as powerful as Taoist Wu Fang's, even if its strength was stronger than him, it would probably suck. MB2. But Big Yellow was Saint's sovereign heaven. The origin divinity of a saint's sovereign heaven was completely not what a jade sovereign heaven could imagine after experiencing the baptism of the power of great Tao. It was just that Taoist Wu Fang did not know it all. When he saw Big Yellow shut his eyes, it was exactly the same as when subduing other true spirits. He could not help being overjoyed. What made him even happier was that this large yellow bull actually did not resist at all. Little brother saw that. Taoist Wu Fang was pleased with himself for a while and was about to go forward and pull Big Yellow. The moment his hand touched Big Yellow's horn, it startled Big Yellow awake at once. Hence, Big Yellow's bullhose directly kicked on a Taoist Wufang's chest. Taoist Wufang only felt as if a large mountain had smashed against his chest. Spurting a mouthful of fresh blood, he flew a mile away. It was also that Big Yellow only employed the power of his physical body. Otherwise, this kick could have claimed his life. When Yi Yuan saw it, he could not help laughing and said, "I said that you can't control him." Taoist Wufang struggled to his feet. Looking at Big Yellow with a horrified expression, he said, How is this possible? There's actually a true spirit that can block my spirit-controlling art." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, Big Yellow is well-behaved, but you shouldn't bully a well-behaved bull. Otherwise, the consequences will be very severe. Let's go." Taoist Wufang's entire body trembled, and he hurriedly mounted the purple-winged, black-pupiled eagle and kept pace with Yi Yuan. "Little brother, where did you get this large yellow bull?" Taoist Wufang asked while vomiting blood. "Myriad Demons Mountain," Yi Yuan said coolly. Taoist Wufang's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "Little brother, being able to block my spirit-controlling art, this large yellow bull is definitely of a chaos aberrant. In the future, its accomplishments will be immeasurable." Taoist Wufang also could not be blamed for not thinking of it. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens were there on the entire rain-clear continent? He definitely could not imagine that this ordinary large yellow bull in front of him was actually a Saint Exalt. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I don't need you to tell me this. Little brother, going to Jade True Heavenly Sect too, right? Why don't we go together?" Taoist Wufang said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said, "How did you know?" Chapter 27-25, Big Yellow, Step on Him. Chapter 27-25, Big Yellow, Step on Him. You don't know. This time, it was Taoist Wufang's turn to be surprised. Jade True Heavenly Sect widely distributed hero invitations, inviting experts at Jade Sovereign Heaven and above to explore a mystic realm together. Now, there are numerous experts currently heading to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "What kind of mystic realm is it that even the Jade True Heavenly Sect can't handle?" Taoist Wufang shook his head and said, "Jade True Heavenly Sect kept a tight lid on it. We currently don't know the situation yet, but they let out rumors that there might be a grand mist treasure coming into being this time. Furthermore, there's even the lucky chance to become a saint. So that's how it is. Regardless of whether it was a grand mist treasure or the lucky chance to become a saint, it was very attractive to Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This kind of precious treasure, most likely the Jade True Heavenly Sect would not be able to swallow it by themselves too. Although the Jade True Heavenly Sect had flourished for a period of time, they had already declined now. Of course, these two things did not have the slightest appeal to Yi Yuan. This sloppy Taoist was extremely interested in Big Yellow. Hence, he pestered Yi Yuan and insisted on going together. Yi Yuan was indifferent. Along the way, he also learned a lot of useful information from the sloppy Taoist's mouth, such as, even though the Pill Alliance had united the 5 great heavenly regions now, there were also many discordant forces opposing it. These forces hid in the dark, making feints to divert attention from where the real attack was going to strike, their whereabouts being erratic. The Pill Alliance had a big headache too. The most famous among them was an organization called Blood Alliance. This organization often hunted down some of the Pill Alliance's upper echelon and hijacked the resources of the Pill Alliance, coming and leaving without a shadow. It was extremely different to deal with. At the Jade True Heavenly Sect, it was the Jade Sovereign Elder, Zhong Rue, who received the two of them. When Zhong Rue saw the sloppy Taoist, he immediately had a warm and cordial appearance. As for the Yi Yuan who was by the side, he was directly ignored. Among the Jade Sovereign Heavens who came this time, there was a very large part of them that were like Yi Yuan, Lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. This bit of strength, and also an itinerant cultivator, they naturally would not take them seriously. Didn't expect that Brother Wufang actually came. With you around, that's fighting 1 against 10. Zhong Rue said with a loud laugh. Taoist Wufang gave Yi Yuan a glance and said smugly, "Younger brother Zhong, you're too kind." Zhong Rue waved his hand and said, This isn't an exaggeration. In this true, yang, heavenly domain, who doesn't know this one sentence? Rather provoke King Yama than provoke Wu Fang? Brother Wu Fang's spirit-controlling technique is virtually invincible under Saint's sovereign heaven. Could this be your disciple? Taoist Wu Fang smiled and said, No, just someone engaged in the same pursuit that I met on the way. He and I are both adept in spirit-controlling techniques and can get along. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhong Rui revealed a look of sudden realization and immediately lost interest in Yi Yuan. Take a look at Taoist Wu Fang's purple-winged black-pupiled eagle. Then look at the ordinary large yellow bull that Yi Yuan was riding. The disparity was too huge. It seemed like it was another person that wanted to fish in troubled waters. Zhong Rui was contemptuous in his heart. With regard to Zhong Rui's contempt, Yi Yuan naturally saw it clearly. However, he could not be bothered to explain anything either. Would I go around saying that Big Yellow was Saint's sovereign heaven? Zhong Rui led the two and arrived at the top of a mountain peak. This place was where foreign powerhouses stayed, Jade Sovereign Heavens. Even if it was a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven, there were powerhouses of an area too, and naturally could not be slighted. On top of the mountain, many powerhouses were already staying, and it was very lively. These powerhouses even set up a marketplace on the mountain, exchanging for what one had and what the others did not. Here comes another one who wants to fish in troubled waters. And it's even an ascender. Yi Yuan just climbed the mountain, and there was a harsh voice that transmitted over. Among those who came to Jade True Heavenly Sect, the majority were native powerhouses. There were very few ascenders. Therefore, Yi Yuan's appearance was very conspicuous. Actually, Taoist Wu Fang was an ascender too. However, his spirit-controlling technique was very famous even in the entire true Yang heavenly domain. There was naturally no one that dared to find trouble with him. But Yi Yuan was different. In reality, there were some who were ascenders among the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses that came this time too. But those who dared to come were all extremely powerful people, such as Taoist Wu Fang. One should not look at how he got trampled by Big Yellow. His strength was actually really strong. Taoist Wu Fang had a bag of holding. The bag of holding contained 10 true spirits. There are even 2 that were powerful grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven existences among them. Taoist Wu Fang's own combat power was secondary, but these 10 great true spirits were sufficient to let him sweep away all in the same rank. Pray tell, how many people could face 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven true spirits at the same time? It was also because of this that Zhong Rui viewed him in a different light. When this harsh voice came over, there was immediately a group of people gathered around. The leader was a youth in blue robes who pointed right at Yi Yuan's nose and said, "Punk, if you're sensible, hurry up and get down the mountain. You'll lose your life at any time here." This blue-robed youth was quite strong, being already middle Jade, Sovereign Heaven. Judging from his appearance, he had quite the prestige among this group of people. As for Zhong Rui, he did not have the intention of taking action, an attitude of being happy to see it happen. He was a host and could not chase people away. But if someone made a move, he naturally did not mind it. Heard that? Elder Wei Yu is asking you to get lost. Didn't hear? Brat, with your bit of strength, you don't have the qualifications to enter the mystic realm and fish in troubled waters. Understood? You think that by riding a large yellow bull, you can become Brother Wu Fang, blindly copying others and making yourself look foolish. Plus, the moment Wei Yu opened his mouth, many people immediately concurred. There were even several upper Jade Sovereign Heavens among them. It could be seen how high Wei Yu's status was. Yi Yuan was indifferent and asked curiously, "Who's Wei Yu? Is he very amazing?" He doesn't even recognize Elder Wei Yu, and this punk dares to come up to Jade True Heavenly Sect. Someone immediately roared with laughter. Seeing Yi Yuan being targeted, Taoist Wu Fang smiled and said, "Brother Yi, Wei Yu is the #1 genius of the true Yang Heavenly Domain's #1 Heavenly Sect, the 7-star Heavenly Sect. Don't look at how he's only middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. His strength virtually rivals grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. He's also reputed to be the young genius with the highest hope of breaking through to Saint's sovereign heaven. Yi Yuan gave an O, expressing his understanding. This Wei Yu's status was somewhat similar to Luo Yunqing's in the seven-star heavenly sect. But the current Luo Yunqing, his strength had likely Serpa. Said Wei Yu long ago. Brother Yi, if you give Big Yellow to me, not only will I give you the purple-winged black-pupiled eagle, I'll even help you resolve your current predicament, all right? Taoist Wu Fang took advantage of the situation and said. The moment he spoke up, everyone's faces changed. Taoist Wu Fang's name was no joke. Wei Yu's expression turned sullen, and he said in a cold voice, Brother Wu Fang, do you want to become enemies with my seven-star heavenly sect? Taoist Wu Fang chuckled and said, I don't want to be an enemy of the seven-star heavenly sect. But this old Taoist likes this large yellow bull even more. How about it, Brother Yi? Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said lightly, No need. Big Yellow, come on. Yi Yuan pulled Big Yellow and was about to paw S through the crowd. Wei Yu's expression turned dark, and he said in a solemn voice, Refusing face when it's given. Die for me. Done talking, Wei Yu drew his sword fiercely, the speed unimaginably quick. Big Yellow, step on him. Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said coolly. No need for Yi Yuan to order. Big Yellow already unleashed his hoof. Wei Yu was fast, but Big Yellow was faster. This hoof avoided the slash unbelievably brilliantly and directly kicked onto Wei Yu's face. Chapter 27-26 Heavenly Burial Water Caltrip Flower. Chapter 27-26 Heavenly Burial Water Caltrip Flower. Wei Yu only felt his head spin, his eyes full of stars. When he got to his feet, there was shockingly a hoof print on his face, looking extremely garish. When many people saw this scene, they all could not resist laughing. But at the same time, they were shocked by Big Yellow's power. There was clearly no divine essence fluctuation, but he could knock Wei Yu away with a kick. This was not what ordinary true spirits could do. And Big Yellow truly looked like an unbelievably ordinary large yellow bull. You all think that what I, old Taoist, takes fancy on can be ordinary stuff? This large yellow bull is a chaos aberrant. Every movement and action carries rule undulations. With some slight training, stepping into Saint's sovereign heaven in the future isn't impossible either. It's just that, landed in this brat's hands is really a bright pearl being cast into darkness. Taoist Wu Fang showed off while shaking his head and sighing. It was just that he did not know that Big Yellow was not some chaos aberrant at all, but a genuine Saint Exalt true spirit. If not for him deliberately hiding his strength, that kick earlier would have directly burst Wei Yu's head. Wei Yu got to his feet and shook his head hard, only then recovering some lucidity. Punk, to actually dare provoke my seven-star heavenly sect. Everyone attack together. As long as you kill this boy, I, Wei Yu, owe him a favor. Wei Yu glared at Yi Yuan and bellowed. The moment this was said, everyone was moved. Wei Yu had virtually already locked in the next seven-star heavenly sect master. His favor was rather valuable. Hence, they could not resist taking action. The dozen over middle and upper jade sovereign heaven powerhouses present, the commotion could be seen at a glance. But Yi Yuan still instructed very calmly, Big Yellow, step on them. Bang, bang, bang. Big Yellow kicked his hooves like lightning, each move hitting its mark. In a few breaths, each person's face had a large ox hoof imprinted on it. Of course, Wei Yu's face had another one imprinted on it, while Zhong Rui had a shocked face, instantly having a feeling of having his face slapped. He was previously still ridiculing that Yi Yuan was imitating others and losing his own individuality. But who knew that this summing large yellow bull was actually so formidable? More than 10 jade sovereign heavens were taken care of by him, with 2 to 3 kicks. Big Yellow, come on. Yi Yuan ignored everyone's shocked gazes, pulling Big Yellow and slowly leaving. While Taoist Wu Fang's 2 eyes emitted light. He liked this Big Yellow more and more. Seeing Big Yellow, he currently felt that those true spirits in his bag of holding were simply a bunch of traws. H. Plus Wei Yu struggled to his feet, wanting to stabilize his figure. In the end, his body swayed and he fell down again. He shouted, "Punk, what capability is it to rely on your mount that's powerful? If you have the guts, fight with me yourself." Yi Yuan turned his head and said coolly, "Oh, is that so? Why don't you say this to Taoist Wu Fong?" When Wei Yu heard that, he could not help choking. Taoist Wu Fong would never make a move himself when he fought and killed people, but no one dared to say that he was no good. Wei Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Punk, if you have the capability, don't run. We'll settle this score again." Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, I'll wait for you." Taking 2 steps, Yi Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. His gaze looked towards a stall in the marketplace. "Ah, Big Yellow, your luck is pretty good. Didn't expect to actually encounter a stalk of heavenly burial water caltrop flower here," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Big Yellow's entire body trembled, his bull eyes going wide and his entire body trembling excitedly. He did not know what heavenly burial water caltrop flower was, but he knew that since Yi Yuan said so, then it must be a heavenly pill suitable for him. Sure enough, following Master, Yi would have meat to eat. No, wait, it was pills to eat. The stall owner was a geezer. Seeing Yi Yuan lead Big Yellow over, he could not help sizing Yi Yuan up very interestedly. This small-scale marketplace was on the road that must be pious, said through when going up or down a mountain. Therefore, that was why there would be so many people here. Just now, when Big Yellow had a grand display of invincible might, the geezer naturally saw it too. "Fellow Taoist, wonder how you're selling this heavenly burial water caltrop flower," Yi Yuan said. Before the geezer could speak, Wei Yu already arrived next to him and shouted, "This H.I. plus you. I'm buying this heavenly burial water caltrop flower." Yi Yuan frowned, already having killing intent aroused. He came to Jade True Heavenly Sect for other objectives, so he did not want to be conspicuous. However, this Wei Yu provoked him time and again. Did he really think that he did not dare to kill people? "S.H.I. plus you said coolly. Only exchanging, not selling." Yi Yuan said, "What manner of exchange?" "S.H.I. plus you said 1 4-chi pill." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Heavenly burial water caltrop flower exchange for a heavenly imperial pill. It's demanding too exorbitant a price, right?" "S.H.I. plus you smiled and said, "What's rare is expensive." Wei Yu laughed loudly and said, "Where did this country be you can come from? He's probably never even seen before a 4-chi pill, right? S.H.I. plus you, I want this heavenly burial water caltrop flower. It just so happens that I have a 4-chi pill on me." The heavenly medicines that grade 4 heavenly imperial pills required were all extremely precious on Rainclear Continent. Therefore, grade 4 heavenly imperial pills were extremely valuable too. For ordinary martial artists, forget about consuming grade 4 heavenly imperial pills. They probably never even seen one before. But a large sex disciple like Wei Yu could take out this kind of valuable heavenly pill. As he said, Wei Yu fished out a heavenly pill. It was precisely the 4-chi pill. When bystanders saw this heavenly pill, they naturally had envious looks on their faces. Who knew that S.H.I. plus you received the heavenly pill and took a look, then returned it to Wei Yu again and said while shaking his head, "Your 4-chi pill is only upper 4th grade. I want to exchange for 7th grade and above." Wei Yu's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "S.H.I. plus you, you're too immoral. A stock of heavenly medicine. You want to exchange for a 7th grade heavenly imperial pill? Putting aside whether or not it's worth this price, apart from those few top elders in the Pill Alliance, someone who can refine a 7th grade 4-chi pill probably hasn't been born in this world yet, right?" S.H.I. plus you smiled and said, "Therefore, I'm just trying my luck. If there really isn't, I don't mind either. This heavenly burial water caltrop flower is a rare commodity in short supply. I'm not afraid of being unable to sell it either. Isn't that so?" Heavenly burial water caltrip flower was indeed extremely rare on Rainclear continent. It might not even be in the Pill Alliance. This kind of precious heavenly medicine, he naturally did not worry about not being able to sell it. Wei Yu was originally very angry, but at the thought that since he could not take out a 7th grade, Yi Yuan naturally would not be able to take one out either. He immediately calmed down a lot in his heart. 7th grade, is it? That's not difficult. I can help you refine it. But you must gather the 4 chi pills, heavenly medicines yourself, Yi Yuan suddenly said. S-H-I. Plus you shook his head and said, I'm an itinerant cultivator. I don't have the 4 chi pills, heavenly medicines. If you can't take it out, let's not talk at this time. He was not fearful of Big Yellow. After all, he was a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. His strength was extremely formidable. Wei Yu was known for being able to deal with grand completion Jade Sovereign Heavens. But that was also just ordinary grand completion Jade Sovereign Heavens. S-H-I plus you was very extraordinary. Wei Yu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, looking at your poor and shabby appearance, I think you can't gather the 4 chi pills heavenly medicines either. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could only let out a sigh and said, like this, huh? Then it's really too regrettable. Since you're not selling, then I can only make a move to S. A-T-C-H it. S-H-I. Plus you chuckled and said, little brother, your large yellow bull strength is pretty good. It's just I want to deal with this old man. Before S-H-I. Plus you finished speaking, a bull hood already arrived in front of his face. Chapter 27:27 Battle of Servants. Chapter 27:27 Battle of Servants. S-H-I. Plus Yu's expression changed greatly, powerful divine essence instantly erupting, and he was about to evade this hoof. He suddenly discovered that this hoof was faster than any kick earlier. This large yellow bull was actually still hiding its strength. S-H-I. Plus you urged his divine essence to the extreme in an instant. Even if it was a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, he could avoid it too. It was just that unfortunately, he ran into Big Yellow. He was fast, but Big Yellow was faster. His figure moved swiftly, but Big Yellow's bull hoof followed like a shadow. Bang! A foot kicked onto his face. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. S-H-I. Plus he was defeated too. Who was S-H-I plus you? He was a top powerhouse among itinerant cultivators, an existence that sex did not dare to provoke too. An itinerant cultivator like him, having powerful strength while being a loner, was the worst to provoke. Although Wei Yu was strong, he was not worth mentioning at all in front of S-H-I plus you. Hence, that was why he had the capital to pick a fight with Yi Yuan. But one kick, and he was defeated. Ha ha ha, impressive. My Big Yellow is really incredible. Big Yellow, follow me, and you'll be invincible under the heavens. Taoist Wu Fong said excitedly. Big Yellow could not be bothered to care about him at all, running back subserviently and handing the heavenly burial water caltrip flower over to Yi Yuan while holding it in his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled. Putting it away, he said to the S-H-I plus you who had a bull hoof print on his face, my words are still valid. You gather the 4 chi pills heavenly medicines, and you can find me to refine it. I'll be keeping this heavenly burial water caltrip flower. Next time, don't be so unscrupulous. Finished saying, Yi Yuan led Big Yellow and went away. This is also too fake, right? Just what realm is this large yellow bull? Why is his bull hoof so formidable? S-H-I. Plus Yu's strength practically doesn't lose to some heavenly sect master. He actually couldn't withstand a single hoof kick. Is this the strength of a chaos aberrant? No wonder even Taoist Wu Fong's eyes were emitting light. But the problem is this large yellow bull is so formidable. On what basis was he subdued by a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven? All kinds of discussions came from behind. It was just that no one could give an answer. Originally thought that this ascender was easy to bully, but who knew that he was a tough nut? Don't hit the face when hitting people. This brat actually dares to hit my 7-star heavenly sex face. After I request second elder to step forward, I want to see if you still dare to be so arrogant or not. Finished saying, Wei Yu turned around and left. When everyone heard it, their brows raised up. The second elder that Wei Yu spoke of was called Tangquan. He was a half-step saint, sovereign heaven superpower house. If he took action, this brat definitely could not jump around anymore. Looks like Wei Yu was genuinely enraged. Walking into his own courtyard, a young man came up to greet. When Yi Yuan saw him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The young man's complexion was pale, his aura chaotic. One glance, and it was clear that he had considerable internal injuries. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he naturally saw through at a glance that this injury was not light. His days were likely numbered. The young man bowed as he said, This lowly one, Han Fong, pays respect to senior. Cough, cough. Speaking 2 sentences seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. Yi Yuan looked at him and said, With your injuries, you likely won't make it past 2 months. Han Fong's expression changed, the look in his eyes becoming dim very quickly, and he said, This lowly one knows. Yi Yuan was speechless. The J-True Heavenly Sect actually sent such a sickly invalid to serve him. They really thought highly enough of him. That Zhong Rue was simply showing him attitude. This Han Fong was merely a lower grader sublime heaven powerhouse, just a notch stronger than that Jun Tian. In the J-True Heavenly Sect's outer sect, he was likely just a low-level minor character too. What was even more Nabal was that this guy was clearly just beaten by someone. Furthermore, no punches were pulled. It was clearly aiming for his life. Furthermore, Han Fong's talent was extremely poor. Cultivating like this, he probably could not reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum in this lifetime. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, J-True Heavenly Sect really knows how to bully people. However, I like to slap their faces. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out 4 small bottles and directly threw them over and said coolly, You take these heavenly pills. Just enter closed seclusion here. 3 days later, whoever beat you until like this, you go and beat them back for me. Han Fong was taken aback and said with a bitter smile, Senior, forget about 3 days. Even if you give me 30 years, it's impossible for me to win against him too. Furthermore, he's currently the servant of 7-star Heavenly Sect's #1 genius, Wei Yu. After beating him, he likely won't let it slide. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help smiling. It was really coincidental. If I said that 3 days is enough, it will suffice. You consume the heavenly pill in this first vial first. Following that, consume all of the Foundation Establishment heavenly pills in these 2 bottles within a day. On the last day, take the heavenly pills in this 4th bottle. Yi Yuan instructed. Grade 2 heavenly pills were already not considered very valuable to the current Yi Yuan. Using them to slap the J-True Heavenly Sect and Wei Yu's face, Yi Yuan was happy to see it happen. Returning to the house, Han Fong opened the first vial, and his expression could not help changing. 9th grade perfection heavenly healing pill. This heavenly pill was simply a healing, sacred medicine to him. Consuming the heavenly healing pill, Han Fong's injuries were completely restored to health in less than half a day. Following that, he started to take the 2nd and 3rd bottles. 9th grade perfection foundation establishment heavenly pill. Han Fong sucked in a breath of cold air. The first vial only had 1 heavenly pill. There were 30 foundation establishment heavenly pills in these 2 small bottles. They were all 9th grade perfection. What a grand display. It was still his first time seeing so many 9th grade perfection heavenly pills having lived until now. When Han Fong finished refining the 30th foundation establishment heavenly pill, he felt like his entire person had been remolded anew. His absorption speed of spiritual energy was dozens of times faster than before. 9th grade perfection heavenly pills were too terrifying. and his realm also directly reached middle greater sublime heaven. On the second day, Han Fong swallowed the heavenly pills in the fourth vial. It was 3 cultivation heavenly pills. The grade already approached the level of heavenly imperial pills. After consuming them, Han Fong directly broke through to upper greater sublime heaven on the third day. After leaving seclusion, Han Fong prostrated on the ground to Yi Yuan and said, "This lowly one thanks Senior for your great kindness. This lowly one is willing to lay down my life to repay Senior." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop talking rubbish. Go and beat that guy up ruthlessly for me." Han Fong said excitedly, "Yes, Senior." 2 hours later, Han Fong returned. Bowing again, he said excitedly, "Senior, he has already been maimed by me. He can forget about getting up from his bed in a month." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Good job." Over there, Wei was in a thunderous rage. He already knew that the one who beat him was Yi Yuan's servant. He did not dare to find Yi Yuan, so he ran in front of Zhong Rui angrily and questioned, "Zhong Rui, does your Jade True Heavenly Sect still have any respect for our 7-star Heavenly Sect? The servant that you arranged for me actually can't compare to that B.S.T.A.R.D. Ascenders." Zhong Rui also got the news already and knew what Wei was talking about. Except, he was very puzzled too. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Younger brother Wei, you've wronged me. People I arranged for you were the outer sect's top few powerhouses. The one arranged for Yi Yuan was the outer sect's last place. Furthermore, he was even seriously injured. Who knew that he only used 3 days and actually directly broke through to upper greater sublime heaven?" Chapter 27-28, Scouting Out the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the Night. Chapter 27-28, Scouting Out the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the Night. What? 3 days? Well, you got a shock too. An outer sect disciple. Forget about 3 days. It was impossible to break through 2 minor realms in 3 years too. When he thought about it, there was only a heavenly alchemist that could accomplish this. Wei Yu's brows furrowed, and he said, "Could it be that he's a heavenly alchemist? But he's an ascender." It was difficult for ascenders to become heavenly alchemists. This was general knowledge. Although the Pill Alliance had unified the 5 great heavenly regions now, this kind of extremely high-quality heavenly pill, even if it was a grade 1 heavenly pill, it rarely strayed outside too. Hence, it was naturally very hard for Wei Yu they all to imagine how Yi Yuan did it. Zhong Rui smiled bitterly and said, "Even if it's my Jade True Heavenly Sect's first seat, he also can't make someone break through 2 minor realms within 3 days. Moreover, that Han Fong's apartment Tude is extremely poor." Wei Yu's expression turned sullen, and he said with a cold snort, "Who cares what he is? Provoking my 7-star Heavenly Sect, the outcome can only be death. Second Elder will be exiting seclusion tomorrow. I'll go and personally request him to take action." As he said, Wei Yu left angrily. A day later, Tang Quan exited seclusion. "Second Elder, that brat is really too condescending. He doesn't place my 7-star Heavenly Sect in his eyes at all. You have to help me avenge this grudge." Wei Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "For the 5 days it already said, the 2 hoof prints on his face still had not dissipated completely." Hearing Wei Yu's words, Tang Quan waved his hand and said coolly, "Merely a clown jumping around. That's all. Let it be arrogant for a few days first. On the day we set off, I'll kill him with my own hands. At that time, it can also showcase my 7-star Heavenly Sect strength." In the eyes of half-step Saint's sovereign heavens, there was nothing more that they held in awe and veneration other than Saint's sovereign heaven. During the Mystic Realm trip this time, Truyong Heavenly Domain's few major heavenly sects all sent quite a number of powerhouses over. At that time, it would definitely be a Ma's Civ lineup. Killing people during that occasion as a sacrificial offering was undoubtedly the best way to showcase one's strength. Getting Yi Yuan's benefits. Han Fong naturally answered every question that Yi Yuan had. Yi Yuan also knew that with Han Fong's status, it was impossible to know much of Jade True heavenly sect secrets. However, Yi Yuan understood quite a bit about Jade True heavenly sect situation. It was a hazy night. Yi Yuan brought Big Yellow and exhibited spatial rule, sneaking into the night with the wind. Master Ye's concealment technique is not the least bit inferior to Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan's means, Big Yellow exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan's application of spatial rule already reached a transcendent realm. Saint Sovereign Heaven comprehended heavenly Tao, using Tao spells being a given, and they could hide their bodies at will. But Yi Yuan was just Jade Sovereign Heaven, and yet he actually already had such means. It was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Come, take a walk around the main peak first. See if we can hear any news or not." While talking, the two arrived on the main peak of Jade True Heavenly Sect. "Master Yi, the main peak is so big. How do we eavesdrop?" Big Yellow asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly closed his eyes. A faintly discernible undulation slowly spread out. Big Yellow's bull eyes went wide, revealing a look of disbelief. Soul technique. He could feel that Yi Yuan's origin divinity power radiated out in a certain manner, just like tide water covering the entire main peak. Furthermore, this kind of undulation was barely perceptible. It was hard to detect at all. He was Saint Sovereign Heaven. That was how he barely managed to detect this undulation. One could imagine, unless Jade True Heavenly Sect had Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, otherwise they would not be able to find Yi Yuan at all. This move was a soul technique in the divine emergence, divine contact. Yi Yuan's origin divinity power radiated out like tentacles. Using it to investigate information was the most useful. Furthermore, this move was extremely secretive. Unless one's origin divinity was much stronger than Yi Yuan, otherwise, it would be impossible to discover. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence. One really could not find more than a few whose origin divinity was stronger than his in Jade, Sovereign Heaven realm. Perhaps Taoist Wu Fang's origin divinity could compete with him, but there was basically no hope of discovering this move. The moment divine contact was released, a lot of information burrowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Entering the mystic realm this time, our Jade True Heavenly Sect absolutely cannot allow any mistakes. Whether or not our Jade True Heavenly Sect can find the Heavenspan Mountain and revitalize the sect will depend on this trip. Head Elder, this sect master will be personally entering the mystic realm this time. The sect's affairs will be entrusted to you. Sect Master, rest assured. Leave the sect to this old man. It's just that true young heavenly domains, 7 great heavenly sects, are all here this time. Adding in quite a number of itinerant cultivators, there are no less than 300 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Is there really no problem? This is also something that can't be helped. With Ancestor Jade True's ability, he still fell inside back then. Now, if we don't find more cannon fodders, we have no chance of finding the Heavenspan Mountain at all. Sigh. Hope that Ancestor Jade True will bless us so that we can find the Heavenspan Mountain. This old man heard that there might even be Saint Exalts entering the mystic realm this time. You all have to be careful. Rest assured. Our goal is only the Heavenspan Mountain, a mere heavenly spirit treasure. Saint Exalts will despise it. However, the things that they want probably won't be so easy to obtain too. Back then, 9 great Saint Exalts entered Sacred Civ Mystic Realm, but only Zhou Bufan alone came out. It can be imagined, that place isn't some nice place. Big Yellow discovered that Yi Yuan's expression became increasingly gloomy. Hearing this conversation, Yi Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Listening to the meaning in these words, could it be that the Heavenspan world had actually been exposed? But in that remote place, Yi Yuan also acted covertly. How could it be discovered? Yi Yuan furrowed his brows, unable to figure it out after racking his brains. Originally, Yi Yuan planned on understanding some of Jade True Heavenly Sect's secrets, then leaving right away. But looking at it now, he would have to make a trip with the main force. The sacred Civ mystic realm that J-True Sect Master talked about. Yi Yuan felt confused about it. The Heavenspan Mountain was merely a dilapidated, small kiliacosm that did not even have a heavenly stratum powerhouse. It was clearly not some sacred Civ mystic realm. But J-True Sacred Civ Mystic Realm said that 9 great Saint Exalts entered Sacred Civ Mystic Realm. That place should also be the last place where Yin J-True fell. All of these were like a mystery. For this, he had no choice but to make a trip. Furthermore, the Mystic Realm trip this time was likely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The place that even the likes of Zhuo Bufan and Yin J-True were moved by, it was clearly not where ordinary Jade's sovereign heavens could set foot in. Therefore, this mystic realm was likely to attract many Saint sovereign heaven powerhouses to come. At that time, it likely could not dispense with a bout of terrible fighting. And what Yi Yuan was more worried about was that if the sacred Civ mystic realm was really in the Heavenspan world, then with so many heavenly stratum powerhouses entering, the Heavenspan world would likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Back then, a group of people entering the Immortal Grove world almost completely destroyed the small world. And the destructive power of heavenly stratum powerhouses was on a completely different level from those Empyreans and heavenly emperors back then. Heavenly stratum, that was a supreme realm. Even the most ordinary lesser sublime heavenly stratum was a supreme G, O, D in the lower realms too. They would be able to slaughter hundreds of millions of living things with a wave of a hand. Quietly withdrawing divine contact, Yi Yuan withdrew from the main peak, then headed to a mountain at the back. Master Yi, what happened? Your expression is very ugly, Big Yellow asked worriedly. Chapter 2729, Grand Mist Energy. Chapter 2729, Grand Mist Energy. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, entering the mystic realm this time might even be very dangerous for Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Big Yellow, you go back to the Myriad Demons Mountain first. What's Master Yi saying? Since Big Yellow followed Master Yi, I naturally have to ensure Master Yi's safety. No matter how dangerous this mystic realm is, Big Yellow will accompany you too. Big Yellow said without hesitation. Yi Yuan's words were not a probe either. He did not have that kind of contractual relations. I plus P with Big Yellow, and Big Yellow was not really his mount either. Big Yellow was straightforward, simple-minded, but Big Yellow was not stupid. It could be seen from the fact that he wanted to follow Yi Yuan regardless of life or death. What he set his mind on, he would not turn back. Going with Yi Yuan would be risky, but the payback would be higher. After leaving, it would be difficult to want to follow Yi Yuan again. Big Yellow's heart was like a clear mirror. However, he had indeed never thought about leaving before either. If not for Yi Yuan, he could forget about stepping into Saint's sovereign heaven in this lifetime too. Therefore, he did not consider it all and answered Yi Yuan. J-True Heavenly Sect's ancestor, a Saint Exalt powerhouse who had once commanded the 5 great heavenly regions, perished there too. Do you really want to go? Big Yellow nodded and said, yes, why wouldn't I go? Don't you humans have a saying called, wealth and opportunity come with danger? Maybe this trip is my, Big Yellow's, lucky chance? When Yi Yuan heard that, he grinned and said, okay, then let's challenge this sacred Civ mystic realm. Since Big Yellow was risking his life to accompany him, Yi Yuan would naturally remember it in his heart. J-True Heavenly Sect, Jade Fork Peak. There were countless restrictions here enveloping it. This Jade Fork Peak was J-True Heavenly Sect's greatest forbidden land that Han Fong talked about. This place, apart from the sect master, body was to approach it. When the J-True Heavenly Sect was at its prime, extremely powerhouse restrictions had once been laid down here. Even Saint Sovereign Heavens would find it hard to intrude inside too. Feeling this terrifying restriction undulation, Big Yellow felt deep terror strike his heart too. He felt danger. Master Yi, this place, Big Yellow can't enter it either. Why don't we leave first? After going back, we'll slowly think of a way, Big Yellow said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, already came, what's the hurry? He was pacing around the entrance and saw that there was a groove on a stone pier very quickly, its shape very odd. But when Yi Yuan saw this groove, his eyes lit up, the heaven-span mountain already in his palm. This groove shape was exactly the same as the base of the heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan placed the heaven-span mountain into the groove. Those terrifying restrictions dissipated without a trace in an instant. When Big Yellow saw this scene, he could not help staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. It can actually work like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This treasure was Yin Jade True's in the first place. It's all too normal that he uses the heaven-span mountain as the formation eye." Without restrictions, the two people traveled unimpeded all the way straight up to the top of the mountain. However, walking along the way, it was very normal. There was no suspicious area at all. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Strange, since this Jade Fork Peak is called a forbidden area, it's impossible that it's just a bare mountain, right? Could it be?" His gaze looked towards the 100,000-foot abyss ahead. "Big Yellow!" Yi Yuan cried out lightly and leaped, jumping down the bottomless chasm with Big Yellow. But the moment he jumped, Yi Yuan's heart thumped. A powerful and strange force made his figure plummet rapidly. Falling down at this speed, even if he was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, he would definitely die, without a doubt too. In his sea of consciousness, Misty said, "Quickly urge the Myriad Realms mountain." Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization and hurriedly took the heaven-span mountain out again and injected divine essence to stimulate it. Yi Yuan's figure came to an abrupt halt and actually floated in the air. Seeing this, he let out a slight sigh in relief too. Big Yellow was Saint Sovereign Heaven after all. Although he was somewhat jumbled, he could barely manage to stabilize his figure. Yi Yuan was sweating large droplets, and he said, "I was still careless. I didn't expect that there's actually still this kind of strange power behind this cliff. This power isn't from the restrictions. It seems to be formed naturally." But in his sea of consciousness, Misty said excitedly, "Stinky Brat, you've picked up a treasure. Grand mist energy spanning more than 10,000 miles. This is a force field formed by grand mist energy. There's definitely grand mist energy in this mountain. With it, your Myriad Realms mountain will be able to elevate to a grand mist treasure." Yi Yuan's brows shot up, and he said in pleasant surprise, "There's actually such a thing? Really obtained it effortlessly without even looking for it." Ever since learning about the Heavenspan Mountain's true origin, Yi Yuan constantly wanted to restore it to its peak state. He did not expect to actually encounter grand mist energy here. Misty said, "You urge the Myriad Realms mountain and find the area with the strongest force field. That place is the entrance." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and started urging the Heavenspan mountain. He relaxed his body and mind and relied entirely on the Heavenspan mountain descents. The more divine essence injected, it meant the stronger the force field there. Very soon, he saw a deep hole on the cliff. "That's it," Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. He could feel waves of mysterious undulations coming from inside. When Big Yellow saw this scene, he could not help clicking his tongues in wonder too. Entering the cave, Yi Yuan could not help saying with a sigh, "Even if one knows that there's a precious treasure on this cliff, without Saint Sovereign Heaven's strength, it's impossible to obtain it too." He was unable to overcome that strange force field even when he employed spatial rule. If ordinary Jade Sovereign Heavens came here, there would only be one outcome, that was falling to their deaths. Big Yellow nodded and said, "This force field carries the might of heaven. It's rather terrifying. Want to come here, it at least needs half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven strength too." The two people walked along the entrance of the cave. The deeper they went in, the more they felt a powerful undulation transmit over. The light gradually brightened. It also became wider and wider inside. Yi Yuan saw that there was a milky white barrier in front of him that blocked the way. He could feel waves of chaos aura emitting from inside this milk-white barrier. And amidst the chaos, there was a small CLUS, tur of pale yellow Irma. S, giving off an even more solid and mysterious aura. Presumably, That was the grand mist energy that Tion was talking about. I didn't expect that there's actually a boundary wall in this tiny sect. No wonder grand mist energy would appear here. Most likely, this myriad realms mountain pass said through from the boundary wall. That's how it landed here. That fool who obtained the myriad realms mountain definitely doesn't know that this power is grand mist energy, being stupid to the extreme. Tion said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he sighed and said, this Yin Jade True was sitting on a treasure mountain, but didn't know it. Yet, he wanted to use the Heavenspan world's power to repair the Heavenspan mountain. How ironic. Utilizing grand mist energy, it was possible to repair the Heavenspan mountain, and even let it become a grand mist treasure. But Yin Jade True clearly did not know at all. Horizon determined behavior. No matter how strong Yin Jade True was, he was also merely a local tyrant, that was all. Senior, that's grand mist energy? Yi Yuan pointed at that pale yellow air maw. And asked. Tion nodded and said, that's right. However, this grand mist energy is a little lacking. I'm afraid that it can only let your myriad realms mountain break through to a grade 1 grand mist treasure. Yi Yuan smiled and said, being able to reach grand mist treasure is already very good. How'd I take it out? Chapter 2730. Coquettish Profligate Hoof. Chapter 2730. Coquettish Profligate Hoof. You restore your true dragon form. I'll teach you. Tion said. When Yi Yuan heard that, the dragon might in his body billowed to the sky. Very soon, he transformed into an azure dragon form that was several hundred feet long. The moment the true dragon appeared, Big Yellow's bull eyes directly became wide saucers, and he said in alarm and terror, why will you? How can you true dragon? True dragons were chaos true spirits, being extremely rare. True dragons had never appeared on Rainclear continent before. Now, he actually met a true dragon. How could he not be shocked? He never dreamed that not only was Yi Yuan a remarkable heavenly alchemist, he was actually also a true dragon. No need to make a fuss. I have half dragon race lineage, so transforming into a true dragon isn't a big deal, Yi Yuan said. Why you said too lightly? Chaos true spirits are the darling of heaven. Each one is an incomparably formidable existence. You're actually of the dragon race. Big Yellow said speechlessly. Swaz. Plus right at this time, a figure actually dashed out of the boundary wall. The arrival said in shock and anger. Who is it to actually dare trace Ba? My Jade True's forbidden land. When Yi Yuan saw it, he was shocked in his heart too. He did not expect that a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was actually hidden in the Jade True Heavenly Sect's forbidden land. In front of him was an old man in tattered clothing, looking thin and emaciated like he was about to kick the bucket. He looked very terrifying. There's actually a 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven here. This little bull is likely not his match. Tion was a little surprised as he said. Yi Yuan was even more surprised when he heard it. This old man was actually a 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven, although transcending tribulations would not increase the strength of Saint Sovereign Heavens. Wanting to successfully transcend tribulations required powerful strength in itself. So Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses often use the number of tribulations to differentiate strength too. This old man could transcend the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation 3 times. His strength could be seen at a glance. Big Yellow had not even transcended a Tao tribulation once. Hence, he was naturally not matched. When the old man saw Yi Yuan, he could not help but get a shock too and said, True dragon. A true dragon actually appeared in Rainclear continent. This exalt just happened to be lacking a mount. Since you delivered yourself to the door, then this exalt won't be courteous. After the surprise, the old man's first reaction was actually to capture Yi Yuan and use him as a mount. A true dragon as a mount. Not only would it gain face, there would be a great helper in the future. It just so happened that Yi Yuan's current strength was not strong. It was just right to capture. But before Yi Yuan said anything, The Mi Tian in his sea of consciousness was already beyond furious. Yi Yuan only felt a heinous fury, almost wanting to immolate him completely in his sea of consciousness. Ignorant fool, truly monstrous audacity. My dragon race is of a supreme, true spirit. You actually dare to have this idea. Prepare to bear my wrath. With this sentence, Mi Tian did not communicate it with Yi Yuan through divine sense, but he said it to the old man. That voice was furious to the extreme. When this voice appeared, it gave the old man and Big Yellow a fright at the same time. Little bull, listen to my command. Pummel this old man into a patty for me. Mi Tian's voice appeared again and said to Big Yellow. Big Yellow suddenly came to his senses and said worriedly, Master Yi, see, could it be that you were taken possession of? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, This is a senior that's residing in my body. Him being willing to give you pointers, that's your lucky chance. The moment Big Yellow heard, he could not help breathing a sigh of relief. But he also understood that this senior dwelling in Yi Yuan's body was definitely a true dragon as well. To dare talk about giving pointers to a saint's sovereign heaven, this senior strength was likely extremely terrifying. It was just that the old man was disapproving and said disdainfully, Some guy who doesn't even have a physical body, you also want to deal with this exalt? This exalt's 3 saint sovereign Tao tribulations weren't transcended in vain. A saint sovereign heaven little fellow on a remote continent actually dares to speak to this old man in this manner. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mi Tian said with a cold laugh. The old man sneered and said, Is that so? Then let this exalt witness it. It was only to see the old man's palm move slightly. A terrifying force condensed and formed in his hand. This was the power of a saint's sovereign heaven powerhouse. With every movement and action, it was heavenly Tao rules. The moment the old man moved, Big Yellow's face revealed a solemn expression. This old man's strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Saint Exalt Bull Demon. Relax, listen to me. Bloodline power is hidden in Shun Ke, Guan Yuan. Activate heavenly Tao rule. Mi Tian talked extremely fast, guiding Big Yellow to revolve bloodline power. Big Yellow did not dare to be neglectful, immediately complying. Suddenly, rules shook in the cave. The heavenly Tao rule inspired in Big Yellow's body, actually Serpa. Said the old man's very quickly. When the old man saw the situation, his expression suddenly changed. However, it was Big Yellow's first time in the end. He was not as skilled as the old man. The old man completed his move very quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, he smacked the palm over. Mi Tian was unhurried and said coolly, All right, kick your hoof. Big Yellow's body became very contorted at this moment. That appearance looked very coquettish, very profligate, but the power was very strong. Big Yellow's bull face turned red from holding it in. It was as if boundless power had been suppressed within his body. Ark! Big Yellow let out a cry very unrestrainedly and kicked a hoof out extremely coquettishly. The old man cried out miserably, directly SMAs. I plus ing and embedding in the boundary wall by this hoof, spurting fresh blood out of his mouth. Succeeding with one strike, Big Yellow was not excited, but looked at Yi Yuan with a resentful look and said, Senior, must you perform the move like this? The movement earlier was seriously too coquettish. Even he felt a little embarrassed. Said, but the power was really strong. Big Yellow could feel that the old man's palm earlier was extremely powerful. But under a head-to-head confrontation, he was actually directly sent flying. Mi Tian laughed loudly and said, comparing depravedness, you're still far from it. Back then, Heavenly Bull's coquettish profligate hoof was really profligate. His coquettish profligate hoof even directly pierced through the boundary wall. His posture was 1,000 times more euphoric than yours. Practice it well. If you practice this move well, it will be enough for you to benefit for life. When Yi Yuan heard, he nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood and said, How can there be someone who could create such a coquettish move? Rather, when Big Yellow heard it, His expression changed drastically, and he said in surprise, Heavenly Bull. Could it be that Senior was a Chaos Heavenly Bull? Tion smiled and said, being able to be friends with this old man, he was naturally a Chaos Heavenly Bull. Big Yellow drew a deep breath, his heart astonished to the extreme. Chaos Heavenly Bull was their lineage's supreme bloodline. The ultimate goal of them working hard to transform was the Chaos Heavenly Bull bloodline. It was just that Chaos Heavenly Bulls were like true dragons, extremely rare. To the Rain-Clear continent, it was naturally something impossible. Big Yellow did not expect that this senior dwelling in Yi Yuan's body was actually such a level of existence. It was truly shocking to the extreme. All right, you've already displayed this coquettish profligate hoof before. Although there's still a long way from learning the rudiments, it's enough to deal with this moron. I'll leave the rest to you. As he said, he ignored Big Yellow, but turned to Yuan and said, all right, urge your true dragon power to the extreme and place your dragon horn on the boundary wall. Use your heart to feel heavenly Tao rules. My true dragon race is born from chaos. Hence, we can naturally merge into chaos. Chapter 27:31. Heavenspan Mountain Advancing. Chapter 27:31. Heavenspan Mountain Advancing. Yi Yuan complied and placed his dragon horn on the boundary wall. Swaz. Plus outside of Yi Yuan's expectations, his body actually rushed straight into the boundary wall, and he stumbled. Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback. He was still wondering how difficult it would be. He did not expect that he would come in so easily. Senior, it doesn't seem as hard as imagined, Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. Tion had a confused look too and said, you brat. I understand. You cultivate the cultivation method of the Lord of Chaos and are very attuned to chaos in itself. Coupled with the affinity of the true dragon race, entering the boundary wall becomes very easy. However, don't be happy too early either. With your bit of strength, you can't walk very far at all. Yi Yuan walked towards that yellow air ma. And said with a smile, being able to get the grand mist energy will do. How should I refine it? Myriad Realms Mountain said, you send the Myriad Realms Mountain into the grand mist energy, then follow the method that I say. Guide grand mist energy in bit by bit. Take note, there mustn't be the slightest mistake during this process. Otherwise, not only will it fall short of success at the last stage, it will even damage the Myriad Realms Mountain. And this CLUS, tur of grand mist energy would also be wasted. As he said, Tion imparted the refining method to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan arrived next to the grand mist energy and sent the Heavenspan Mountain into the grand mist energy according to the refining method that Tion talked about. Over there, the old man who was fighting fiercely with Big Yellow seemed to have felt it, his entire body suddenly trembling. His eyes were glued onto the Heavenspan Mountain, the look in his eyes full of shock. Heavenspan Mountain. The Heavenspan Mountain is actually in his hands. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, who would have guessed that the Heavenspan Mountain that the Jade True Heavenly Sect had been searching bitterly for from top to bottom actually came back by itself. Bang! Just as the old man was in shock, Big Yellow showed off coquettishness, and a hoof kick arrived again. The old man was caught off guard and directly had a kick stomped on his face. The old man's nosebleed overflowed, only feeling that the entire world was spinning. Big Yellow had a disdainful look as he said, still getting distracted when fighting, are you looking down on people? The straightforward and good-natured Big Yellow actually became full of uninhibitedness when talking. The old man endured the pain and said in a solemn voice, who the H.E.L. Are you guys? Why would the Heavenspan Mountain be in your hands? Big Yellow said coolly, one no, wait until this exalt beats you to a cripple first. In a while, Master Yi will naturally come and tell you. The old man looked at Big Yellow hatefully and said, you, a dignified Saint Exalt, is actually going to be a puny little jade, sovereign heaven's hired thug? Big Yellow said disdainfully, what does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? You think that 3 tribulation Saint Sovereign Heaven is very strong, but following this Master Yi will have greater possibilities. All right, enough rubbish. Watch out for my hoof. After he finished talking, it was another coquettish, profligate hoof. Got to admit, although this move that Mi Tian imparted looked very embarrassed, saying its power was really strong. Each kick was illusory, extremely hard to ascertain. Wanting to defend was incredibly difficult. The old man had just taken a hit. His entire person was still in upheaval. Hence, how could he take this kick? Big Yellow, unforgiving after gaining the momentum too, each hoof attack being stronger than the last. Refining Grand Mist energy was not considered very difficult to Yi Yuan. This process was very complicated. It was a very delicate job. But for Yi Yuan, meticulousness was one of his greatest strong points. The process of refining a grade 4 Heavenly Imperial pill was many times more complicated than this. He similarly would not make any mistakes. That small CLUS tur of Grand Mist energy became smaller and smaller. The aura of the Heavenspan Mountain became increasingly unfathomable. This was precisely the hallmark of a Grand Mist treasure. When the last trace of Grand Mist energy was refined, Yi Yuan let out a long sigh in relief, his face revealing a joyful expression. This trip to the Jade True Heavenly Sect was really not in vain. Although the Dragon Spring Sword was good, in terms of potential, it was still the Heavenspan Mountain that was better. This treasure could follow him as he cultivated all the way to an extremely high realm. Mi Tian also said there were not many treasures comparable to the Myriad Realms Mountain in this world. Bringing the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan withdrew out of the boundary wall. Over there, the old man had already been kicked by Big Yellow until he was covered in wounds and was almost biting the dust. It was also that a Saint Sovereign Heaven could take a beating, otherwise, with Big Yellow's strength, the old man would have long been laid flat. However, looking at Big Yellow's coquettish appearance, Yi Yuan still could not resist bursting into laughter. Compared to normally, Big Yellow had simply become like a different person. With the intention of testing the Heavenspan Mountain's power, Yi Yuan silently recited a spell. The Heavenspan Mountain immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke and smashed toward the old man. Yi Yuan grasped the timing perfectly, coordinating closely with Big Yellow. The old man was caught by surprise, his back suffering a heavy blow, only to see him spurt a mouthful of blood wildly, directly collapsing onto the ground and staying there. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being secretly speechless too. The power of the Heavenspan Mountain was more than 100 times stronger than before. In fact, its power was more than a magnitude stronger than the Dragon Spring Sword. Just a small CLUS tur of Grand Mist energy, and its power actually had such a big increase. Seeing that the old man had lost his combat capacity, Big Yellow stopped attacking too. The other party was still strong in the end. Even if he learned the coquettish profligate hoof, he was still unable to take the other party down within a short time. The battle between Saint Sovereign Heavens was very difficult. It was far too difficult to want to kill the opponent. Yi Yuan gave Big Yellow a big thumbs up and praised. Big Yellow, really coquettish. Plus, Big Yellow gave Yi Yuan a resentful glance and said, "Master Yi, stop making fun of me." Yi Yuan burst out laughing when he heard that. Who the H-E-L? L are you? Why would our Jade True Heavenly Sect's Heavenspan Mountain be in your hands? The old man still could not resist asking. Jade True Heavenly Sect had already lost the Heavenspan Mountain for several tens of thousands of years. Now that he saw it again, how could he not be excited? Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "Your Jade True Heavenly Sect's Heavenspan Mountain? Yin Jade True obtained the Heavenspan Mountain here, right? He was merely one of the Heavenspan Mountain's masters, that's all. Presently, I'm its master." The old man looked at the Heavenspan Mountain in Yi Yuan's hands, and his pupils could not help constricting. The Heavenspan Mountain actually already became a Grand Mist treasure. When fighting just now, the Heavenspan Mountain absorbed that mysterious CLUS tur of power in the boundary wall and broke through. One had to know, with Yin Jade True's strength, it was impossible to let the heaven-span mountain become a grand mist treasure too. What in the world was this young man's background? Also, that mysterious person dwelling in his body was a figure who was even terrifying to the extreme, casually giving pointers to Big Yellow, and it made his strength eclipse his. This level of means, it was what even he, this Saint Sovereign Heaven, could not imagine. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would not believe it at all. Jade True, Heavenly Sect, really concealed deeply. I didn't expect that you guys actually still had a 3 tribulations, Saint Sovereign Heaven. Let me ask you, what kind of place is the mystic realm that your Jade True, Heavenly Sect is going to this time? Yi Yuan asked. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he said, Sacred Civ Mystic Realm is a magnificent continent. There are countless precious treasures in there. However, immense danger is also held in store. Back then, 7 great Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens were killed until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open in order to obtain the treasure inside. Ancestor Jade True also fell there. However, only the 7 of them knew the location of the sacred Civ Mystic Realm. Only all the way until recently, when a phenomenon suddenly happened there, was it discovered by us. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Where is that sacred Civ Mystic Realm? The old man said, Inklight Forest. Chapter 2732, Tyrannical 7-Star Heavenly Sect. Chapter 2732, Tyrannical 7-Star Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Sure enough, it was Inklight Forest. What location in Inklight Forest? Yi Yuan's tone became solemn. The old man gave a coordinate, but wasn't that precisely the site that the Heavenspan world was at? At this point, Yi Yuan no longer had any hope of getting lucky in his heart. It was just that he was very perplexed. Why would the Heavenspan world have associations with this whatever sacred Civ Mystic Realm? Yi Yuan started worrying about Liu they all. He frowned and said, What kind of abnormalities happened there? The old man answered, A few days ago, Bill. OOD. Twilight suddenly rose to the sky there, dyeing the dark night red, linking all sorts of rumors previously. Only then did we confirm that that place is the sacred Civ Mystic Realm. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his heart being in a FLUS. To have you all sent people in before? The old man shook his head and said, The BLOOD. Twilight is extremely strong right now. We can't enter it all. However, that BLOOD. Twilight is currently weakening and will be able to enter very soon. We don't have assurance. That's why we sent out the hero invitations, inviting more powerhouses to enter together. But the moment Yi Yuan heard, he became even more worried. He did not know what kind of change happened in the Heavenspan world. Were they all still well? Big Yellow, send him on his way. Yi Yuan said coolly. Right. Big Yellow received the order and directly into the old man. Bang! In a secret chamber of the Jade True Heavenly Sect, it specially enshrined a life tablet. That place was the previous generation sect master's life tablet. The disciple guarding the hall was suddenly startled awake, and his expression could not help changing wildly. Things are bad. Ancestor Lu Zhengxin's life tablet has shattered. Jade True Heavenly Sect's upper echelons fell into extreme shock and panic very quickly. At this critical juncture, the Jade True Heavenly Sect's greatest trump card, the 3 tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven Ancestor, actually died. Jade True Heavenly Sect's sect master, Chun Tai, returned from Jade Fork Peak, his expression terrifyingly grim. There were only him and Head Elder, 2 people, who knew that Lu Zhengxin existed. Sect Master, what in the world happened? Who could kill Ancestor? Head Elder said with a sorrowful face. Don't know who did it, but it's definitely a Saint Sovereign Heaven that's lurking among those people. Not only did he kill Ancestor, he even took away that mysterious power at the back mountain. What ruthless means? This is equivalent to severing our Jade True Heavenly Sect's lineage. Talking until here, Chun Tai gnashed his teeth in hatred, but more of it was helplessness. The reason why Lu Jingxin was able to break through to Saint's sovereign heaven was entirely because of comprehending that CLUS ter of grand mist energy. However, Lu Jingxin actually could not leave that cave at all, because his fourth Saint's sovereign Tao tribulation was long overdue. He could S-H-I plus ELD heaven's secrets inside that cave and delay the arrival of the fourth Tao tribulation. This was also the reason why the Jade True Heavenly Sect would decline. No successors, but as long as he was around, he would be the Jade True Heavenly Sect's guardian deity. Now the deity was dead. The mysterious power that could help step into Saint's sovereign heaven also disappeared. There was still no news about the Heavenspan Mountain. The Jade True Heavenly Sect was really on the verge of extinction this time. Yi Yuan did not know that him taking away the Grand Mist energy would cause such a heavy loss to the Jade True Heavenly Sect. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care either. He did not have any good impression of the Jade True Heavenly Sect in the first place. If not for Yin Jade True, how could the Heavenspan world have been deceived for hundreds of millions of years? What should we do now? Head Elder said with a solemn face. Absolutely can't let the outside world know about this matter. We must pretend like everything's fine. The Sacred Civ Mystic Realm trip this time is our last chance. As long as we can find the Heavenspan Mountain, Jade True Heavenly Sect will still have hope of continuing. Chintai said in a solemn voice. Their Saint Sovereign Heaven was dead, and they did not even dare to investigate it. They could only swallow the grievance. A month's time said in a flash. Several hundred powerhouses were gathered in Jade True Heavenly Sect. There naturally could not dispense with some friction. But ever since Big Yellow knocked S-H-I plus you over with a kick, no one dared to provoke him anymore. Everyone knew that the large yellow bull next to him was not to be trifled with. In the marketplace, Yi Yuan found a lot of good stuff. On the day of departure, Yi Yuan already could not wait for it. Chintai arrived before everyone and said with clasped hands, "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Chintai is endlessly grateful. The Sacred Civ Mystic Realm opening this time, this sect promises everyone that as long as we find Ancestor Jade True's Heavenspan Mountain, we won't take anything else. But if anyone wants to TCH the Heavenspan Mountain from this sect, the Jade True Heavenly Sect will be irreconcilable till death with them. Although our ancestor Jingxin is in close seclusion all year round, if you really provoke him into taking action, it's likely that no one will gain any advantage. When Yi Yuan heard this, he could not resist exchanging a glance with Big Yellow. Although he did not know Lu Jingxin this name, he guessed it too. This Chun Tai actually used a dead person to threaten everyone. It was really impressive enough. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not express anything. If he showed it, it would mean that he was killed by him. There was no benefit apart from becoming the common target for scorn. Moreover, there were likely hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the Jade Sovereign Heavens present. Sect Master Chun, rest assured. We only seek natural treasures and won't fight with you. Yeah, we're entering the Sacred Civ Mystic Realm merely in order to seek a lucky chance to break through to Saint's Sovereign Heaven. That's your Jade True Heavenly Sects. We won't S-N-A-T-C-H it. The moment Chintai said it, everyone's hearts turned fearful, making their positions known one after another. Legends had it that the Jade True Heavenly Sect was still hiding a Saint's Sovereign Heaven. No one knew whether it was real or fake, but most believed it. After all, Jade True Heavenly Sect was once True Yang's #1 sect, its foundation being extremely deep. Seeing everyone make known their positions, Chintai was very satisfied too, and said with a nod, "All right, everyone, let's set off." Wait a minute. Everyone was just about to move out when Tang Quan spoke up. Seeing him open his mouth, everyone knew that there was a show to watch. These few days, they had been curious all along. The 7-star Heavenly Sect was not easy to deal with. Got slapped in the face for no reason, but did not fight back. Everyone was finding it odd. But they did not expect that Tang Quan was waiting here. "What is it, Elder Tang?" Shintai asked. Tang Quan looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said coolly, "Wei Yu is our 7-star Heavenly Sect's next sect master." Someone actually dared to slap his face. It's equivalent to slapping our 7-star Heavenly Sect's face. In this true Yang heavenly domain, no one dares to slap my 7-star Heavenly Sect's face yet. Today, in front of everyone, we naturally have to gain back this face. Everyone present was shrewd. They naturally knew Tang Quan's intention of doing so. He was using this incident to shock all of the true Yang Heavenly Sect's powerhouses, that his 7-star Heavenly Sect was not to be provoked. In reality, there were really not many people who dared to provoke the 7-star Heavenly Sect, even if the other person's strength was lacking. But Yi Yuan was one of those few people. When Wei Yu saw Tang Quan speak up, he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, today, kneel down and acknowledge your fault in front of everybody and waste your own cultivation. Then, deliver that large yellow bowl to the 7-star Heavenly Sect. This matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, you can forget about going anywhere today." When everyone heard, they could not help secretly applauding. Wei Yu was well deserving of being a sect master successor. His mind was very meticulous too. He had clearly seen through this large yellow bull's extraordinariness too. That was why he would say that. If the 7-star Heavenly Sect obtained Big Yellow and groomed him, he would surely be a major combat force in the future. Chapter 2733. Get Coquetous.h. Plus. Chapter 2733. Get Coquetous. H. Plus it's fun now. With a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven taking action, that punk can't be arrogant anymore, right? It felt great when slapping faces, but the consequences are very severe. He could have provoked others, but he had to provoke True Yang's #1 major sect, 7-star Heavenly Sect, an ascender really acting recklessly and blindly. Seeing Tang Quan speak up, many people harbored the idea of gloating over others' misfortune. The vast majority present were all indigenous powerhouses. They were not welcoming to ascenders to begin with. They naturally did not want Yi Yuan to ride on their heads. Chuntai's eyes also narrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "There's actually such a thing? Boy, you actually dare to make a move against the 7-star Heavenly Sect's people on the Jade True Heavenly Sect's territory. Kneel down now and apologize to Elder Tang. This sect can guarantee you from death." Lu Jingxin was already dead. Jade True Heavenly Sect needed a powerful ally. 7-star Heavenly Sect was obviously the best ally. Why would he care about the life and death of an ascender? Befriending Tang Quan in this matter was naturally a great deal. It was just that he did not know that the ones who killed Lu Jingxin and plunged the Jade True Heavenly Sect into an unprecedented crisis was precisely Yi Yuan and Big Yellow. With Chun Tai making his stance known, it held tremendous weight. With two great heavenly sects making their positions known at the same time, if Yi Yuan did not lower his head, there would be no place to shelter him in the true Yang heavenly domain anymore. "Hey, boy, lower your head and admit your mistake. Looking on the account of Big Yellow's face, I'll come forward to mediate things for you in a while and preserve your cultivation. Presumably, they will still give me some face." Taoist Wu Fong already squeezed beside Yi Yuan without knowing when and whispered in his ear. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, rather surprisedly. He did not expect that this guy would actually say something like this. Becoming enemies with two great heavenly sects at this time, at least one could tell that Taoist Wu Fong was a fanatic too. For a prey that he was interested in, he could act regardless of the consequences. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "No need. Just these few trash. I haven't taken them seriously yet." Taoist Wu Fong scoffed and said, "Boy, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. You probably don't know what half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven means. Furthermore, the 7-star Heavenly Sect has more than just Tang Quan, one half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Being able to become True Yang's #1 Heavenly Sect, how could the 7-star Heavenly Sect be underestimated? Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was merely the standard for the sect. Yi Yuan just smiled and looked at Chun Tai as he said, Sect Master Chin's warning earlier was very overbearing. These few days at Jade True Heavenly Sect, I discovered that the scenery at the back mountain is really not bad. As soon as these words came out, the others did not feel anything off, but Chun Tai's head exploded with a bang. Stormy waves immediately set off in his heart. This was a warning. What did he warn just now? He was warning everyone using Jade True Heavenly Sect's Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Then what did the back mountain represent? The Jade Fork Peak was precisely the Jade True Heavenly Sect's back mountain. Linking these 2 points together, its meaning was already self-explanatory. Yi Yuan was clearly saying this. Your Jade True Heavenly Sect Saint Sovereign Heaven is already dead. You're still threatening people here? Truly laughable. Lu Jingxin's demise. This was absolutely a secret among secrets. In the entire Jade True Heavenly Sect, only he and Head Elder 2 people knew about it. Then how did Yi Yuan know? There was only one possibility. Lu Jingxin's demise had inescapable connections with Yi Yuan. Having murdered someone, one should originally deal with things in a low-key manner. But Yi Yuan actually hinted him in such a grand manner. F * King H E L L too arrogant. Chun Tai wished to immediately blow Yi Yuan up right now. But he could not. As long as Yi Yuan said it out, that Jade True Heavenly Sect currently no longer had a Saint Sovereign Heaven to hold down the fort. The Jade True Heavenly Sect would really be finished. Weren't you still using Saint Sovereign Heaven to scare people just now? Your Saint Sovereign Heaven isn't even around anymore. Still scaring people? Jade True Heavenly Sect's crisis was about to arrive immediately. Chun Tai's entire body quivered, glaring at Yi Yuan angrily, virtually about to rampage. This guy was telling him that he killed your Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, but you still wanted to use this to threaten him. This was simply shameless to the extreme. Yet, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan. How aggravating. Oh, Sect Master Chun, are you sure that you want me to kneel down and admit my fault? Yi Yuan looked at Chun Tai and said with a smile that was not a smile. Chun Tai's expression changed over and over again. Finally, he retreated to one side, having an appearance like it did not concern him. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with shock. What happened? That brat's one sentence made Sect Master Chun stay a good distance away? A heavenly sect master. That was definitely an overlord-level existence. If Saint Sovereign did not emerge, who could contend? This kind of overlord was actually persuaded to withdraw by an unknown punk. The shock in their hearts could be imagined. Tang Quan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, Sect Master Chun, what's the meaning of this? Chun Tai drew a deep breath and said coolly, There's no meaning. This matter, my Jade True Heavenly Sect can't intervene. Tang Quan's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, Very good. This Tang has had a taste of it. Chun Tai only felt bitterness in his mouth. He had offended the 7-star Heavenly Sect now. But he had no choice. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, he could only choose to offend the 7-star Heavenly Sect. However, the people that my 7-star Heavenly Sect wants to quell, we don't need to borrow other people's power at all. Boy, this elder will give you one last chance, kneel or not. Tang Quan looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Quan and said with a smile, Yammering until now. Isn't it just for the sake of posturing? It's just a pity that you found the wrong target. Tang Quan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly already genuinely enraged. He gave a cold snort and said, Very good. It has already been many years since anyone dared to provoke my 7-star Heavenly Sect. Today, this elder will kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Finished talking, he took a step out, his imposing momentum terrifying to the extreme. That appearance clearly already had half a foot stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. 7-star steps, Tian Kuei Palm. These are 7-star Heavenly Sect's 2 great unique skills. Looks like Elder Tang is genuinely enraged. That boy, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think that by bringing a chaos aberrant, He's invincible under the heavens? Ha! Young people, they always think that they are invincible under the heavens. The moment Tang Quan made his move, the commotion was not what the average half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens could compare to. The ultimate skills of seven-star heavenly sect, those were all the true young heavenly domain's pinnacle martial techniques. The moment it debuted, it was absolutely incomparably shocking. But Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. He just smiled faintly and said, "Big Yellow, get coquettish." H. Plus, Big Yellow gave Yi Yuan a resentful look. His body suddenly started contorting. "Master Yi, you're making things very difficult for Big Yellow." While talk was talk, Big Yellow still unleashed the coquettish profligate hoof. Seeing a bull pose in a flirtatious and seductive manner, everyone simmered with laughter and burst out laughing. This scene was seriously too comical. Tang Quan's seven-star steps was swift to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Yuan. It was also right at this moment that Big Yellow unleashed his hoof. This hoof seemed slow but was fast in reality, and it reached first despite launching later. Bang! Tang Quan's face was directly kicked solidly by this hoof, and he flew out. The whole place was deathly silent. No one expected that even when the half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Tang Quan took action, it was still the same. Chapter 2734. This place is my hometown. Chapter 2734. This place is my hometown. Tang Quan got up, the bull hoof print on his face clearly visible. Many people were simmering with laughter, secretly laughing. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, they were apex existences in the 5 great heavenly regions too. But now, there was an additional bull hoof print on his face. Thinking about it felt hilarious too. Of course, this was because Big Yellow did not use his true strength. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as leaving behind a mark. Even if it was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, this hoof would also make his head explode. The coquettish profligate hoof was no joke. Is this your 7-star heavenly sex prestige? Looks like it's nothing more than this. This time, I'll let you all remember it better. If you don't have sufficient strength, don't posture in front of so many people. Big Yellow helped sink it into the 7-star heavenly sex people's memories. The moment these words came out, each and every one of the 7-star heavenly sex people lost their souls. However, they did not have time to react at all, and Big Yellow already arrived in front of their faces. Bang, bang, bang. Big Yellow kicked his hooves extremely fast. Ordinary Jade, Sovereign Heavens, could not react at all. In a blink, each of the 7-star heavenly sex Jade Sovereign Heavens had a bull hoof print left on their faces. Of course, there were 2 on Tang Quan's face. He still failed to avoid this hoof. Wei Yu was even depressed until the verge of vomiting blood. This was the 3rd time. Each and every one of the powerhouses present was dumbstruck with amazement. They already overestimated Big Yellow's strength as much as possible. Who knew that they still underestimated it? But the problem was Big Yellow clearly did not utilize any strength. How did he do it? No matter what, the 7-star heavenly sex face was considered to have been slapped ruthlessly once again. As True Yang's #1 major sect, when had the 7-star heavenly sect endured this kind of frustration before? Yet, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Getting their faces slapped, they could only swallow the insult and humiliation silently and follow the main force forward. Hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heavens moved in a mighty contingent and marched for Inklight Forest. Just arriving at Inklight Forest, Yi Yuan already saw a CLUS, Turv BL, OOD, Y-light surging towards the sky. This B, L, O, OD, Y-light stirred the soul, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. When Yi Yuan saw this, his complexion could not help turning pale. Getting close, Yi Yuan discovered that the origin of the BL, O, D, Y-light was precisely the place that he sealed back then. It was just that now, the seal had long already disappeared without a trace. Fellow Taoists, I wonder who's willing to take the lead? Shintai said. Big Yellow, let's enter, Yi Yuan said without thinking. When Big Yellow saw Yi Yuan's complexion, he had long already guessed something. At once, He did not say anything either, directly bringing Yi Yuan and Russ. H.I. plus ing in the BL. OODY light. A terrifying power surged out of the B. L. OODY light, as if going to grind Yi Yuan two people up. But Big Yellow gave a cold snort and stomped with his bull hoof. That surge of power was immediately dispersed. Swaz. H. Plus the two-person's figure immediately vanished. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. But right at this time, there were several figures that rushed straight into the B. L. O.O.D. light pious, Sageway again. The others were not willing to fall behind too, following one after another. In reality, the power of this B. L. O.O.D. light had already diminished significantly now. These people were all Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Going in was naturally not hard. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, his body immediately having a feeling of fusing together in perfect harmony. This feeling was very intimate. This was the feeling of returning home. Fortunately, the Heavenspan world was still the Heavenspan world. Apart from B. L. O.O.D. light filling the sky, there did not seem to be too much of a change. And this CLUS, Tur of B. L. O.O.D. light actually rose up from beneath his feet, teeming the entire Heavenspan world. The place where Yi Yuan was standing, it was none other than precisely the place where the Heavenspan mountain was originally at. Further up was the plain Pa-S, Sageway that led to grand bright jade, complete heaven. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that there was actually a Pa-S, Sageway below the Heavenspan mountain too. Interesting. I didn't expect that this inconspicuous, small kiliacosm actually connects to two major plains. Over there seems to be a dilapidated continent. Yi Yuan brat, is this your hometown? In his sea of consciousness came Yi Tion's exclamation. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, his expression very ugly. His divine sense already swept the entire Heavenspan world just now, but he did not discover the figures of Liu and the rest. With Yi Yuan's present strength, the moment he released his divine sense, he would be able to instantly cover the entire Heavenspan world. But he scanned several times after returning, and yet there were no traces at all. The people on intimate terms with Yi Yuan, Umungli, White Light, Liu, and the rest were actually all not around. The present Heavenspan world no longer had any secrets to speak of to him. He did not believe that there was anywhere that could deceive his divine sense. Then, where did Liu they all go? Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus one figure after another came out of the plain Pa-S, Sageway, and landed in the Heavenspan world. It turns out that it's a small kiliacosm. The ants here are all so weak. There's actually not even a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This kind of ants are not worthy to live in this world. Why don't I send them off? Boom! His voice had yet to fade when a streak of sword light flashed past. The person who was talking just now was already reduced to dregs. Everyone's faces turned apprehensive, because the one who unleashed this streak of sword light was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. What he was holding in his hand was precisely the Dragon Spring Sword. That person who was talking just now was an elder of one of the 7 great heavenly sects, Dazzling Cloud Heavenly Sect. His strength already reached Upper Jade, Sovereign Heaven, but under Yi Yuan's sword, he did not even last a single breath. In everyone's impression, Yi Yuan was merely a rookie that was hiding behind Big Yellow. That was all. No one really took him seriously. But the moment he made his move, just now, everyone was shocked. This punk was not a soft persimmon. Boy, are you crazy? My Dazzling Cloud Heavenly Sect's elder merely said a sentence, and you killed him? The one speaking was Dazzling Cloud Heavenly Sect's head elder, Tang Iha, who was similarly a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan looked at him and said in a cold voice, I am the ant that he was talking about. He wants to exterminate ants like me. Could it be that this ant can't kill him? Liu and the rest disappeared. Yi Yuan was currently in a violent rage. Yet, at this time, that person talked nonsense about exterminating the heaven-span world's ants. How could Yi Yuan not be furious? Heavenly stratum powerhouses coming to the lower realms would always have a huge sense of superiority. Back then, Jun Tian was merely a measly little lesser sublime heavenly stratum, and he was the same. Let alone these jade, sovereign heavenly stratums that were standing high above the maw. SES. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over all their faces and emphasized each word. This place is my hometown. Whoever makes a move here, I'll kill them. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed looks of disbelief. No one expected that Yi Yuan actually ascended from here, because they felt it. This small kiliacosm was a small kiliacosm that had heavenly down missing. Or should one say, this was a small kiliacosm that had been altered by someone before. It was impossible for someone to ascend from here. But Yi Yuan emerged. How could they not be surprised? Ho! A mere lower jade, sovereign heaven. Truly arrogant to the extreme. Do you really think that no one can handle you? At this time, a young man who looked 17 or 18 years old walked out of the crowd. With each step that the young man took, his imposing momentum rose frenziedly. In the end, it actually reached the level of Saint Sovereign Heaven. When Tang Quan and Wei Yu saw this person, their faces revealed a look of wild ecstasy, and they yelled, Saint Exalt Wei Cloud, you actually came. Chapter 2735. Momentary Slip of the Tongue. Chapter 2735. Momentary Slip of the Tongue. 7-star Heavenly Sex, Saint Exalt Wei Cloud. He hasn't come into being for thousands of years. I didn't expect that he would actually make a move this time. The Mystic Realm trip this time actually alarmed even the Saint Exalt powerhouses. Looks like it's not as simple as we imagined. There's a show to watch now. I want to see how this boy plans on dealing with it. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's appearance greatly enhanced the morale of the 7-star Heavenly Sex side. No one expected that a Saint Exalt would actually be lurking among them. Saint Exalt comprehended Heavenly Tao rules. If they had the intention of hiding, the rest definitely could not tell, just like Big Yellow. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, bringing along a brute, and you think that you're invincible under the heavens already? Boy, hand over the grand mist treasure in your hands, and this Exalt can spare you from death. The moment everyone heard, they came to a sudden realization. Previously, the 7-star Heavenly Sect had their faces slapped by Yi Yuan time and again, but Saint Exalt Wei Cloud did not take action. In his view, this was merely a children's squabble. In front of a Saint Sovereign Heaven, a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was merely SOSO 2. But when Yi Yuan took out the Grand Mist Treasure, it was not up to him to not be moved anymore. Grand Mist Treasure could only unleash their true power in the hands of Saint Sovereign Heavens. Therefore, he made his move. Scram! Yi Yuan only replied to him with one word. His mind was currently in a whirl, and he had long already lost his composure from before. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud, jumping out now, had no other use other than infuriating him. Saint Exalt Wei Cloud's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, Boy, looks like you still don't understand what's called Saint Sovereign Heaven. Is this place your hometown? Ho-ho, very good. Done talking, Wei Cloud raised his hand slightly, and the entire world started trembling. When Yi Yuan returned, he discovered that the heaven-span world became much more stable. If it was like before he ascended, that sword earlier would have made the heaven-span world fall apart to pieces. However, when a Saint Sovereign Heaven made his move, how could the momentum be of the common sort? Seeing Saint Exalt Wei Cloud make his move, Wei Yu's face was full of smugness. Letting Yi Yuan feel sorrow like cutting in his flesh, he felt really great. Suffering a lost time and again in front of Yi Yuan made his killing intent towards Yi Yuan climb to its peak too. A mere lower realms ant. What right did he have to S, H, I, plus T, and P, I, S on his head? Apart from that, Seven-star heavenly sects powerhouses were also very invigorated. Saint Exalt was their seven-star heavenly sect's true power. Bulls. H.I. plus T Saint Sovereign Heaven. Is it very impressive? Big Yellow. Yi Yuan said icily. Actually, without waiting for Yi Yuan to give the order, Yi Yuan's coquettish profligate hoof already made an appearance. But this time, the power of Saint Sovereign Heaven erupted. Saint Exalt Wakeloud was currently planning on demonstrating his own martial prowess. With his cultivation realm, he did not need to exert his full strength to slaughter the people of the Heavenspan world. But Big Yellow's hoof held tremendous power. Saint Exalt Wakeloud was caught by surprise and directly took a kick to his face. Bang! Saint Exalt Wakeloud was directly kicked 100,000 feet away, his entire face bleeding, looking wretched to the extreme. How did the current Saint Exalt Wakeloud still have any airs of an expert? One had to know. Big Yellow's coquettish profligate hoof was what even the three tribulations Saint Sovereign Heaven, Lu Jingxin, could not withstand. Saint Exalt Wakeloud had not even reached the first tribulation yet. This kick landing, he was already seriously wounded. He looked at Big Yellow with a look of horror, his expression changing as he said, "As Saint Sovereign Heaven." Just as the others did not discover that he was Saint Sovereign Heaven, Saint Exalt Wakeloud also did not discover that Big Yellow was Saint Sovereign Heaven. Currently, Big Yellow exposing his true strength, everyone felt shocked to the core. It was not that they were stupid, but that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were too rare. There were only so few Saint Sovereign Heavens on the entire Rainclear continent. They could be counted. But who could have thought that a Saint Exalt True Spirit was actually willing to be a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven's mount? They saw Yi Yuan ride on Big Yellow's body with their own eyes. Big Yellow looked at Saint Exalt Wakeloud coldly and said disdainfully, "You scolded this exalted brute just now?" Saint Exalt Wakeloud's heart thumped, and he hurriedly said, "And not at all. A slip of the tongue. Just now, it was just a momentary slip of the tongue." Big Yellow smiled coldly and said, "You want to master Ye's grandest treasure earlier?" Saint Exalt Wakeloud only felt bitterness and said, "And no, just now it was just a momentary impulse." Big Yellow continued, "Just now you wanted to destroy Master Ye's hometown?" Saint Exalt Wakeloud only had a bitter smile left as he shook his head and said, "Mistake. It was really just a mistake. If really want a fair fight, even if Saint Exalt Wakeloud was not Big Yellow's match, it would also not be to an extent of being in such a tight corner. But Big Yellow's sudden hoof attack earlier really had a powerful effect. Fighting again at this time, he had no hope at all, so he could only submit. Coming here, his goal was the sacred Civ Mystic Realm's natural treasures. There was completely no need to fight to the bitter end with Big Yellow right now. The true strength that Big Yellow displayed also made all the powerhouses speculate one after another. Really didn't expect that the large yellow bull is actually a Saint Exalt True Spirit. I heard that there's a Saint Exalt in the Myriad Demons Mountain whose true body is that of a bull. Could it be him? Hang on. Why would a Lord Saint Exalt willingly be a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven's mount? Just what background does that young man have? At this time, there were a series of question marks above everyone's heads. This kind of thing, they could not figure it out even if they racked their brains too. However, Yi Yuan ignored their guesses and just said coolly, "Cripple that guy, and this matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, it's irreconcilable till death. No one can think about entering the sacred Civ Mystic Realm without determining a victor." But when he spoke, Yi Yuan pointed at Wei Yu. This guy had already been jumping up and down a few times. Previously, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. But now, Yi Yuan was very angry and very irritable, so he was going to take action. When Wei Yu heard that, his expression could not help changing wildly, and he said, "Who the H.E.L. I do you think you are to actually dare command a Saint Exalt what to do? Saint Exalt Wakeloud, I'm a successor appointed by Sect Master. Why you can't get turned against me?" Saint Exalt Wakeloud gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. Boom! Wei Yu was directly blown into a cloud of blood mist. The seven-star heavenly sect successor died, Just like that. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. From J-True Heavenly Sect to the Heavenspan world, they were all waiting to watch Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. But in the end, Wei Yu became the fool, and the 7-star Heavenly Star became the joke. It was actually a Saint Exalt true spirit following by Yi Yuan's side. Even Saint Exalt Wakeloud, this kind of powerful existence, had no choice but to submit too. Saint Exalt Wakeloud drew a deep breath and said, "Are you satisfied with this?" Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "I know that there are still some hidden Saint Sovereign Heavens among you guys. You all go to the sacred Civ Mystic realm to vie for your lucky chances. I'm very vexed right now, so don't provoke me. I use my life to guard this world. Whoever dares to touch a single hair of it, I'll never rest until he's dead." This was a blatant threat, but the powerhouses present did not dare to really provoke Yi Yuan anymore. He had the capital to threaten everyone. Moreover, they all came to seek lucky chances. There was no need to make trouble with Yi Yuan. Chapter 2736. Unexpected Person. Chapter 2736. Unexpected Person. All the powerhouses present no longer have their tempers. They all went toward the Pa-S, Sageway below, in succession. There was the entrance to the sacred Civ Mystic realm. Saint Exalt Wakeloud hesitated for a bit, but still cupped his fists at Big Yellow and said, "I wonder if fellow Taoist is the Myriad Demons Mountain's Saint Exalt Bull Demon." Big Yellow said coolly, "Nay, this Exalt is Saint Exalt Bull Demon's head commander." Saint Exalt Wakeloud's expression changed, his heart being in disarray. When did Myriad Demons Mountain have one more Saint Exalt? It seemed like the 5 great heavenly regions news was somewhat outdated. Saint Exalt Wakeloud hesitated for a bit, but he still said, "Pardon me for being forthright, but your esteemed self is a dignified Saint Exalt. How can you be the mount for a lower jade sovereign heaven? This is insulting the majesty of Saint Exalts." Big Yellow's nostrils turned to the sky, and he said coolly, "This Exalt is happy. Do you have any objections?" Saint Exalt Wakeloud was choked badly enough and could only leave an Embark. Meant. Several hundred jade sovereign heavens entered sacred Civ Mystic realm one after another. Only Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. After everyone left, Yi Yuan arrived at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with a teleport. In reality, this place was no longer Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, but became the Heavenspan world's holy land. The deed of Yi Yuan battling Jun Tian alone and saving the Heavenspan world had already become a legend here. This place remained the same, but the people were gone. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept over and over again and discovered that it was not just they all who had disappeared. As long as it was someone who had associated with Yi Yuan before, they had actually all disappeared without a trace now. What was going on? In fact, even those people in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the Jin family's people, Ning family's people, have all vanished without a trace too. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he seemed to have fallen into a huge conspiracy. The person who abducted Yu Mengli, they all knew too much about him. The other party understood until they knew his experiences growing up all the way, like the back of their hand. But he had already turned the 9 Tao ancestors into his Virginia Sal's before he left. The 9 great Tao ancestors were already the Heavenspan world's strongest force. Who was the other party to actually have such powerful strength? Could it be that a heavenly Stratum powerhouse was hidden in this Heavenspan world? Friend, I want to meet the 9 great Tao ancestors. Do you know where they are? Yi Yuan stopped a Deva 4th Blight powerhouse and asked, "Tao ancestor? What's that?" The other party answered. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Then do you know who Yi Yuan is?" The moment the other person heard, he immediately said with deep veneration, "Yi Yuan is our savior. His contributions are unparalleled, and his accomplishments surpass ancient and modern times." Yi Yuan asked again, "Then do you know where the people related to him went?" The moment the other party heard, he shook his head blankly and said, "The savior is the savior. Who would go and care about the people around him?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. he discovered that his traces had already been completely erased by someone, leaving behind only a savior. The world only knew of Yi Yuan, but they did not know that there were 9 Tao ancestors. The people related to Yi Yuan had also all disappeared without a trace. Looks like your road of growing up was just a certain existence's conspiracy. When you were growing up, there has always been a pair of eyes behind you, watching you. Mi Tian suddenly said. Yi Yuan only felt his back turn cold. Who was the other party? What did he want to do? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his head suddenly exploding, thinking of someone. Yin Jade True. This heaven-span world was a scheme single-handedly arranged by him in the first place. If talking about who was most likely to do this, then the greatest possibility was him. Yi Yuan discovered that he had always been stuck in a fixed mindset. That was that Yin Jade True was already dead. But who had seen that he really died? The people in the same era as him had long since disappeared. Even Zhuobu Fan had also embarked on the road to the south. Was he really dead? Not necessarily. Oh, looks like you've already guessed it. As expected, worthy of being the person that I chose. The Deva Fourth Blight, who was stopped by Yi Yuan, suddenly emitted a strange laugh from his mouth. Yi Yuan's entire body shook, staring fixedly at the other party, and discovered that the look in the other party's eyes had already changed, as if he had become another person. Yin Jade True. Yi Yuan enunciated each word. It's me. The other party did not deny it, but he smiled and said, Your improvement is faster than I imagined. What I didn't expect is that the Heavenspan Mountain actually evolved into a grand mist treasure in your hands. Yi Yuan never dreamed that the Saint Exalt Jade True, who had once commanded the 5 great heavenly regions, the Heavenspan Mountain's former master, was actually not dead yet. What the H-E-L I do you want to do? Where's Li are they all? Yi Yuan's tone was almost freezing this world. Yi Yuan was virtually on the verge of going berserk right now. At the thought of his growth, how there had always been a pair of eyes watching behind him, he felt a chill without it being cold. Let alone that Yin Jade True actually even kidnapped Li are they all. Yin Jade True smiled lightly and said, Yi Yuan, you're the smartest and most talented person that I've met. Even when compared to Zhuobu Fan, you're not the least bit inferior too. Therefore, you should have already guessed what I want to do, right? Yi Yuan suppressed the fury in his heart and said in a solemn voice, You want me to enter the sacred Civ mystic realm? Yi Yuan was not stupid. With the plain Pas Sageway suddenly erupting and the sacred Civ mystic realm suddenly opening up, it likely had everything to do with Yin Jade True. Otherwise, why would such a sudden turn of events occur when everything was perfectly fine? Yin Jade True caused such a big commotion. It was clearly in order to make everyone enter the sacred Civ mystic realm. Of course, he wanted to make Yi Yuan enter the sacred Civ mystic realm most of all. But it was clearly impossible for Yi Yuan to give in obediently. That was why he kidnapped Li Er and the rest. Everyone and everything all seemed to be under Yin Jade True's control. Smart. Dealing with you, even if it's me, I have to be careful too. Therefore, for safety's sake, I sent your lover and all the people related to you into thousands of small kiliocosms. Only I know their locations. Of course, they're all very safe. As long as you listen and behave obediently, they will always be very safe. Yin Jade True said with a smile. Yi Yuan looked at Yin Jade True coldly and said in a solemn voice, You search for successors with the heart of Heavenspan to break through the Heavenspan world's barriers and become a heavenly Stratum powerhouse. The purpose was for today. Yin Jade True's appearance made Yi Yuan think of many things. From the time Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove obtained the heart of Heavenspan, to the series of events that happened later on, it seemed like just a coincidence. But looking back now, everything was inevitable. It was just that Yi Yuan could not figure out. Yin Jade True's means were exceedingly formidable. Why did he have to look for successors in the lower realms? Yin Jade True smiled and said, I said before you're very smart. So, your decision is? Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Do I still have a choice? Yin Jade True smiled and said, Yi Yuan, you don't have a trace of flaw from head to toe. Your only flaw is that you attach too much importance to the people around you. And this is also an important reason why I chose you. At this time, Yi Yuan already recovered his calm and said coolly, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Yin J. True said, "Go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace and help me get something." Chapter 27:37. I'm familiar with this place. Chapter 27:37. I'm familiar with this place. Labyrinth Divine Palace. Hearing this name, Mi Tian could not help exclaiming in surprise. Yi Yuan was also surprised. A place that could make Mi Tian cry out in surprise was definitely not a simple place. Up until now, there was only the Myriad Realms mountain that could truly surprise Mi Tian. Of course, Yi Yuan remained unmoved on the surface. "Senior, you know the Labyrinth Divine Palace?" Yi Yuan asked. Mi Tian did not answer Yi Yuan, but muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that where this place connects to is actually the heaven-fragmented continent. Kid, promise him first." That tone carried a strong sense of nostalgia. But Yi Yuan somewhat hesitated as he said, "At a conservative estimate, Yin J. True had Middle Saint's sovereign heaven strength back then, too. Furthermore, he was not an average Middle Saint sovereign heaven, something that even Yin J. True could not get. Could he, a puny little jade sovereign heaven, get it? I'm familiar with the place." Mi Tian did not explain too much and just said these four light-sounding words. But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth and said, "Okay." Yin J. True smiled and said, "Very good. He who understands the times is a wise man. There's something in the Labyrinth Divine Palace called Void Snap Immortal Condensation. You bring it out, and this exalt will naturally let your sweetheart go." "All right, deal." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath either, agreeing readily. Of course, he had no choice either. That Yin J. True smiled strangely and immediately fell softly to the ground. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, arriving at the entrance to the sacred Civ mystic realm with a teleport. Yi Yuan had his own judgment about Yin J. True too. That guy must have been seriously injured back then, even being on the verge of death. That was why he lay dormant in the heaven-span world, with his saint's sovereign heaven strength. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to heavenly stratum, it was impossible to find him too. Probably until now, Yin J. True had not recovered to his peak state either. "Senior, what's this Void Snap Immortal Condensation?" Yi Yuan asked. "Void Snap Immortal Condensation. It's a chaos variant with the ability to seize heaven's good fortune. That little fellow probably wants this item in order to break through to the realm of true sovereign heaven," Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he said, "In that case, he's already grand completion Saint's sovereign heaven." Mi Tian chuckled and said, "If you know what the heaven-fragmented continent is, you wouldn't be making such a big fuss. Come on, go in first. In this world, your every action and movement can't escape his surveillance." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and took a step out, entering another S.P.A.C. Suddenly, abundance landed in Yi Yuan's eyes. Thick spiritual energy even made Yi Yuan feel a little short of breath. Such rich spiritual energy. Even Big Yellow could not resist exclaiming in surprise too. "This S.P.A.C. is so weird. It's actually even richer than Rain-Clear Continent's spiritual energy. The power of rules here is also the 33 heavens rules." Yi Yuan frowned and said, this was clearly an independent S.P.A.C. that looked like a small world. But Yi Yuan felt like he had returned to the 33 heavens. Furthermore, this place gave Yi Yuan an extremely dangerous feeling. It was really hard to imagine that the heaven-span world was actually connected to such a strange S.P.A.C. Oh, it's indeed the heaven-fragmented continent. That fool is giving you a lucky chance. Arriving at this world, Mi Tian was no longer acting in a secretive manner either, directly making a sound. "Lucky chance?" Big Yellow was taken aback. Mi Tian smiled and said, "Do you all know what the Labyrinth Divine Palace is?" Yi Yuan did not speak, waiting quietly for Mi Tian to continue. The labyrinth divine palace was once a major force that covered all the heavens. Powerhouses plentiful like clouds, flurries. Plusing for a period of time. They were once crimson bright, and young heaven's strongest sect, and not one of. But sadly, this sect was too ambitious to actually want to unify the 33 heavens. However, their strength was really strong too. The labyrinth divine palace expanded continuously and virtually swept across more than half of the 33 heavens territory. In the end, it finally provoked the hegemons of the heavens to move out, triggering the all-heavens war. That battle fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, all the heavens collapsing. This isn't a description. It was really that heaven was rent asunder and the earth cracked. Labyrinth divine palaces, sects along with an entire continent were directly shattered, drifting into chaos. This is also the origin of the heaven-fragmented continent. I didn't expect that it actually fell here. Yi Yuan and Big Yellow listened, and they could not help drawing a breath of cold air. How stable was the 33 heavens S.P.A.C.? Not entering Jade Sovereign Heaven, one could not even fly for a long time. But the all-heavens war actually drove an entire continent into the void. That level of battle, how grand and torrential was it? How abnormally tragic was it? Hegemons of the heavens, Yi Yuan muttered and said, Senior, hegemons of the heavens, what kind of strength is that? Mi Tian smiled and said, the strength of hegemons of the heavens isn't what you can imagine currently. You just have to know, they can access heaven and penetrate the earth, reverse heaven and earth, and are omnipotent. In your rain-clear continent, Saint Sovereign Heavens can be called Saint Exalts. But in front of a faction like the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Saint Sovereign Heavens doesn't even have the qualifications to guard the door. Rain-clear continent is merely a corner of the 33 heavens, where spiritual energy is scarce. That's all. You guys should have felt this spiritual energy here. At its heyday, heaven-fragmented continent's spiritual energy was 100 times of this place. Under such an environment, what as mere Saint Sovereign Heaven could as? Yi Yuan felt an upsurge of emotion as he listened. Only then did he realize his insignificance. He was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Senior, could it be that you were a hegemon of the heavens too? Big Yellow asked curiously. Mi Tian said coolly, true members of the Dragon Clan are born in chaos and equal to heaven. They are hegemon realm when born. What do you think? Big Yellow opened his bull eyes wide, opening his mouth wide, a dumbfounded look on his face. Born as a hegemon. This was really too demoralizing. All sentient beings went against heavens, going through countless tribulations before they could corroborate their Tao as heavenly stratum. But some people were already born at the finish point. Was it aggravating or not? But Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, and he suddenly said, Senior, you said that hegemon realm can access heaven and penetrate the earth and reverse heaven and earth. Then, if I reach the realm of hegemon, can I resurrect the dead? He suddenly remembered that hint of undulation in front of his father's grave after he killed Heavenly Emperor Jiushang with his own hands, and asked with a hint of hope. That will depend on who it is. It's true that hegemon realm reverses heaven and earth, but everyone's ability is different. However, I know that the Lord of Samsara indeed has the ability to revere yin and yang. Of course, he's also not omnipotent. He can revive some people, but others he can't, Mi Tian said. Mi Tian said it lightly, but Yi Yuan's eyes radiated a brilliant light. Looks like that hint of undulation that he had once felt was not an illusion. Maybe his father really had hopes of resurrecting. However, he had to have adequate strength first. Otherwise, how could he talk to the Lord of Samsara, this level of powerhouse? Many thanks to Senior for clarifying my doubts. The Labyrinth Divine Palace trip this time, I'll have to trouble Senior. Yi Yuan said, No need to thank me. The faster your strength improves, the sooner I can go home. However, this heaven-fragmented continent has really withered. That bunch of fools, they have already started to take the road to ruin. Those 13 Saint Sovereign Heavens, do they regard themselves as infallible? Come on, let's go and join them, Meteon said with a smile. Chapter 2738, Blood Central Devil Vine. Chapter 2738, Blood Central Devil Vine. That South Fighting Sky, Sunflower. Water Mirror, Immortal Pistol. My G. O. D. These are all grade 4 and grade 5 heavenly medicines. Natural treasures that are seldom seen outside are everywhere here. There was a large open S.P.A.C. ahead. On the empty lot, there are all kinds of rare heavenly medicines everywhere. When all the powerhouses saw this, each and every one of their eyes turned red. With these heavenly medicines, even if they were not refined into heavenly pills, it would be sufficient for them to break through too. I'll get lost for this exalt. When is it your turn? Tang Quan, you bring people over and collect all of these heavenly medicines. Don't leave a single one behind. Right at this time, Saint Exalt Waycloud suddenly erupted with a powerful pressure, making the faces of all the Jade Sovereign Heavens change abruptly. With the Saint Sovereign Heaven present, there naturally would not be a share of the good stuff for them. Everyone's expressions were very ugly. This Saint Exalt Waycloud was too overbearing. The 7-star heavenly sect ate the meat and actually did not even let them drink the soup, while Tang Quan had a look of excitement. In this open S.P.A.C., there were probably thousands of grade 4 and 5 heavenly medicines. Some of the heavenly medicines, their medicinal properties were virtually overflowing, practically making his cultivation realm loosen up. Without a doubt, he would absolutely be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven after eating them. At that time, he would be a Saint Exalt powerhouse too. Thinking up to here, Tang Quan was really incredibly excited. As for Wei Yu's death, he no longer cared about a long time ago. Hoo-hoo, Saint Exalt Waycloud, truly awe-inspiring. I wonder if our dazzling cloud, heavenly sect, can collect some? A middle-aged man in inconspicuous clothing walked out of the crowd. The man's aura also rose rapidly. Another Saint Sovereign Heaven. When dazzling cloud, heavenly sects, powerhouses saw him, each and every one of them was elated. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune. Sorry about that. Our Azure Flame heavenly sect also want a share of the loot. Wonder if that's allowed or not. While talking, another figure walked out. Saint Exalt Yuan E, the third Saint Sovereign Heaven. The expressions of the hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heavens present changed abruptly. Normally, the Saint Exalt powerhouses whose movements and traces were elusive and secretive, 3 of them actually showed up the moment they appeared. Hoo-hoo, your sect is still really overbearing. Us itinerant cultivators actually can't even get any share? While talking, another 3 imposing auras surged to the sky. What could it be if not Saint Sovereign Heavens? That's Saint Exalt Purple Sun. There's also Saint Exalt Chongshan and Saint Exalt Ichen. These 3 are all itinerant Saint Exalt cultivators. There are actually 6 great Saint Exalt powerhouses. Wouldn't we all, these people, become cannon fodders? They clearly did not expect that 6 great Saint Exalts actually appeared in one go. These heavenly medicines that were extremely rare in the outside world moved them. Waycloud's expression was a little ugly. He figured that there would be other Saint Exalts coming, but did not think that there would be so many. Of course, he did not know that there were actually still 7 great Saint Exalts that did not reveal their identity. What ties? These 7 people were clearly a little more cautious. It was just that they could hide from the eyes and ears of the other Saint Sovereign Heavens, but they could not hide from me Tion's probing. Humph! You all are finally willing to show yourselves. Saint Exalt Waycloud said with a cold snort. Hoo-hoo, seeing so much good stuff around, we naturally have to show yourselves. If we still don't show ourselves, wouldn't it all be swallowed up by you alone? Saint Exalt Purple Sun said with a smile. Showing yourself that early is useless too. Coveting people's grandest treasure, but in the end, failed to get it and even got your face kicked, why bother? Saint Exalt Sky Fortune said with a chuckle. It was not that no one among these Saint Sovereign Heavens was moved. It was just that they were more cautious than Waycloud. Although they also did not believe that Big Yellow was a Saint Exalt true spirit, his performance had indeed been extraordinary. True spirits capable of suppressing half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were not often seen. Only Saint Exalt Waycloud could not hold it in and made a move. Sure enough, he got covered in stink. Sky Fortune, don't be smug. That large yellow bull's strength is extraordinary. He'll come over in a while. This Exalt wants to see how you deal with him. Waycloud said with a cold snort. Therefore, before he comes, let's hurry up and divide these natural treasures. Could it be that he can still steal it from all of us? Saint Exalt Yuan, he said impatiently. His words also made everyone stop quarreling. The appearance of 6 great Saint Exalts made those Jade Sovereign Heavens realize that they probably would not even get to drink soup anymore. Especially those itinerant cultivators, it was completely impossible to get anything. It was impossible for itinerant Saint Exalt cultivators to speak up for them too. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus the 6 great Saint Exalts practically moved out at the same time, moving toward that stretch of medicinal land. Those sect disciples also moved out at the same time. At this time, whoever S, N, A, T, C, had more, whoever would naturally earn a big haul. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. There was a wizened ancient tree in the medicinal land. This ancient tree was unremarkable previously, as if it had already withered up. But when those powerhouses entered the medicinal land, 10,000 thin vines suddenly emerged from the ancient tree. Pucci. The dozen over Jade Sovereign Heavens that rushed at the forefront were directly pierced through by the thin vines. Then their bodies rapidly shriveled up, becoming dried-up corpses. The blood essence in their bodies was actually directly sucked dry. The 6 great Saint Sovereigns rushed at the forefront. At this time, their expressions could not help changing wildly, their bodies immediately erupting with powerful strength. Without holding back in the least bit, they directly executed their specialties, chopping towards the thin vines. But what shocked them was that those thin vines actually could not be chopped off. The full power strike of a Saint Sovereign Heaven actually could not chop these tiny and thin vines off. The thin vines only fell back briefly and tangled over again very quickly. The 6 people's faces changed wildly. How could they still dare to covet the heavenly medicines, flying back one after another? This is a chaos aberrant, blood central devil vine. Its strength is likely grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven. Everyone, quickly retreat. Saint Exalt Waycloud shouted. It was easy to enter, but hard to get out. These thin vines entangled them frenziedly, not letting them retreat. Fortunately, the strength of Saint Sovereign Heavens was indeed fearsome. After experiencing a round of bitter fighting, the 6 great Saint Sovereign Heavens broke out of the encirclement. And those Jade Sovereign Heavens who rushed into the medicinal land, virtually none of them were spared, all being sucked into mummified corpses. The ancient tree that absorbed the blood seemed to have been rejuvenated with the second coming of spring, the entire big tree becoming fresh and alive. The other Jade Sovereign Heavens had long already retreated to an extremely far place to avoid being affected. The 6 great Saint Exalts looked at the blood central devil vine that was Brandis. Plussing its vines, their expressions all extremely ugly. DAM, in it. This blood central devil vine, actually disguised as a withered tree. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, this blood central devil vine's aura became much stronger. It seemed to have suffered heavy injuries before. It wants to absorb blood essence to recover its strength. Saint Exalt Purple Sun said, looking at so many heavenly medicines but not being able to get them, it's really grieving. Saint Exalt Waycloud gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, these grade 5 heavenly pills held great significance to them, these Saint Sovereign Heavens. Being able to see but not able to get them made these Saint Sovereign Heavens depressed until they wanted to vomit blood. Really a bunch of fools. People have long entered this sacred civ mystic realm before. If these heavenly medicines were really easy to get, would it be your turn? Right at this time, a disdainful voice sounded out. The expressions of the six great saint exalts turned dark. Turning around to look, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Brat, stop making sarcastic comments. Don't think that by bringing along a saint exalt true spirit, you're invincible. Don't you forget, we're currently six great saint exalts. Wei Cloud said with a cold snort. Hoo-hoo, who has the time to make sarcastic comments with you? I only came to tell you guys that since you all can't get them, then I'll be keeping them. Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 2739, Well Prepared. Chapter 2739, Well Prepared. You're keeping them? Hoo-hoo, as long as you have the ability to get them. I have no objections. When Saint Exalt Waycloud heard that, he smiled coldly. Brat, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens by having a Saint Exalt helper? This Exalt wants to see how you collect them. Shameless, boasting little fellow, do you really think that us, these Saint Sovereign Heavens, are all incompetent? When the few great Saint Exalts heard that, they all smiled coldly. A mere jade Sovereign Heaven also dares to boast shamelessly in front of them. Did he really take it that the blood central devil vine was to be trifled with? But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Is that so? Then you guys watch carefully. Done talking, Yi Yuan rode on Big Yellow and leaped, directly entering the medicinal land. But the strange thing was that the blood central devil vine actually did not react. Yi Yuan was not courteous either and immediately began collecting the surrounding heavenly medicines. When the powerhouses at the periphery saw this scene, each and every one of their eyes went wide. What's going on? Why isn't there any movement from the blood central devil vine? Really seeing ghosts? Could it be that the blood central devil vine is full from absorbing the blood and won't attack us anymore? When many people saw the situation, they were all guessing. Seeing that Yi Yuan was actually fine, they were naturally tempted too. The gutsy would be stuffed, and the cowardly would starve. Since Yi Yuan was fine, then they would definitely be fine too. Hence, someone plucked up their courage and rushed into the medicinal land again. But right at the moment they entered the attack range, the blood central devil vine moved out like lightning. Poochie! Those few jade sovereign heaven powerhouses were directly sucked into human jerkies. With this, they no longer had hopes of getting lucky. Why doesn't the blood central devil vine react to him? Saint Exalt Waycloud said in shock and anger. The faces of the other Saint Exalts were all very ugly. Such a large piece of medicinal land, it was actually going to benefit Yi Yuan alone. Having collected the surrounding heavenly medicine, Big Yellow leaped again and arrived at another area. Yi Yuan repeated what he did and continued collecting heavenly medicines. Of course, with this method of collection, it was impossible to collect all of the heavenly medicines. But collecting 70% to 80% was still not a problem. Kid, how is it? Does it feel great? Meteon said proudly. Indeed, very amazing. Many of these heavenly medicines are not available on Rainclear Continent. They are really rare to the extreme. I didn't expect that it all benefited me, Yi Yuan praised. This bunch of guys, they are considered lucky. How can the Labyrinth Divine Palace's Blood Central Devil Vine back, then have just this bit of strength? Chaos Aberrant isn't said for fun. This Blood Central Devil Vine is most likely that guy's descendant. It's just a shame that it didn't have sufficient blood to support it, and it only has this bit of strength now, Meteon said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Who could have thought that the powerful Blood Central Devil Vine actually has bad eyesight? As long as you move about in his blind spot, you won't be attacked? This was the reason why Yi Yuan was safe and sound. The Blood Central Devil Vine's strength was extremely formidable. Even the same rank, it was virtually invincible too. But it had its flaws too, that was that it had a blind spot in perception. However, this blind spot was not static, but constantly moving. Only an existence like Meteon would know about the Blood Central Devil Vine's blind spot. Otherwise, even if they knew that it had this shortcoming, it would be difficult to find it too. At the periphery, a hint of a smile suddenly surfaced on Saint Exalt Skyfortune's face, and he said, Everyone doesn't need to get agitated. It's naturally excellent that he can pluck these heavenly medicines out. We'll just sit and reap the benefits of the fisherman. When the other Saint Exalts heard that, their eyes all lit up. Yeah, why do they have to go and collect it? After Yi Yuan returned from plucking them, wouldn't it do if they directly ATC had it? Haha, it's still fellow Taoist Sky Fortune who is shrewd. Such a dangerous thing. It's better for others to go and do it. Saint Exalt Wakeloud said with a loud laugh when he heard that. Yi Yuan's movements were very fast, plucking those heavenly medicines clean very quickly. Following that, Big Yellow directly jumped out of the circle with a leap. And outside, the 6 great Saint Exalts have already been casting covetous eyes. The moment Yi Yuan came out, they immediately blocked all of the escape routes. Kid, you've worked hard. Hand over all the heavenly medicines, and you can get lost, Wakeloud said with a cold smile. Now, with helpers, he could finally avenge the enmity. Sky Fortune also said coolly, Little brother, no matter how strong the Saint Exalt true spirit is, it's also impossible to fight 1 versus 6. If you're sensible, better hand it over. We won't make things difficult for you. You can keep the grade 4 heavenly medicines for yourself. Oh, weren't you very OCKY just now? BC. OCKY again for this Exalt to see. Saint Exalt Wakeloud had an appearance like he had cornered Yi Yuan as he mocked. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a smile, If I were you guys, I'd be worried about yourselves first. I prepared a big gift for you guys. Hope that you all like it. Dong, dong, dong. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the ground actually started vibrating. The expressions of the Saint Exalts changed wildly, only feeling a wave of terrifying to the extreme undulation surging towards this side. What's going on here? Seems like there's a large group of powerhouses with terrifying strength heading over here. Saint Exalt Wakeloud said in alarm. Saint Exalt Sky Fortune stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Kid, what did you do? Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's nothing. I just let several dozen Saint Sovereign Heaven True Spirits out. If you all want the heavenly medicines, you can totally come and TCH them. But whether or not you can escape in a while, I won't dare to guarantee it. What? Several dozen true spirits. You're insane. Saint Exalt Wakeloud's entire body trembled, and he said in horror, just the auras that he felt, there were more than a dozen that were not weaker than him. In fact, there were even several who were significantly stronger than him. That appearance was clearly Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, even Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of terrifying aura. How could it be what they all could resist? Oh, you all are allowed to find helpers, but I'm not allowed to find helpers? Whether or not you want the heavenly medicines, decide yourselves, Yi Yuan said with a smile. These true spirits were actually all reared by the Labyrinth Divine Palace. The powerhouses of the Labyrinth Divine Palace all had their own mounts when they traveled back then. Of course, those truly powerful true spirits had long already died out. These true spirits that Yi Yuan released were all the descendants of the true spirits that the Labyrinth Divine Palace raised in the past. These true spirits were all raised by the Labyrinth Divine Palace with special methods. They did not have any intelligence at all, only primitive wildness. After they reached Saint's Sovereign Heaven realm, many were unable to transcend the Saint's Sovereign Tao tribulation, so they repeated the process of multiplying like that. Before Yi Yuan came here, he quietly released these true spirits under Mi Tian's guidance. Then, he lured these true spirits to go crazy and head over here. Big Yellow alone was naturally not the match of these Saint Exalts joining forces. Therefore, Yi Yuan was long prepared. The faces of the 6 great Saint Exalts flickered indeterminately. As for the other Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses and even half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, they had long fled. This commotion was too terrifying. Run! Saint Exalt Wakeloud finally could not bear the pressure and turned around and ran. How could the other 5 still dare to stay? Being besieged by dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven true spirits, it was totally impossible for them to escape alive. They could only run. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Patting Big Yellow, he said, "Big Yellow, come on." Big Yellow took a step forward and walked into the dense woods unhurriedly, as if not worried about these Saint Exalt true spirits at all. Chapter 2740. The Saint Exalts who were scammed miserably. Chapter 2740. The Saint Exalts who were scammed miserably. In the forest, dust was flying, and it was long already in a chaotic mess. Saint Exalt Wakeloud and the rest were pursued until they ran all over the place. Roar! A huge roar sounded out. Saint Exalt Wakeloud was slammed flying by an iron black beast. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. This Exalt definitely won't let you off. Wakeloud roared angrily. But at this time, the iron black beast's eyes locked onto another person. That person was merely a middle jade, sovereign heaven, and was inconspicuous in the crowd. At this time, his expression became very ugly, and he cussed heavily. King H. This scoundrelly punk. This Exalt was already very low profile. Must you force your father out? While talking, his strength suddenly skyrocketed and actually directly reached peak Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, and his appearance also underwent huge changes. The moment Wakeloud saw, he could not help saying in a great rage, "Motherf Kur Song Jia, you hid so deeply." Saint Exalt Song Jia said crossly, "You're the Motherf Kur. Your entire family, they're all Motherf Kurs. You couldn't stand the loneliness and insist on revealing your identity. One tie, what the H? L does it have to do with your father?" Saint Exalt Wakeloud's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's join hands and finish this thing off. Although this iron black beast is only peak Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, its strength is too strong. I'm not a match by myself." Saint Exalt Songjia said, "Motherf Kur, then what are you still standing there stupidly for? Why haven't you made a move?" The two great Saint Exalts were pressed into a corner too, every sentence carrying profanities. These Saint Exalt true spirits that Yi Yuan released disrupted everyone's plans. Those like Saint Exalt Song Jie did not even reveal their identity. 1. Ties after seeing those heavenly medicines. Being hunted down at this time, he had no choice but to reveal his strength. The other 5 hidden Saint Exalts were the same as him currently. Keep holding back, and that would be fatal. They had been reluctant to take action all along. Their plan was to wait until there was truly a big opportunity, and then they would suddenly take action. But now, they were forced to expose themselves. These few Saint Exalts even had the heart to kill Yi Yuan, but they had no choice but to face these Saint Exalt true spirits first. Fortunately, they ran in time. These true spirits did not have much intelligence either. That was how they could preserve their lives. Otherwise, being caught up to by those middle or even upper Saint Sovereign Heavens, it would practically be certain death. As for the greater part of the force, they had long already been scattered into a mess, each fleeing for themselves. At this very moment, on a mountain, Big Yellow's imposing momentum was currently in the midst of climbing wildly. Yi Yuan S.N.A.T.C. Head away the heavenly burial water Kaltra flower from S.H.I. plus use hands previously, but there were still 2 kinds of core ingredients that were not collected yet. He did not expect that they could be collected here. Hence, he naturally did not delay anything either, directly refining a true grade heavenly imperial pill for Big Yellow. Yi Yuan looked at Big Yellow breaking through and could not help frowning slightly as he said, "I didn't expect that a heavenly imperial pill is actually unable to let him rise to middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Each realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven, the gap is really huge. Heavenly stratum powerhouses before Saint Sovereign Heaven, it's all about consolidating the foundation. Only by stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven is it considered truly attaining a higher level. After Saint Sovereign Heaven, each step is immensely difficult. Even if it's a true grade heavenly pill, it's impossible to let him reach the heavens in one step too. Of course, if you can refine grade 5 heavenly imperial pills, the effects will naturally be another matter altogether, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. How could grade 5 heavenly imperial pills be so easy to refine? The further up for heavenly imperial pills, the more difficult it was. Furthermore, between grade 4 heavenly pills and grade 5 heavenly pills, it was like Jade Sovereign Heaven and Saint Sovereign Heaven. The gap was Ma's sieve. In alchemy, this was a tremendous watershed too, because grade 5 heavenly medicines contained great Tao rules in their beings. They were extremely complicated. Otherwise, how could it be called grade 5? Although Yi Yuan was confident, he also knew that it was not easy to take this step. Of course, the most important thing was still having grade 5 heavenly pills to practice with. However, grade 5 heavenly medicines were too precious. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to practice on a large scale too. He had indeed collected quite a number of grade 5 heavenly medicines previously. But these heavenly medicines were all extremely high-quality heavenly medicines and not suitable to use for laying foundations. Even if it was heavenly medicines that grade 5 foundation establishment heavenly pill required, they were extremely precious in the Rain-Clear continent too. Thinking about it, continuing to stay in the Rain-Clear continent, it seemed like the prospect was just like that too. After avenging the martial secure heavenly sex enmity, it would also be time for Yi Yuan to leave the Rain-Clear continent. Big Yellow's realm only stopped at middle stage lower Saint Sovereign Heaven in the end. Yi Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with this result, but Big Yellow was wildly ecstatic and endlessly grateful to Yi Yuan. Sure enough, following Master Yi out was the wisest choice. Going back after this trip, when Saint Exalt Bull Demon saw him, he would definitely get a big shock. At that time, who knows whether or not he would let go of his pride and become a mount for Master Yi. Half a month later, in front of a magnificent hall, there were 13 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, each and every one of them looking miserable like beggars. Mother * King Yi Yuan, he scammed your father badly. In order to shake off the iron black beast, your father even ate the grade 5 heavenly pill that I ate. Oh, a ride. Saint Exalt Wakeloud gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, grade 5 heavenly pills were not cabbages to them. To Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, any grade 5 heavenly pill was their lifeblood. But now his lifeblood was gone. How could Saint Exalt Wakeloud not be angry? Saint Exalt Sky Fortune also gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, be contented. The grade 5 heavenly pills that this Exalt ride for several thousand years, they have all been depleted clean this time. If I still don't get any benefits in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, this Exalt would have made a terrible loss during this trip. This scoundrelly thing really knows how to scam people. Disregarding that he hauled sufficient benefits, he even scammed us miserably. King you all should be content. This Exalt was hunted down by 7 Saint Exalts. There was even an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven among them. Putting aside that all my heavenly pills were exhausted, I was even forcibly beaten into serious injuries. Now, I can only unleash the strength of a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. The one speaking was Saint Exalt Jiyu. He was a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, his strength being outstanding. But he had bad luck and was targeted by an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven and pursued all the way, narrowly escaping death several times. Fortunately, those true spirits did not have high intelligence. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was still seriously injured, his strength decreasing by 30%. Now, he could only unleash the strength of a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven and had nowhere to go and cry. The other Saint Exalt's expressions looked bad. Before the mountain pot's gates, apart from these Saint Exalts, there were also quite a number of Jade Sovereign Heavens and half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens that arrived. However, of the original 400 to 500 strong Jade Sovereign Heaven Brigade, there were only less than 200 left now. Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses really suffered heavy losses. However, there was one of them who was in high spirits and energetic. he actually brought along a Saint Exalt true spirit beside him. This Saint Exalt true spirit was precisely one of the ones that were hunting them down previously. TSK. Speaking of which, still really got to thank Yi Yuan. Without him, I also couldn't have subdued a Saint Exalt true spirit. TSK. That guy used Big Yellow to scam me badly. Now, it can be considered to have compensated me. This person was none other than precisely Taoist Wu Fang. Chapter 2741, Corrupt Corpse. Chapter 2741, Corrupt Corpse. The current Taoist Wu Fang was showing off a lot. If it was an ordinary Saint Exalt true spirit, it would naturally have smacked him to death with a slap. But these Saint Exalt true spirits did not have intelligence, so it was different. Previously, Taoist Wu Fang was chased by this Saint Exalt true spirit until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. Who knew that he actually broke through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven at the final juncture, his origin divinity improving greatly, and his spirit-controlling art also broke through the shackles. He tussled with this Saint Exalt true spirit for half a month and finally subdued him. The faces of all the Saint Exalts became black as the bottom of a pot. Each and every one of them suffered heavy losses, but this guy got off cheap. Congratulations, Brother Wu Fang. Brother Wu Fang has excellent means to actually subdue a Saint Exalt true spirit. Right at this time, a figure rode on a large yellow bull and floated down. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, a series of murderous gazes looked over simultaneously with a whoosh. Especially the 13 Saint Exalt powerhouses, they wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole at this time. Yi Yuan did not take notice of these people's gazes, going straight to Wu Fang's side. Each of these guys was incomparably insidious. If he did not scheme against them, he would have to be schemed against by them. Ha! Double congratulations. Didn't you break through too? Amen? Saint Exalt Big Yellow broke through too. Wu Fang suddenly discovered that Big Yellow's aura was significantly stronger than before and could not help being surprised. This was also too fast. Saint Sovereign Heaven, breaking through so much at once, it was not what everyone could accomplish. Saying this, the other Saint Exalts also could not help but wake up, each and every one of their faces becoming even blacker. Without a doubt, Big Yellow only broke through after swallowing those heavenly medicines. DAM in it. They suffered such heavy losses and actually did not get any benefits at all. As for the matter of Yi Yuan breaking through to Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven, it was directly ignored by them. In this place, Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven was really unexceptional. Saint Exalt Waycloud was unreconciled to it in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Brat, you still dare to come. Do you really take it that we, these Saint Sovereign Heavens, are vegetarians?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not that you guys are vegetarians, but that you should have eaten quite a bit of meat, right? Why? Still want to taste it? I can lure them over again." Saint Exalt Waycloud's face turned black, but he instantly shut up. Saint Exalt Skyfortune gave a cold snort and said, "Forget it. The truly good stuff should be in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. There is no need to haggle over things with him." After entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, this Exalt wants to see whether or not he can still be so arrogant. Yi Yuan gave an "oh" and said, "Then you guys can give it a try and see." At this time, a weak voice behind Yi Yuan said that, "Brother Yi, I've gathered the 4 Chi pills heavenly medicines. Can you?" Yi Yuan turned around to look, and it was SHI plus U. He already knew that Big Yellow was a Saint Exalt powerhouse, so he naturally did not dare to be unbridled in front of Yi Yuan. This time's HI plus U's luck was better, and he was not hunted down by the Saint Exalt true spirits. Furthermore, in the panic, he also found another small-sized medicinal land and actually collected the 4 Chi pills heavenly medicines. At this time, he tested it out to see if what Yi Yuan said counted. When Yi Yuan saw him, he revealed a hint of surprise too. This guy really gathered them, but he did not decline and said with a nod, "Of course, there's no problem." Very soon, the expressions of the Saint Exalts changed. 9th grade perfection. Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pill. This strength, most likely, there's only the Pill Alliance's top elders that can achieve it, right? I think I somewhat understand why Saint Exalt Big Yellow wants to follow him. Seeing the freshly produced 9th grade perfection 4-chi pill, all of the Saint Exalts were extremely shocked. To be able to refine a heavenly imperial pill to this level, he was absolutely an expert among experts. One had to know, being able to refine the 4-chi pill to 9th grade perfection. Even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had to show sufficient respect to such a heavenly alchemist too. Some Saint Exalts were somewhat dumbfounded. They actually offended such an existence. S-H-I. Plus you held the 4-chi pill, feeling agitated until he was trembling. He just wanted 7th grade. In the end, Yi Yuan actually gave him 9th grade perfection. This medicinal effect, the gap was not an ordinary kind of big. Watching S-H-I. Plus you broke through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. The remaining Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were envious to the extreme. Why did they brave death to trace Ba? This labyrinth divine palace? Wasn't it in order to break through cultivation realm and increase their strength? During this period of time, more and more Jade Sovereign Heavens also gathered outside of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. The group of Saint Exalt powerhouses did not enter the Labyrinth Divine Palace rashly, because they needed cannon fodders too. The Labyrinth Divine Palace before their eyes was a huge group of palaces. Although they were extremely dilapidated, it gave people a very dangerous feeling. Saint Exalts cherished their lives and were naturally not willing to enter easily. It's around there. Let's go in. The restrictions outside of this Labyrinth Divine Palace have long been broken, but everyone should be more careful, Saint Exalt Sky Fortune suddenly said. Everyone nodded one after another, all looking solemn. Clearly, they all sensed the danger. Yi Yuan was not melodramatic either, following the main force into the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Upon entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, a threatening corrupt energy hit them head-on. The corrupt energy had turned corporeal, as if blades cutting on the face. What a strong corrupt energy! Yi Yuan exclaimed. When the Labyrinth Divine Palace was at its prime, their disciple Serpa said 1,000,000. The weakest was also the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Such a colossal sect being destroyed, there are countless resentful souls. What does this bit of corrupt energy count as? The Labyrinth Divine Palace that you guys entered is just the tip of the iceberg of the true Labyrinth Divine Palace. If you really reach the place where the real Mountain Pa S-Gate is, the corrupt energy can directly wipe you all out. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan also felt shocked when he heard it. 1,000,000 disciples. The weakest was Saint Sovereign Heaven. This kind of sect was simply unimaginable. One had to know, a Saint Sovereign Heaven could virtually do whatever they wanted to in the Rainclear continent. This isn't the real Mountain Pa S-Gates. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked, Of course not. With your bit of strength, how can you all find the true Labyrinth Divine Palace's Mountain Pa S-Gates? This group of palaces doesn't even count as the Labyrinth Divine Palace's outer sect. If you really go to the Mountain Pa S-Gates, I can't protect you either. Maybe even if a grain of dust falls down from the roof, you'll die, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard it. This was also too exaggerated. No idea where the Void Snap immortal condensation is either, Yi Yuan said with a frown. This palace was too big. He even felt a little lost when he entered. Yin Jie Tru only said Void Snap immortal condensation, but did not tell the location. But, come to think of it, it was in a very dangerous place too. Otherwise, with Yin Jie Tru's strength back then, it was impossible to not have gotten it. Arg! Everyone did not walk far, when suddenly, several miserable screams came from behind. The group of powerhouses were greatly alarmed and discovered that several Jade Sovereign Heavens were already killed by someone with one sword. Everyone's faces changed, and they discovered that since D knows when, there were actually several dozen more people behind them. These people wore uniforms and held standard long swords in their hands, their movements very swift. They looked human, but their eyes and mouth emitted black smoke, looking very sinister and scary. The Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses reacted to it too, taking action one after another. Those able to come here alive were at least Upper Jade Sovereign Heaven. Their strength was not weak. But when they made a move to deal with these guys, there were only clanking sounds that were made. They could not leave the slightest scar at all. Someone said, "The corrupt energy here is too strong." These corpses have been flooded with corrupt energy and are impervious to swords and spears, and they became corrupt corpses,